Chapter 2452. Lin Fei really didn't know about this. With Chen Yuanshan's words, many of the things that Lin Fei had not figured out before had all been figured out. It seemed like there was such a secret behind it, and from the looks of it, the ancient desolation great world was very important to the people of the empire. Why isn't there much news about the ancient desolation world in the empire? Li Dao continued. The ancient desolation great world is of great significance. If one's strength is too low, going there would be courting death. Normally, only those with a certain level of strength would know about it. And even if they knew, it would be extremely difficult for them to go to the ancient desolation great world. The ancient desolation great world is an independent great world in another space, and one must have a transmission array to go there. Lin Fei was indeed puzzled. If there really was an ancient desolation great world, he would know about it. Can you tell me about the ancient desolation great world? Lin Fei was not interested in understanding the auction on the auction stage, so he might as well listen to the ancient desolation great world. Chen Yuanshan was going to say it anyway, so even if Lin Fei did not ask, he would have taken the initiative to say it. There are a large number of devil cultivators living in the ancient desolation great world, and their appearances are actually not that different from ours. They are born with a strong physical body and also cultivate in various professions, but they did not establish an empire, but a tribe. The ancient desolation great world is rich in resources and has all kinds of materials. The devil cultivator's reproduction ability is very strong, and there are many people. Chen Yuanshan told him everything he knew. All right, in about a year, our academy will organize a group of people to go to the ancient desolation great world to train. If you're interested, you can go and try. Chen Yuanshan threw out a piece of news. Lin Fei was extremely grateful for Chen Yuanshan's reminder. According to the introduction, the ancient desolation great world was a place that was rich in resources. The two great empires of the star field had established bases in the ancient desolation great world to collect resources. Because the ancient desolation great world was very big, there were many tribes and experts there. What Lin Fei cared about the most was that the ancient desolation great world had a large number of energy wall stones. The reason why the great powers of the empire had such a strong foundation was because they had plundered a large amount of resources from the ancient desolation great world. What Lin Fei lacked the most was energy wall stones. With the appearance of the ancient desolation great world, Lin Fei had an additional choice. That place was filled with experts, so he could capture them and modify them. It could be used to build his own base in the ancient desolation great world. The transmission array produced by Tianji Hall was finally bought by the Nangong clan for 21,000 black crystal cards. The Nangong clan's financial power was extremely domineering at this moment. As soon as the auction ended, Lin Fei, Chen Yuanshan, and the rest left. In the meantime, Li Dao and the rest invited Lin Fei for a drink. He had yet to collect his black crystal card from the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, so he politely declined their invitation. Over at the Expedition Chamber of Commerce, the various forces were all eyeing the black crystal cards. In today's auction, the appearance of the array formation scroll had gained the upper hand. At the same time, it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, the teleportation array formation seemed to lose its luster. After all, no matter how good a teleportation array was, to have a teleportation array, not only did it require time, opportunity, and even financial resources. All three were indispensable. Array scrolls were different. If one had the method to make them, everyone could have them. Now everyone was waiting for the appearance of the mysterious man. He's here, he's here. That man in black went in. It must be him. We received news that a guy wearing a cloak took out the array formation scroll. When the cloaked Lin Fei entered the room, the news immediately spread. Where's my black crystal card? When Lin Fei entered, he placed a piece of paper on the table. Sir, the item has been prepared for you. Please sign here. The person in charge had already been warned. He passionately took out the black crystal card and placed it on the table. Lin Fei did not look at it. He was not afraid that the other party would be lazy to take his item. After taking the item, Lin Fei turned and left. "Sir, could you please wait?" The person in charge said respectfully. "Our young master wants to meet you. I wonder if I can have the honor." "Another day. I have something to do today." Lin Fei did not stop. He pushed open the door and left. When Lin Fei left, a young man appeared in the room. It was the young master of Expedition Chamber of Commerce. He seemed to be deep in thought. "Uncle Yong, what do you think of this person?" Behind the young man stood an old man, shining brightly. He had appeared without a sound, and his expression was not calm at all. "This person is very scary. When he left, he inadvertently looked at us. He should have known of our existence." The old man sighed. His mind was still recalling that look. With his strength at the peak of the 7th job advancement, he was very sure of what that look represented. "Young master, you are too reckless. How is this possible? Uncle Yong, you are a peak of the 7th job advancement." The young man was very surprised. He did not dare to believe that it was true. Doesn't that mean that person's strength is at least at the 8th job advancement? Uncle Yong said, "Why not? If he does not have the ability, how would he dare to take out the array scroll to auction?" The young man's heart trembled. In the Empire, being able to reach the 8th job advancement, no matter what job it was worthy of respect. No big faction would dare to offend an 8th job advancement expert, especially when they did not know what job the other party was proficient in. According to the young man's original plan, he was prepared to meet this mysterious person. If he could buy the person's spell formation scroll, that would be for the best. Now, he knew that he had been too impatient. Hiding in the void, he had undoubtedly left a bad impression. Uncle Yong did not say anything. Expedition Chamber of Commerce was a business. They would never offend anyone, especially someone who had the array scroll. The attitude was very important. What should he do? Even he was helpless. Let's talk about this in the future. Maybe he might not care about what happened today. Uncle Yong suddenly thought of something. "Young master, immediately call our people back. Otherwise, the other party will suspect that we are plotting something." The consequences of following an 8th job advancement expert was unimaginable. "Master, there are at least dozens of people hiding in the void behind you." Little Devil joked. Since coming out from Expedition Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had a group of people following him. There were at least dozens of people hiding in the dark and on the surface. They were all from various big factions in the imperial capital. Lin Fei chuckled. "It won't be that easy to get the array scroll in my hands. I can make use of them and show them my strength. In the future, things will be easier." Lin Fei acted as if he did not see anyone tailing him as he strode out of the city. That black-clothed man went out of the city. Follow him. We must not lose him. Chapter 2453. That mysterious man has appeared. He went out of the city. He really doesn't know his place. He knows that everyone is waiting for him, but he still dares to come. The mysterious man appeared again. The imperial capital was in a state of turmoil. Everyone wanted to get the method of making array formation scrolls from the mysterious person's mouth. No matter who obtained the method of making array formation scrolls, their strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Originally, everyone was worried that the mysterious man would not leave the imperial capital and they would not make a move. The dignity of the imperial capital and the royal family would not allow anyone to challenge them. Fortunately, the mysterious man's departure from the imperial capital had undoubtedly given them a chance. No matter how big the commotion was, the royal family would not say anything or ask about it. This prince wants the array formation scroll. In a magnificent palace, the 5th prince, Fan Xinglong, stood up from his seat. He was as still as a mountain, and his valiant and domineering aura was on full display. "Inform the Azure Dragon Army to move out. No one can snatch what I want from me." With one step, the void collapsed, and Fan Xinglong disappeared. "You've finally shown yourself. No matter what your reason is or what your motive is, since you've appeared, show me the method of making array scrolls." In the same magnificent palace, the 3rd prince, Fan Xingyang, had an unusually determined look in his eyes. The method of making array scrolls had to be mastered by himself. With this method, He could soar to the sky and become the most influential among the princes. Let's go. First prince, the mysterious man has left the imperial capital. The fifth prince and the third prince's men have also set off. It seems that they're going to take action against the mysterious man. A pale-faced, middle-aged man lowered his head and said, "The first prince, Fan Qingyuan, did not have the domineering aura of the fifth prince, nor did he have the suaveness of the third prince. He looked very ordinary. If not for his identity as a member of the royal family, probably no one would believe that he was the first prince. If you took it seriously, you would be gravely mistaken. Those who could grow up in the royal family were not simple. The third prince, the fifth prince, and the first prince were the same. Your Highness, I'm here." A person walked out of the void. It was an old man, and the void around him kept collapsing. Fan Qingyuan stood up with respect in his eyes. "I'll have to trouble teacher." This was the first prince's teacher, Chun Guangdao. At the same time, he was also an 8th job transition expert. Back then, he was a distinguished character whose name shook the empire. "Your Highness' matter is my matter as well. If I don't make a move, wouldn't I be helping others?" Narrowing his eyes, Chun Guangdao said, "Besides, it is better to help your Highness than to help somebody else. Only your Highness will be the wise emperor of the Imperium in the future. There's no time to lose. Teacher, come with me." As soon as Lin Fei left the imperial capital, there were a lot of people tailing him. "It's going to be lively tonight." It was normal to be followed. If it wasn't for establishing his might, Lin Fei wouldn't have bothered to set up a trap to attract everyone's firepower. Ever since he saw the Expedition Chamber of Commerce's top-notch auction, Lin Fei had an idea. He wanted to create a top-notch auction. After all, he had copied a large amount of data. For example, the data on the treasures in the Imperial Palace's treasury. Any one of them would definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Fei wanted to make use of today's opportunity to put on a show for everyone. At the same time, he wanted to give the 9th princess and Qin Lan a warning. Those two women were very shrewd. If he didn't give them any pressure, it might cause a lot of trouble. We're almost there. After leaving the imperial capital, Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he appeared thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. "Come down." Just as he arrived above a mountain range, a gust of wind blew in the sky. A huge black palm slammed down, and everything in the world seemed to be within the range of this palm. Lin Fei smirked and took out a spell formation scroll. He was prepared to play the role of a powerful spell formation expert today. As soon as the spell formation scroll was torn open, a ray of light streaked across. A canopy appeared above Lin Fei's head and blocked the opponent's palm forcefully. The opponent's attack seemed to have landed on a hard rock, and the huge canopy didn't move an inch. A short exclamation came from the void. "Who's there? Come out." Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. A fluctuation came from a void, and two middle-aged men dressed in the same outfit walked out. Both of them looked ugly, and they emitted a vicious aura. They were the wanted criminals of the Empire, the two brothers from the Shui clan. "Hand over the method of making the spell formation scroll, and we will let you live." The leader, Shui Hai, said coldly. Shui Yun, who was at the side, said coldly, "The power of your spell formation scroll is wrong. You're destined to be unlucky to go against the Shui clan brothers. You only have 10 breaths to think." The people who followed them all stopped when they saw this scene. They hoped to use the Shui clan brothers to test the strength of this mysterious person. Knowing one's enemy was the key to victory. It wasn't unreasonable. Do you think that person can withstand the attack of the Shui clan brothers? That's hard to say. Who doesn't know that although the Shui clan brothers are 5th job professionals, they specialize in joint attacks and have telepathic connections. They've even killed 6th job professionals before. The Shui clan brothers are really daring to appear 10,000 miles away from the imperial capital. Aren't they afraid that the expeditionary guards will come to capture them? The Shui clan brothers were quite famous. Because of their ferocity, they had escaped the pursuit of the expeditionary guards several times. That was how they gained their fearsome reputation. "I do have the method of making the spell formation scroll, but why should I give it to you?" Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Shui Yun's ferocious gaze intensified. Because I'm stronger than you. You. Lin Fei shook his head. No way. Big brother, this guy is clearly stalling for time. Let's take action immediately and leave after snatching it. Shui Yun had never seen someone so daring as to not take them seriously. Let's do it. Shui Hai sensed an aura from afar. Boundless Blood Sea. Since the two of them were able to make a name for themselves, they naturally had their own abilities. The two of them transformed into a huge blood sea. The blood sea churned, and the two brothers appeared above it. Below them, two blood-colored thrones appeared. As they sat on the thrones, the blood sea emitted a sharp sound. The boundless blood sea emitted a strong stench of blood. The people in the void were all secretly resisting. As the first to bear the brunt of the attack, Lin Fei saw the boundless blood sea surging over. The dense stench of blood turned into blood arrows that covered the sky and the earth. Moreover, the blood arrows also emitted a sharp sound. The Shui clan brothers' formation wasn't weak, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing much. The spell formation screen didn't dissipate. The blood arrows continued to collide with the screen, turning into blood mist. Inside the screen, Lin Fei was extremely calm. Your attack isn't much. It's a pity that you won't have a chance. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. He took out a spell formation scroll and casually tossed it out. A dazzling radiance illuminated the entire sky, and everyone was astonished by the radiance. Chapter 2454. That's the power of an array scroll. The Sieb brothers have committed many evil deeds. Who would have thought that they would die in the hands of this mysterious array master? This mysterious array master isn't easy to deal with. A single array formation scroll is already this powerful. Who knows how many array formation scrolls that person has in his hands? The onlookers felt their hearts tighten. This mysterious man wasn't easy to deal with. The Sieb brothers weren't very powerful. Relying on their special professions and their joint attacks, they rarely missed. In the end, they died thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. Lin Fei didn't mind killing the Sieb brothers casually. Through the system's analysis, he could create a specific array scroll in the shortest time possible. Killing the enemy was just a matter of minutes. You're really capable. You killed the Sieb brothers so easily. You've done a good deed for the Empire. The death of the Sieb brothers was just the beginning. From a void, another imposing middle-aged man walked out. His body was filled with the majesty of a superior. Are you here to court death too? Lin Fei said indifferently. These words provoked everyone quite a bit. Isn't this mysterious man a little too arrogant? Although they admit that he's strong, isn't it a little too arrogant to say that he's here to court death? No matter how good-tempered they were, they would still turn pale upon hearing such words. For example, this middle-aged man. The guy is really daring. Doesn't he know who that person is? The sect master of the imperial capital's Black Tiger sect. Tiger, you can't take it anymore, right? Ha ha ha. A loud voice came from afar. In an instant, a burly man appeared and said to the middle-aged man, named Tiger in disdain. Chung Hu, the sect master of the Black Tiger sect, was a six-stage professional expert. He was quite famous in the imperial capital. Who said I can't take it anymore? Chung Hu was furious. The burly man looked at the mysterious man and said, I'm very interested in you. As long as you're willing to join our dark gang, I can help you solve all your troubles. Luo Wei, you're talking big. Do you really think that your dark gang has a say in the imperial capital? How dare you say that you can settle everything? Chung Hu finally found an opportunity to retaliate. None of you can do it. What black sect? What dark gang? Another burst of laughter rang out from afar. More than 10 streaks of light flew over and surrounded the mysterious man, sealing off all his escape routes. It was as if they were determined to devour him. Our Qinkuan sect wants this person. If you don't want to die, then scram. The leader of the group, a young man, opened his folding fan and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Qinkuan sect, these 3 words had a great impact. Qinkuan sect was a first-rate sect, infinitely close to becoming a top-tier sect. It was rumored that Qinquan's sect would soon be promoted to a top-tier sect, and a top-tier sect needed at least one ninth profession professional to oversee it. Cheng Hu and Luo Wei's expressions changed, revealing a trace of unwillingness. They had a certain amount of influence in the imperial city, but compared to the Qinquan sect, there was still a certain gap. Yes, there was a huge gap. This gap could not be made up for the time being. The two of them left dejectedly. Lin Fei watched all of this with a smile. "You're also courting death." It was still the same sentence. The onlookers were all amused by this. Could it be that this guy didn't know anything? Qinquan's sect was a first-rate sect, infinitely close to a top-tier sect. It could be seen that Qinquan's sect had at least one ninth profession professional that was close to the ninth profession professional. The smile on a young man's face stiffened. Such a big tone, daring to look down on our Qinquan sect. "You're the first one. Come, capture him. He is the murderer who killed our Qinquan sect's disciples. Whoever dares to help him at this time will be the enemy of Qinquan's sect. Kill them all." With just one sentence, the crime was established. Lin Fei had to admit that the person who came had some ability. He was able to distort the truth and speak casually. His actions were also justified. At least, no one would dare to jump out for the time being. The enemy of Qinquan's sect would not be easy to deal with. No matter who it was, they would have to consider the consequences. "Seal." An old man walked out from behind the young man. He seemed to be walking unsteadily. He raised his hand and pointed at the mysterious man, turning into a huge seal word. "This is a professional. That mysterious man is going to suffer." Qinquan's sect is really not simple. They actually have a professional. A huge seal word appeared. Everyone exclaimed. Among the common professions, there was another type of professional. They were not very strong, but they had innate skills that ordinary people could not compare to. Thus, professionals were formed. Although professionals were not common, every one of them was very terrifying. No one dared to look down on them. Those who had fought with professionals had mostly died. Lin Fei could not move at all. His strength was sealed, and he lost control of everything. Jia. Sir, you'd better be obedient and not move. This old man's sealing technique can seal everything, even if you are a formation master. An old voice sounded in his ears. This professional of Qinquan sect was a very rare sealer. He only knew this one move in his life, and no one dared to look down on him. No treasure could stop the sealer's seal. He was famous in the empire for not provoking him. Any professional who lost control of the energy in his body would immediately become a tiger that was bullied by dogs. His life and death would be at the mercy of others. Professionals like sealers were too domineering, especially sealers. They could seal everything. Even a slightly stronger professional would not dare to look down on them. The young man with the folded fans said arrogantly, "Now you know how powerful Qinquan sect is. How dare you say that you want to kill me? If not for the fact that you still have some use for me, I would have killed you first." The young man with the folded fan was a little surprised that the sealer succeeded in one move. The ability of a sealer was not to be underestimated. Anyone who looked down on them would suffer greatly. Lin Fei was still very calm. "Are you done?" The young man with the folded fan was startled. "Ma Dan, what do you mean by this? Are you going to deal with me? Why? Are you not satisfied?" "Incinerate," Lin Fei lightly shouted. With his body as the center, a raging flame rose up. It burned fiercely like a blazing sun, extremely dazzling. At the same time, a blazing aura surged out like a boundless wave. "Oh, so hot. The first to struggle was the sealer who was wrapped around Lin Fei. His body appeared and kept changing. His screams made one's scalp go numb. "Oh, what did you do? What kind of fire is this? Why do I feel pain? Why?" The sealer screamed and struggled to break free. For some reason, a strong force enveloped him, and he could not break free. He could only allow the raging flames to engulf him. "Quick, save the revered elder." The young man with the folded fan's expression changed. If a sealer with a high status died here, he would not know how to explain himself when he returned. Kill. Chapter 2455. Just when everyone thought that the mysterious man was going to lose, no one expected that the special occupation sealer would actually lose its effect. Even the sealer himself would be in trouble. Who didn't know the name of a sealer? However, such a sealer had suffered a great loss at the hands of a mysterious person. It seemed that he might even lose his life if things went wrong. Even though they were separated by a great distance, the blazing aura forced them to circulate their energy to form an energy barrier to resist the invasion of the blazing heat. The Chinquan sect disciples took the lead and rushed forward. Before they could even get close to the mysterious man, they exploded like a ripe watermelon, turning into a mist of blood. This scene made everyone's hearts jump. The seemingly weak heat wave was actually so strong that it silently caused the Chinquan sect disciples to suffer a great loss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and rejoiced that they didn't go forward. This mysterious man was too terrifying. From the start until now, the mysterious man had been maintaining a mysterious aura. Originally, they wanted to find out his origin from the way he attacked. Now, it seemed that this step was impossible. Your men are not good enough. Lin Fei shook his head and said. The youth with the paper fan was infuriated. The people he brought were all experts from the Chinquan sect, but they were all killed in an instant. The most terrifying thing was that they didn't even have time to react. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the flame was. You dared to kill the people of the Chinquan sect. You are dead. No matter where you come from, you won't be able to escape today. The youth with the folding fan glared angrily and used the Chinquan sect to suppress the mysterious man. The Chinquan sect was a first-rate force. One word from them could determine the life and death of many people. Although the mysterious man was mysterious, if the Chinquan sect really wanted to make a move, no one would come out to help. No one dared to offend the Chinquan sect. Moreover, the Chinquan sect was a first-rate force. You guys really don't have any tricks. It's just the same old tricks. Can't you come up with something new? Lin Fei was very disappointed. I'm tired of hearing it. Tricks? The youth with the folding fan was speechless. Shouldn't I say that? For a moment, the youth with the folding fan was confused. Young master, save me. The sealer was on the verge of death and couldn't struggle anymore. Invincible universe, one sword slaying God. The young man with the paper fan came back to his senses. He thought that the other party was shameless, using words to trick him. He had almost forgotten the most important thing. Putting two of his fingers together, he executed an unparalleled sword art and slashed out. Layers upon layers of sword shadows surged forth like waves. Don't you want a sealer? I'll return him to you. Lin Fei laughed. He raised one hand, and the sealer appeared in his hand. He threw him at the sword light like a sandbag. The sealer just breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the mysterious man Lin Fei with resentment. The next second, the sword light came and turned him into ashes. You are shameless. The young man with the folding fan attacked furiously. The might of this sword was naturally not simple. He did not even notice that the other party knew this move. With a single sword, the sealer was killed. His body and soul were both destroyed. He was so angry that his eyes turned white, and he almost fell from the sky. I've returned him to you. How can you say that I'm shameless? Lin Fei smiled. Your Chinquan sect is really bold. You killed a sealer just like that. I really admire you. This young master will fight it out with you. Lin Fei casually threw out an array scroll. With a flash of light, a white light entered the body of the young man with the folding fan. The murderous-looking young man screamed in pain. He fell from the sky, causing the earth to shake. Sai, why bother? Lin Fei shook his head. He turned around and said to everyone, let me tell everyone a piece of good news. Just now, I used an array scroll called a sealing scroll. It can seal one's strength. It's the real deal. That young master from the Chinquan sect was hit by a sealing scroll. This kind of scroll can seal the opponent's strength for an hour. This kind of sealing scroll will be auctioned at a grand auction soon. Those who are interested can prepare in advance. When he said this, the The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Is this advertising or sales promotion? Sealing scroll. This thing is too amazing. Doesn't that mean that from now on, the abilities of experts with special occupations will be greatly weakened? With the sealing scroll, or other scrolls, is it equivalent to bringing along an expert with a special occupation? When everyone thought of this, they became extremely excited. In this void, there were many people. The major forces of the imperial capital acted upon hearing the news. Others might not have been able to see the movement in that instant, but they saw it clearly. That was indeed a sealing scroll. It had a special sealing power that sealed the strength of a young man with a folding fan. Then, that scene appeared. At this moment, everyone could not help but be shocked. The mysterious man had become even more mysterious. The sealing scroll and the special array barrier from before were all good stuff. If the array scroll was auctioned, there seemed to be no need to offend the other party. From the various traces at the scene, the mysterious man's background was not simple. Many forces began to hesitate. Should they take action? Was it worth it? These were all things that had to be considered. They had to be cautious, as this was related to their vital interests. In a nearby void space, turbulence blew past. Fan Liu, who was dressed in palace attire, had a tinge of color in her beautiful eyes. Her gaze did not shift. Is he really not Lin Fei? Or is he the force behind Lin Fei? The extremely intelligent Fan Liu had doubts for the first time. In the beginning, Fan Liu had thought that the mysterious man was Lin Fei in disguise. Others might not know, but she did. Back at the Emperor's Peak, she had seen Lin Fei activate the array scroll. It was the real deal, and she could not have been wrong. Fan Liu had once again heard that the mysterious man had appeared. She had brought people over immediately and witnessed an unbelievable scene. The ability of an expert with a special occupation had been controlled by the mysterious man, and he had developed a sealing scroll. This was not a simple matter. Fan Liu did not dare to underestimate the power of a sealing scroll. The scariest thing was that it could seal the opponent for an hour. If anyone had a few sealing scrolls in their hands, it would definitely be a huge deterrent. The sealing scroll was already so powerful. If there were some powerful array killing techniques, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. Fan Liu could not help but shiver at the thought. The appearance of the array scroll might disrupt the future. There was one thing that Fan Liu was absolutely sure of. Lin Fei was definitely related to the mysterious man. The appearance of the array scroll was too coincidental. It was either Lin Fei or the force behind him. Fan Liu herself was shocked that there was such a mysterious force in the Empire. The scariest thing was that there was no information about the expedition guards. Chapter 2456. Fan Liu was considering whether to take action against Qinlan. The fact that Lin Fei knew how to make formation scrolls could not be leaked. As an insider, Qinlan had to be dealt with. On the other side, Qinlan frowned slightly. Is it really him? No, it can't be him. After Qinlan heard about the formation scrolls, she immediately suspected Lin Fei. Apart from him, no one else seemed to know how to make formation scrolls. She had seen it with her own eyes, so it cannot be fake. This mysterious person's aura is completely different from Lin Fei's. The Demon Clan has a special technique that can identify a person's authenticity. This person can't be Lin Fei. If it's not Lin Fei, how could he know how to make formation scrolls? And their power is quite extraordinary. He even knows how to make special scrolls for special occupations. If the Demon Clan could get it, Qinlan was very tempted. The appearance of formation scrolls had great significance. Originally, only formation masters could do it, but now outsiders could join in as well. With formation scrolls in their hands, their strength would increase greatly. From now on, formation scrolls would become a mainstream in the Empire. Qinlan was a smart person. She was glad that she had come personally and seen something unforgettable. My initial suspicion of Lin Fei's background should be right. That bad guy is indeed hiding a big secret. Fortunately, I saw through it. However, the Ninth Princess is a problem. If Qinlan could think of this, the Ninth Princess could naturally think of it too. If things went wrong, The ninth princess might secretly make a move to prevent the secret from being leaked. I have to have a good talk with Lin Fei. Brother, you said that this kind of formation scroll will be auctioned. May I know when it will be auctioned and where it will be auctioned? A bold person asked in front of the crowd. Everyone pricked up their ears. If the formation scroll could really be auctioned, no matter which force it was, its influence in the future would not be underestimated. It could even leap up and become a top chamber of commerce, able to compete with the Expedition Chamber of Commerce. The partner behind the Expedition Chamber of Commerce was Qinji Hall. The mysterious Chamber of Commerce was backed by formation scrolls. On the surface, the two chambers of commerce were on par, so their influence would naturally increase. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. As for the auction, the time has not been decided yet. Lin Fei said faintly, however, it won't be later than this year. As for the location of the auction, it will be announced to the public. Everyone just needs to pay attention. Everyone was disappointed. This was as good as not saying anything at all. However, the only fortunate thing was that the auction of the array scrolls would definitely be held this year. Thinking about it, it wouldn't take too long, which was more or less good news. Sir, may I know which faction you represent? These words once again attracted everyone's attention. I didn't intend to tell you, but since you asked, I might as well tell you that the force behind me is no stranger to you. It's called the Avengers. Lin Fei said, and I'm just one of the messengers. Uproar. An uproar broke out in the void. The Avengers. Who didn't know this name? Back then, he had caused quite a stir in the Tsang Lang Star Zone, and even the Expeditionary Guards had been mobilized, but in the end, there was nothing to show for it. No one expected that the people from the Avengers would appear today. The most unbelievable thing was that this person was an errand boy. What kind of joke was this? He killed the Schweb brothers and sealed a young master of the Qinquan sect so casually. If he was an errand boy, then how strong was the Avengers? Everyone's expressions in the void were all seen by Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei wanted to raise the banner of the Avengers. From now on, he wanted to build it into a unique force. Fortunately, this star zone had a certain say. When everyone heard that the person who came was from the Avengers, their attitudes changed. At the very least, they were full of mystery about this force. What a great Avengers! They developed the array scrolls without anyone knowing. What a great thing! They fulfilled the dreams of countless people. While everyone was still in shock, the people from the Nangong family appeared. He's here. Isn't that the head of the Nangong family? Isn't he in seclusion? How rare. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes appeared under the crowd. He was the head of the Nangong family of the imperial capital. He was a peak expert who had reached the 9th stage. This head of the Nangong family had made a great contribution to the #1 family in the empire. Everyone knew that the head of the Nangong family was a freak. He had shown a super strong cultivation talent since birth. When he reached middle age, he had already reached the 9th stage. The appearance of the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Di Hao, was unexpected to many people. A 9th stage professional expert. Such an expert could suppress more than 10 8th-stage professional experts by himself. If one wanted to defeat a 9th-stage professional expert, at least one 9th-stage professional expert would be needed. The moment Nangong Di Hao appeared, he displayed a terrifying aura. A 9th-stage professional expert? Lin Fei didn't expect such a big fish to jump out. So far, the strongest was the great Emperor Yuanzhong. His battle power was over 1 billion. This Nangong Di Hao was the second 9th-stage professional expert. I'm just an errand boy. I didn't expect that the head of the Nangong family would also come. Lin Fei was still as calm as before. Even if a 9th-stage professional expert came, they wouldn't be able to take him down. Nangong Di Hao couldn't sit still anymore. When Nangong Di Hao found out that the other party had a special sealing scroll, he knew that the future was going to change. With a formation scroll, experts of the same realm would be able to use their trump cards at any time. That would become a nightmare for experts. Nangong Di Hao didn't believe that the other party was just an errand boy. What he couldn't see through was that the other party had not revealed his realm. From the start until now, the other party had only used the formation scroll to attack. Your Excellency is really interesting. I wonder if our Nangong family has the qualifications to invite Your Excellency to our Nangong family? Nangong Dihao invited. Everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. The dignified head of the Nangong family invited the other party as a guest. This was too big of a face. It was very rare for Nangong Dihao to take the initiative to invite someone. Moreover, it was in public. What does your Nangong family's invitation count for? Our Long family is very interested in Your Excellency. I wonder if Your Excellency can come to our humble home? An even more tyrannical voice suppressed Nangong Dihao. Another giant appeared from the void. When this giant appeared, a boundless, baleful aura surged out, making everyone gasp for breath. Long Junwei is here. Heavens! Isn't he the head of the Long family? To domineering. Chapter 2457. The Nangong family's people appeared first, then the Long family's people appeared. Moreover, they were all patriarchs. The meaning was completely different. The various forces hiding in the void nearby had their horizons widened. It was very rare for a mysterious person to attract the attention of two patriarchs under normal circumstances. The Long family's patriarch, Long Junwei, was much more domineering than Nangong Dihao. The invisible pressure was like a mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Only the Long family dared to not put the other party in their eyes in public. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Two patriarchs appeared one after another, and they were both at the 9th stage profession realm. It was impossible not to be shocked. Originally, he thought that he would just kill some small guys, but with the appearance of these two patriarchs, the nature was different. In any case, the matter about the Avengers would definitely spread throughout the Empire tomorrow. Long Junwei did not give the other party any face by snatching people in public. Long Junwei, what do you mean by this? Nangong Yuming, who was beside Nangong Dihao, was the first to criticize. To be able to criticize a top overlord with this identity was completely different. Ordinary people really did not have the courage to do so. Nangong Yuming, what are you shouting for? Only your Nangong family is allowed to invite, but our Long family can't? If you have the ability, come out and spar with us. Let's see who is stronger. The one who criticized Nangong Yuming was Long Batian, who was also a genius of the Long family. The Nangong family and the Long family had always been at odds with each other. No matter where or what occasion it was, there would always be a fight. Both sides wanted to suppress each other. Today you suppress me, tomorrow I suppress you. If nothing happened on that day, then everything would be abnormal. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei did not stop it. It was precisely because of this that the disciples of the Long family were obviously more powerful than the other disciples, especially the disciples of the Long family. They would not care about anything and would attack whenever they wanted. Therefore, in the entire circle of the imperial capital, the disciples of the Long family were the worst to provoke. If you offended them, you could only blame it on your bad luck. At the same time, the Long family was also very protective. Many families in the imperial capital had suffered at the hands of the Long family. After that, they did not dare to say anything for fear of offending the Long family. The two big families would not care about the competition between the younger generation. Even on such an occasion, they had no intention of stopping it. The two family heads were looking at the mysterious man. No matter what this mysterious man said, he must have a position in the mysterious Avengers. If he left a good impression in advance, he might be able to make a deal. This was also the reason why the two patriarchs came over personally after hearing about it. The existence of the mysterious Avengers was worthy of their presence. Since the Nangong clan and the Long clan are here, our Su clan will also join in the fun. Lin Fei, who had been very calm all this while, revealed a smile on his face. Another top faction had arrived. This was even more interesting. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei looked at each other as if they were discussing something. The Su family was also a top-tier family. In the entire imperial capital, there were 3 top families: the Nangong family, the Long family, and the Su family. Now that 2 families had come, the other family would definitely come and join the fun. Su Tingxing's appearance was ordinary. He did not have any domineering aura. His aura was not strong. He had a mustache that was shining brightly. With one look, anyone could tell that this Su family head was an expert in scheming. Brother Nangong, Brother Long, our Su family would like to join in the fun. You don't have any objections, right? Su Tingxing was beaming like an old fox. No, no, Nangong Dihao laughed. In his heart, he was cursing shameless. Since you are here, who would dare to chase you away? Long Junwei coldly snorted. He did not want to interact with the other party. In their opinion, the Su family was full of old foxes. If they were not old foxes, then they were little foxes. They only knew how to scheme all day long. In the blink of an eye, 3 family heads appeared. Their goal was the same. They wanted to form a relationship with Lin Fei. These 3 families, including the royal family, had not appeared yet. When they appeared together, it would be very interesting. Right now, everyone was waiting to see how the mysterious person would choose. Which family would he go to? If anyone could form a relationship with the mysterious person, maybe in the future, no family would be able to shake their position as the #1 family. At the beginning, no one could see the situation. But after a long time, everyone understood and exclaimed that it was inconceivable. A mystical formation scroll could affect the power structure of all the major powers. This kind of thing might not happen even once in a lifetime, but they had encountered it. Many people who were purely here to watch the fun rejoiced that they had come. In the future, this would be something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. 3 family heads had appeared to invite a mysterious person. This kind of thing would be amazing if they boasted about it. In the future, who would dare to say that they had not seen the world? Our Su family is sincerely inviting you to be our guest. Su Tangxing was beaming. He had a harmless look on his face. Lin Fei was not interested in being a guest to the 3 family heads. He was very clear about his identity and strength. If he really went, he would definitely be eaten up by them. Lin Fei shook his head and said in a serious manner, Patriarchs of the 3 great clans, VIPs of the Empire, I am extremely honored that the 3 of you have invited me. However, I am only one person. It will be troublesome for me to go to any one of your clans. Continue pretending. When the 3 family heads heard this, they were not surprised at all. If he really wanted to go to one of the 3 families, they would doubt his sincerity. Lin Fei continued, If I go to any one of your families, I will offend one of them. I have not learned the doppelganger technique, so it would not be nice to do it. In that case, why don't we change the method? As long as one of you can convince me, I will go to your family as a guest. What do the 3 of you think? The 3 family heads were slightly stunned. Obviously, they did not expect the other party to say this. You are very arrogant. Our Long family is giving you face, and you dare to say this. Long Batian shouted angrily. Do you really think that you are invincible? Our Long family can crush you with one finger. It will not be a problem for you to die 100 times. The people from a Long family could not hide their thoughts and directly scolded him. Long Batian's words more or less represented the Long family's intention. The 3 family heads invited you because they were giving you face, but you did not know what was good for you and proposed an alternative method. Obviously, you did not put the 3 families in your eyes. No one had ever dared to do this, but today someone did it. Chapter 2458. Su Tingxing had always been good at scheming. No matter what the other party's motive was, if he could test the other party's strength, he would bring it back. Shameless? The Su family had done this many times. Heavenly Fist. Su Tingxing was extremely cunning. As the sound of his voice faded, he immediately punched out. His movements were inconceivably fast. A gigantic human-shaped phantom descended from above, and with a single punch, the space around it crumbled unceasingly. Just this move alone was enough to make everyone remember how powerful a 9th transition occupation was. This was the most ordinary move of a 9th transition expert. It did not involve the ability of a 9th transition occupation. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei cursed Su Tangxing's shamelessness in their hearts. He actually dared to make a move. Was he trying to be the first to act? At this time, they could only watch as the other party made a move. If they made a move, they would become a big joke. However, the 2 of them had made up their minds. Once the mysterious person could not hold on any longer, They would stop him and not allow the old Fox Tingxing to leave. I want to see how capable you are as an Avenger. Su Tingxing wanted to test the other party's strength. A punch that could collapse the void had the strength of an 8th transition occupation. If the power of an 8th transition occupation could not block it, Su Tingxing did not want to make a move. Such a person was not qualified. On the other side, Lin Fei was not relaxed. At the same time, a battle intent surged. After being in this star field for so long, I can finally fight with a 9th transition expert. Originally, I could only deal with a group of small characters. With the 3 patriarchs of the top families, I can save a lot of time. In the future, the top auctions will be a hit. Lin Fei flicked his finger. Several scrolls flew out and formed a huge barrier. One layer after another, densely packed, formed a natural barrier. As the other party's giant silhouette pressed down, the natural barriers shattered with loud booms. Even before the giant silhouette came into contact with them, the barriers shattered on their own. The strength of the giant silhouette was unprecedented. In just a short moment, it had shattered hundreds of barriers. However, even though the giant silhouette seemed to be very close to Lin Fei's position, it was as if the end of the world was right in front of him. The Heavenly Fist is rumored to be the #1 fist technique of the Su family. It is indeed domineering. You want to stop me with this barrier? How miraculous! A mere natural barrier was able to block the Su family's sagely Heavenly Fist and exhaust the enemy's attack. This is good stuff. When everyone thought that the mysterious man was going to be defeated, the natural barrier began to work. It blocked the attacks one after another, which was beyond everyone's imagination. From this, everyone could see one thing. The mysterious Avengers did indeed have a powerful and terrifying array scroll in their hands. For example, the attack in front of him had the might of an 8th transition expert at the very least. Yet, it was easily blocked by a formation scroll. That mysterious person did not seem to be struggling at all. Because of this, there were countless people who wanted to buy the array scroll. With this array formation scroll, he would be able to save his life. If everyone couldn't see this clearly, then they should just bang their heads against the wall. As long as they weren't idiots, they could see it clearly. There was no need for any doubt. The power of the array scroll was obvious to all. Family Head Su, I wonder how powerful my array scroll is. Lin Fei stood under the natural barrier and asked. Su Tingxing was very surprised. A natural barrier formed by a few scrolls had such a strong defense. It was quite unexpected. He had already acknowledged the terrifying power of the array scroll. Good stuff, really good stuff. When I used the Heavenly Fist, even an 8th transition expert would have to use all their strength to block it. You blocked it with just the array scroll. You are indeed very amazing. Su Tingxing thought. He wanted to see what other array scrolls this mysterious man had and what his bottom line was. Next, I will use a heavy hand. Please be careful. From the Heavenly Fist, Su Tingxing knew that it would be very difficult to defeat the mysterious man if he did not show some ability. Only by forcing the mysterious man to use his trump card, the array scroll, would he be able to win. At Su Tingxing's position, he was very accurate in judging people. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious man had not used the slightest bit of energy in his body. He was sure that the mysterious man had been using array scrolls. It was the first time Su Tingxing heard that an expert could be created using array scrolls. Moreover, the mysterious man was standing in front of him. This was definitely a miracle. There was no second miracle in the entire empire. Many thank for Family Head Su's reminder. I'm already prepared. You can make your move. Lin Fei flicked the array scroll again. Each scroll condensed into a saber, a spear, a sword, and a giant axe, and slashed towards Su Tingxing. Lin Fei made the first move. Good heavens, this mysterious man's attack is actually at the 8th transition expert's level. Long Junwei was shocked. He originally thought that the mysterious man's defense was unparalleled, but now it seemed that it wasn't just that. This was a true combination of attack and defense. Nangong Dihao wasn't any better. This mysterious man didn't have any aura. If he really wanted to ambush someone, 9 out of 10 people would fall for it. No matter what, We must form a relationship with this mysterious Avengers alliance. If our Nangong family doesn't have array scrolls, Nangong Dihao didn't dare to think further. While the two patriarchs were deep in thought, Su Tongxing attacked again. His sagely heavenly fist was like a fierce tiger. Wherever his fist wind passed, all the attacks were destroyed. They were no threat to him at all. There is no need to doubt the strength of a 9th-stage advancement powerhouse. Mental double kill. Su Tongxing squinted his eyes. His powerful mental energy was like two blades, slashing towards Lin Fei's forehead. This was Su Tongxing's true attack because he was an expert with a special profession, mental energy master. Fox Su's mental energy has become stronger. It's getting harder to deal with him. Long Junwei slightly frowned. I wonder if this brat can block it. When Su Tongxing's mental energy attack was launched, Lin Fei received a notification from the system. The opponent's mental energy attack was very powerful and could affect a small area. Lin Fei immediately constructed a defense in his mind. This was also to ensure his safety. His hands didn't stop moving and a red array scroll appeared. With a whoosh, he opened it. A disc opened up and kept spinning. When a mental energy attack hit the disc, a loud sound was heard. Bang, bang, bang. When the sound echoed, the surrounding people were completely affected. Ah, it's so painful. I can't hold on anymore. What's going on? Are my eyes blind? I can't see clearly. The people who were watching from afar fell from the sky. Chapter 2459. What happened just now? Why did my vision go black? I don't know what happened. It's too scary. We must have been hit by a secret spirit technique attack just now. Don't forget, Patriarch Su is a spirit master, a special profession. Unless you have a spirit treasure, you won't be able to block it. It can't be. That was a secret spirit technique attack just now. I didn't even have time to react before I fell from the sky. Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei let out a long roar and broke the broken spirit technique attack. Only then did everyone recover, but it was still very uncomfortable. They were so close to dying. This kind of attack is too scary. Everyone knows that Patriarch Su is powerful, but they really don't know how scary a spirit master is. Long Junwei and Nangong Dihao revealed a rare solemn expression. Even if it is them, it is not easy to block the attack of a spirit master. When facing a spirit master, they pay special attention to them and rarely offend them. Their attacks are invisible and colorless. Ordinary treasures can't block them. The mysterious person scroll gave them a big shock. It was blocked just like that, and it seems to be a special way to divert the attack. Looking at the situation of the surrounding people, it is obvious. Patriarch Su, what do you think of my revolving star passage scroll? Lin Fei said with a smile. From the moment Spirit Double Kill hit the disc, Su Tongxing realized that something bad was going to happen. Sure enough, the attack was diverted and was shared by the surrounding people. Patriarch Su, try taking a spirit technique attack from me. Lin Fei took out a scroll and opened it. Patriarch Su's expression became especially grave. Spirit runes condensed in the void, but they couldn't block the attack of the opponent's scroll. One after another, the spirit runes shattered. Su Tongxing's body slightly trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Thanks for letting me win. Just now, no one had clearly seen the array formation scroll secret technique attack. Only two people present saw it clearly. One is Nangong Dihao, and the other is Long Junwei. Only people of their realm can see the secret of the scroll. Brother Long, we still underestimated the Avengers. Nangong Dihao said. Long Junwei rarely lost his temper and nodded his head. Too mystical. A spiritual attack was condensed inside an array scroll. This attack is incomparably condensed and is truly the first choice for killing. Even old Fox Su suffered a great loss, and his own spiritual runes were heavily damaged. That mysterious person is not simple. Su Tongxing was a spirit master of special profession, and he had indeed suffered a great loss in the confrontation. Even if they were to fight against him, they might not be able to withstand it, and they would always have to pay a certain price. Su Tongxing's face was a little pale. He had indeed been injured by that pure spiritual imprint. He had dominated the world for many years, but he did not expect to suffer such a big loss here. The shattering of spiritual runes would take a long time to recover. From this moment on, Su Tingxing no longer dared to underestimate this mysterious man and the mysterious avengers behind him. Sire's strength is unfathomable. I am sincerely convinced. Although Su Tingxing did not use his full strength, after seeing the opponent's spiritual imprint attack, there is no need for him to exchange pointers anymore. However, whether Brother Nangong and Brother Long are convinced or not, I don't know. Su Tingxing lost in the spiritual imprint, but he also pulled the two family heads up. Lin Fei witnessed family head Su's eloquence. He had suffered a loss, but he still pulled the other two along. Truly interesting. Family head Nangong, family head Long, what about you two? No matter if it was Nangong Dihao or Long Junwei, both of them cursed the other party countless times in their hearts. They are simply shameless to the extreme. At this time, if they do not make a move, Old Fox Su will definitely spread the news and thus affect the reputation of the two families. Others might not do it, but who is Old Fox Su? He will definitely spread the news. He's just like this. As an enemy of many years, how can he not know his character? Long Junwei stood up first. Sire has a good method. Old Fox Su has not suffered a loss for a long time. This is truly satisfying. Su Tingxing's expression darkened. It would be strange if he could be happy after being scolded by Long Junwei's big mouth. He wished he could immediately stuff Long Junwei's big mouth. Our Long family is a natural fighting family. You can injure Old Fox Su with a formation scroll. I, Long Junwei, also want to give it a try. Long Junwei laughed heartily. Please advise me. Roar. Long Junwei let out a long roar. Heaven and earth trembled. Within 10,000 li, the roar is endless and boundless. At this moment, everyone feels as if their divine soul is about to leave their body. They're truly terrified. They're deeply aware of the prestige of a fighting family. Nangong Dihao waved his hand and set up a vacuum zone, isolating the might of the roar. Nangong family's disciples also have lingering fear. They all know that Long Junwei is powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. If this was a fight with a loud roar, no matter how many lives they have, it would be useless. Father, is this the sound wave martial art of the Long family, Dragon Roar? Nangong Baiming asked in a low voice. That's right, it is the Dragon Clan's Dragon Roar. Now you know how powerful it is. Nangong Dihao said, in the future, when you meet people from the Long family, you must be faster than them. This move is impossible to defend against. Do you understand? Nangong Baiming nodded. Many thanks for Father's reminder. Dragon Roar is the most famous attack of the Long family. Only those with the physique of the Dragon Clan can fully activate it and display its perfect might. Outsiders can at most display 20 to 30% of its might. Long Junwei's Dragon Roar is aimed at the mysterious person. The people in the vicinity are only affected, but it also makes them realize how terrifying it is. They don't dare to imagine how the mysterious person is going to resist it. Go! Lin Fei took out another scroll. After tearing it open, a loud roar suddenly spread out. Everyone present is shaken to the point that they are bleeding from their 7 orifices. It is a tragic sight to behold. Bang! When the two attacks collide, the entire heaven and earth is filled with endless rumbling sounds. Nangong Dihao and Su Tingxing immediately unleashed their auras and formed a barrier. The huge impact caused ripples to appear on the barrier. The people standing behind them are trembling and on the verge of collapse. They have an expression as if they have seen a ghost, and their pupils are shrinking in fear. They have never seen such a terrifying attack before. That loud roar is not inferior to the Long family's Dragon Roar. It is also incomparably tyrannical. Neither side gives way. They keep colliding until they finally disappear. Dragon Claw. Long Junwei's attack failed, so he attacked again. A huge void hand grabbed over and crushed down like a mountain. This is another powerful hand martial art of the Long family. Chapter 2460. Long family's battle strength is famous for being powerful. In everyone's opinion, the battle between Long Junwei and this mysterious person will be very exciting. In a direct confrontation, Long Junwei is even stronger than Su Tingxing by a lot. Cough, cough, cough. Long Junwei's straight body slightly trembled. Spirit imprint, truly a well-deserved reputation. It's impossible to guard against. Hearing this, everyone is startled. Did he just lose? Thanks for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. A single formation scroll settled the battle with Long Junwei, even if it was just a simple exchange of pointers. Long Junwei wholeheartedly accepted his loss. The opponent used Spirit Imprint. This thing is not easy to resist. Moreover, the opponent's Spirit Imprint attack is completely above Su Tingxing's. It can release absolute power in an instant. Long Junwei's physical defense is very strong, but he still fell for it. He realized how terrifying the opponent is. If he uses a dozen Spirit Imprint scrolls at once, everyone will definitely be afraid and tremble in fear. Even if Long Junwei is a 9th-stage professional ranker, even if he uses his full strength, he won't be able to defeat the opponent. The mysterious person who controls the formation scrolls is truly too terrifying. What the opponent is displaying now is just the tip of the iceberg. Nangong Dihao subconsciously trembled in his heart. He clearly saw the attack just now. That is clearly a Spirit Imprint attack. Only a Spirit Treasure can block it. Your Excellency is truly capable. An ability that ordinary people can't display is like a toy in your hands. Truly an eye-opener. Nangong Dihao praised. At this time, Nangong Dihao is very clear that if he doesn't make a move, it will be impossible. Everyone is paying attention to him. I also want to experience a Spirit Imprint attack. Can you let me experience it? Nangong Dihao made a starting gesture. As you wish. Lin Fei tore another formation scroll, and the same spiritual imprint attack landed heavily on Nangong Dihao's body. It was like an antelope hanging its horns. It was untraceable and landed heavily on Nangong Dihao's body. Even if he is already prepared, Nangong Dihao's body slightly trembled. Spirit Imprint, truly a well-deserved reputation. Nangong Dihao has no choice but to admit that this kind of Spirit Imprint attack is a lot stronger than Su Tingxing's Spirit Secret Technique attack. It is truly an invincible technique. A single spiritual imprint scroll was already difficult to bear. If there were 8 to 10 of them, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Lin Fei cupped his hands again. He realized that Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei weren't as bold as he had imagined. They were also proficient in scheming. Although he was defeated, he would lose more face than Su Tingxing. Su Tingxing's expression sank once more, and his gaze flickered. He clearly didn't expect Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei to use such a method. They didn't go all out like he had expected. All right, everyone has seen the power of the array formation scroll. There should be no one who wants to stop me from leaving. A voice that was not very loud rang out in everyone's ears at this moment. Stop him? Who had the guts to do that? Everyone could clearly see that even the 3 clan heads had suffered a small loss, which showed how terrifying the mysterious person with the formation scroll was. Even if the other party did not reveal his aura, no one dared to underestimate his ability to kill. At the same time, many people started to look for array formation scrolls. This was a powerful expert that didn't require strength at all. For those clans, this was an opportunity to create experts. Needless to say, everyone was looking forward to this grand auction in the future. At the same time, everyone remembered the mysterious Avengers Alliance. The mysterious person left. The 3 clan heads didn't stop him and allowed him to leave. They were all smart people. Exchanging pointers was fine, but they weren't willing to fight to the death. They were all smart people, and smart people wouldn't foolishly be fooled. Those people are purely courting death. Nangong Dihao coldly snorted. He turned around and left, leaving behind a few cold words. Long Junwei tyrannically smiled and also left. Long Junwei had always been straightforward in doing things. A loss was a loss. Similarly, he was also a smart person and would never take risks. Others might be fooled, but he didn't. Clan head, should we arrange people to chase after that guy? An elder on Su Tingxing's side asked for his opinion. Looking at the departing back view of the mysterious person, Su Tingxing's expression fluctuated. A mysterious person and a mysterious array formation scroll. It was impossible to say that Su Tingxing was scared stiff. Originally, he hoped that Nangong Dihao and Long Junwei would fight with the mysterious person until the heaven and earth shook. It would be best if they suffered heavy injuries. No matter who suffered heavy injuries in the end, he would be the one to benefit. However, the result was disappointing. If there were only his people here, Su Tingxing would definitely not let the mysterious person leave. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that now. Follow him personally. You are not allowed to make a move. Su Tingxing ordered. I don't believe that person can really carry so many array formation scrolls. We can't go all out. There are still many forces in the empire that want to become famous. Ambition can make people crazy. I want to see how that mysterious person can resist. The three great clans were the top forces in the empire. They weren't the only ones in the empire. Some clans and sects united together, and their influence was not inferior to them. At this time, they didn't make a move. Undoubtedly, they were planning to take advantage of the situation. Now that they haven't seen any benefits, they will definitely make a move personally. Clan head, I will go immediately. Lin Fei kept changing his position in the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, he seemed to be worried about something. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived at the edge of the expedition starfield. As long as he left the expedition starfield, he would be able to go to another starfield. At this time, Lin Fei was in a very remote place in the starfield. Suddenly, Lin Fei stopped. After following me for so long, come out. Even if you don't feel tired, I will. Lin Fei stood on a boulder with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked very relaxed. Why don't you want to come out? Then I won't be polite. Voila! A formation scroll was torn open, and a bright light spread out from the inside. It was like a formless killing intent, and it seeped into the surrounding void tens of thousands of miles away. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, black figures fell out of the void like rain. There were actually more than 100 people. This person doesn't have many array formation scrolls on him. Everyone kill. Since we were discovered, attack. Catch this guy. After these people were forced to show themselves, they did not hesitate to attack the mysterious person. In the distance, people kept rushing over, forming a dark mass. The forces of the imperial capital really deserve their reputation. You can create such a group of killers in such a short time. But do you really think I am so weak? Lin Fei's killing intent rose. He took out an array formation scroll unhurriedly. Chapter 2461. Many forces were unwilling to let this mysterious person leave. Even if this person represented the mysterious Avengers Alliance, in their eyes, they were only there to scare people. Who knew their true strength? Who knew if they were using their connections to intimidate others? The possibility of that was very high. Other than that, this was the imperial capital. Even if the experts of the Avengers Alliance came for revenge, they would not dare to cause trouble in the imperial capital. If the expeditionary guards were forced to mobilize, there would be no place for them to hide. It was precisely because of this reason that these forces dared to ambush him. Risks and benefits coexisted. A dense mass of enemies, at least 1,000 of them, continuously besieged them. It was rare for them to gather together, and they all had one goal, which was to get the array scroll in the other's hands. If they could capture the other party, that would be the best. Benefits could form a group. This was undoubtedly the situation now. Those people were unwilling to let the mysterious person leave. With a few words, they joined forces to besiege this mysterious person. All of them were experts of the fifth transition. When those people's attacks came, they all landed in front of the mysterious person's mirror. Everyone's attacks strangely changed direction and returned to the mysterious person. The first wave had already caused hundreds of people to suffer, all of them killed by their own attacks. Those who dodged quickly were also hit by the densely packed attacks. The scene became chaotic. The power of a single array formation scroll was enough to make them suffer. Lin Fei had no intention of letting them go so easily. Blood would always bring great pressure and fear to people. Go! Lin Fei flicked his finger once more, causing towering flames to descend, landing in the midst of the enemies. Raging flames incinerated the heavens, turning the battlefield into a sea of fire. All sorts of miserable screams rang out. In front of the raging flames, all of them seemed extremely weak. One by one, they were burned into nothingness. Retreat. This is at least the attack of a seventh transition. This fire is very strange. Everyone run. In front of the flames, everyone was terrified. The flames were too terrifying. Once the flames came, there was no way for them to resist, and they were burned to death. They were considered to be somewhat powerful in the Empire, but in front of these flames, they felt helpless for the first time. Lin Fei walked in the flames, and the enemies died one by one. Those who were slightly stronger relied on their treasures to barely hold on. However, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of the flames and were burned to death in just a few breaths. Frostpalm. Amidst the flames, a seventh job transition expert charged out. His entire body was covered in cold air, forcefully blocking the flames. When Lin Fei neared him, he unleashed his most ferocious attack. This palm strike landed on Lin Fei's barrier, but did not budge at all. The opponent's full-powered palm strike was useless. The flames tore through the cold air, burning this seventh job transition expert to death. Is it enough just because we have more people? Lin Fei looked up into the void and shot out 5 formation scrolls. There was a huge commotion in the air before everything quietened down. Everyone knew that there was a huge commotion in the air. Those 5 formation scrolls were extremely terrifying and powerful. The fire stopped, and there was no one on the scene. No one knew when the mysterious man had disappeared. Those who followed along the way to see what was going on were glad that they were far away, or else they would have been burnt alive. All that was left of the place was a scorched land, emitting a burnt smell. The mountains had also been burnt into nothingness. Over 1,000 people had fallen here, and among them were dozens of seventh job professionals. With so many of them, it would be more than enough to deal with an 8th job professional. However, he had suffered a huge setback because of this mysterious man. Go back and report. This is a big deal. Thousands of experts were killed by the experts of the Avengers. This mysterious man is too scary. In the air, a girl in a palace dress revealed a trace of shock. From a moment the mysterious man defeated the 3 clan heads to the moment he left, the young lady in the palace gown had been following him. In the end, she left right under his nose, disappearing without a trace. What a powerful technique. Using the sky full of flames to block the detection of divine sense, he managed to escape right under our noses. What a skill. Moreover, there was not even a trace of fluctuation. Could it be the power of the scroll again? Fan Liu kept thinking, and in the end, she felt that the possibility was very high. This guy is too cunning, creating such a show. Everyone has miscalculated. However, the flames are indeed powerful. They seem to be at the level of a 7th job professional, but they are no weaker than an 8th job professional. If the Empire had such a flame scroll, it would be much easier to deal with the demon god Empire. Fan Liu did not stay for long. She decided to get in touch with Lin Fei again. It would be best if she could get some secrets out of him. He escaped? The 5th prince had always felt that everything was under his control. After witnessing the true power of the formation scroll, he had decided to get his hands on it no matter what. However, he had not expected the mysterious man to leave right under his nose. There was nothing more infuriating than this. B. Astor starred. How did you guys keep an eye on him? How could he escape like this? As a member of the royal family, the 5th prince naturally could not snatch him away in public. He had been preparing to do it privately, but he had not expected such a situation. Investigate. Thoroughly investigate for me. This emperor wants to know where this person went. With a big fire, the other party disappeared. The 5th prince, Fan Qinglong, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Your Highness, the appearance of this Avengers alliance is not simple, a man in black beside Fan Qinglong said in a low voice. Speak. Fan Qinglong's tone toward the man beside him had changed considerably. How is it not simple? The man in black said slowly, Your Highness, no one knows what kind of existence the Avengers Alliance is. The most frightening thing is that our Expeditionary Guard, and even Your Highness's intelligence agency, do not know anything about their establishment. Your Highness, what force do you think can control themselves to the point where they do not let any news out? Then, this mysterious Avengers Alliance should have been pushed out by a force with a long history, and they want to change this world. Fan Qinglong's expression changed slightly. As a member of the royal family, he was well aware of the situation in the Star Domain. It might seem peaceful, but in reality, it was not. This time, the appearance of the Avengers was like a huge **T stirring up chaos in the originally peaceful world. Once the news spread, those hidden powers would definitely show themselves. I have to go back and make preparations. Fan Qinglong took a deep breath. He also felt a hint of pressure, which was something that rarely happened. It's a pity that the other party has left. I can only wait for the next auction. Chapter 2462. The reappearance of the Avengers caused an uproar in the Empire. Countless people gasped when they saw that they had killed thousands of experts with a single fire. The mysterious man's name was also spread like wildfire. The imperial capital was an important place where news was flying everywhere. As long as you could think of any gossip, you could hear it in the imperial capital. Among them, there was a piece of gossip that people cared about the most. Whoever mastered the method of making array scrolls would be able to become a great expert in the Empire. Everyone believed this piece of news without a doubt. The mysterious man did not have any aura and was just like an ordinary person. People couldn't help but think that the mysterious man's cultivation level should not be too high. However, with the array scrolls in his hands, he was able to make the three patriarchs suffer a small loss. Such a shocking performance was all because of the array scrolls. This piece of news made countless people see hope. The appearance of the array formation scrolls also raised the reputation of the Expedition Chamber of Commerce to the next level. The big shots from the other star fields of the Empire who did not come were all filled with regret. They had missed a chance to broaden their horizons. The Expedition Chamber of Commerce also became lively. Everyone wanted to know when the Expedition Chamber of Commerce would hold an auction. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to come across such a treasure next time. Some people also asked about the mysterious man's whereabouts, which made the Expedition Chamber of Commerce miserable. There was no use in explaining, so everyone assumed that the Expedition Chamber of Commerce knew the secret. Another array master suddenly became popular. With the appearance of the array scrolls, the identity of array masters became even more distinguished. In everyone's opinion, no one else could make array scrolls except array masters. Once the method of making array scrolls was made public, array masters would become even more popular. The array masters had to thank the mysterious Avengers. Those array masters who had not joined any forces became popular. The major forces all extended an olive branch and prepared to recruit a group of array masters in advance. However, there was one thing that made them unhappy. Why wasn't the Array Master Union the one who researched the array scrolls? This caused many people to criticize them and doubt their ability. They were also bitter. On one hand, they were grateful to the mysterious force, but on the other hand, they were cursing those people for not being so high profile. Not long after, the Array Master Union released news that they were seeking cooperation with the Avengers. They said that they could research the array scrolls together to better promote the array scrolls and set a new trend. However, many people in the Empire believed this and felt that the cooperation between the Avengers and the Array Master Union would bring about a better outcome. The Expeditionary Guards of the Empire also began to move. It was a mysterious and extremely threatening force, yet the Expeditionary Guard didn't know about it. This was a serious dereliction of duty, and there was a lot of opposition within the royal family. The Expeditionary Guard was collecting information everywhere, and the Songlang Star region became the focus of their investigation. That was the place where the Avengers first appeared. The boss of the Expeditionary Guard also gave a death order. Even if they had to turn the entire empire upside down, they had to find the Avengers. He wanted to know everything about this organization. As a unique force in the expedition to the Empire, Tianji Hall also held a meeting. The top management of Tianji Hall had all arrived. This time, the Heavenly Secrets Hall brought back the Array Formation Scroll. At the beginning, the people of the Heavenly Secrets Hall didn't believe in this kind of technology. Their Heavenly Secrets Hall was still researching it, but it was a pity that they didn't make any progress. What other power could be more powerful than them and be able to research the complete Array Formation Scroll? After activating one Array Scroll, the entire top management of Tianji Hall was shocked. Looking at the remaining Array Scrolls, they were so shocked that their faces turned red like hungry wolves. Therefore, the few remaining Array Scrolls were taken by the Array Masters to study and analyze in an attempt to crack the secrets within. This time, they were destined to be disappointed. The magic of the Array Scrolls was completely beyond their imagination. Many of the principles within were refreshing. It turned out that Array Scrolls could be arranged in such a way. The most peculiar thing was that the material used for the Array Scrolls was a material that they had never seen before. After confirming it, everyone was dumbfounded. The material used for the Array Scrolls was an indispensable part of the Array Scrolls. However, even though Tianji Hall had collected all kinds of materials from the vast thousand domains, there was no such material. They didn't even know the name of the material. This was a huge blow to the research team of Tianji Hall. The people of Tianji Hall were unwilling to give up. One after another, they carried out experiments, but the results were all failures. The first step of building the array runes was a big problem. In the end, they thought it was a problem with the materials. After thousands of failures in a row, they helplessly expressed that they were temporarily unable to make the array scrolls. The difficulty of making the array scrolls is completely beyond our imagination. We don't know where the Avengers got them from. Our research team is not the best in the world. However, when it comes to array research, if we say we are second, no one would dare to say they are first. But the leader of the research team was a white-haired old man. He was an array master, Zhang Tianhe. At this moment, he shook his head. His old face was filled with helplessness. Unless we can grasp the other party's materials or research it, there is no hope in the short term. Master Zhang, is it really impossible? A middle-aged elder sitting at the head of the table asked. They were very concerned about whether or not they could research the array scrolls. This involved the influence of Tianji Hall. Several of the top sect leaders of the upper echelons had discussed that the appearance of the Avengers would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. They might even be targeting Tianji Hall. Who didn't know that the things produced by Tianji Hall covered the two great empires and even the ancient desolation world? It could be said that Tianji Hall's influence was unquestionable. Now, the Avengers were planning to use the array scrolls to step on them. This was unacceptable. They were even worried that the research capabilities of the Avengers were not limited to array scrolls. If they were to intervene in other areas, it would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. This was also the reason why Tianji Hall couldn't wait to crack the array scrolls. Tianji Hall felt the pressure. Everyone pricked up their ears. Zhang Tianhe laughed bitterly. It's difficult. According to our standards, it is extremely difficult to truly research the array scrolls. We might not even be able to replicate a perfect array scroll in 100 years. However, the array scrolls of the Avengers have given us some inspiration. We can use this to research a batch of low-grade array scrolls. We are temporarily unable to research the high-grade array scrolls. Low-grade array scrolls had more or less saved some face. It wasn't to say that they had gained nothing. The three sect leaders sitting at the head of the table looked very calm. If one observed carefully, one could see a trace of dissatisfaction. Chapter 2463. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Fei was already hiding in the Emperor Peak and studying the teleportation formation. That day, Lin Fei had left quietly with the help of the towering flames. No one had noticed him. After that incident, Lin Fei could clearly see the changes in their expressions. The system is awesome. Deep under the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei had opened up a huge secret base. Formations were set up both inside and outside. Even if a ninth transformation professional expert were to barge in, he would be turned into ashes. At this moment, a huge teleportation formation was similar to the one from back then. A large group of people had started to assemble it. In order to make the teleportation formation, Lin Fei had spent a lot of time. Not far away, there was a mountain of materials for the teleportation formation. For the sake of these materials, Lin Fei had used the system's energy units to create all of them. The huge amount of energy units made his heart ache. In another 7 or 8 days, the setup should be almost complete. Lin Fei came to the teleportation formation almost every day. Suddenly, the little devil sent a message. Master, congratulations. You are now wanted by Tianji Hall. Although the little devil had been focusing on the secret base, he had been collecting information through special creatures. Even if he didn't leave the Emperor Peak that day, he would still know about the situation in the capital. I'm wanted by Tianji Hall? What does that mean? Lin Fei opened the system and went to the place where the information was recorded. As expected, he saw an obvious message. It turned out that a few days ago, Tianji Hall had announced to the public that the teleportation formation scroll was the secret achievement of the Avengers who had stolen Tianji Hall. They emphasized that the teleportation formation scroll was the achievement of Tianji Hall. The Avengers were despicable people who had secretly infiltrated Tianji Hall and seized the achievement. They had also killed everyone who knew about it. As a result, Tianji Hall had lost the method to make the teleportation formation scroll. Tianji Hall had announced this news and offered a reward for the Avengers. This news had shocked the entire Empire and the Demon God Empire. The bounty offered by Tianji Hall was so generous that everyone's eyes were red with envy. Killing a member of the Avengers would earn a bounty of an energy gun from Tianji Hall. Providing the location of the Avengers' lair would earn a short-distance teleportation formation. When the news about Tianji Hall came out, everyone believed it to be true. After all, everyone was clear about the capabilities of Tianji Hall. Almost everything that belonged to the two empires was produced by Tianji Hall. Array formation scrolls were also the main target of Tianji Hall, and it was only a matter of time before they came up with it. The Avengers, an existence that no one had ever heard of, might have really stolen it. For a time, everyone was looking for the Avengers. The underground black market also offered a high reward. Both the underworld and the underworld were looking for the Avengers. From time to time, strangers would appear in places that were usually deserted, looking for the Avengers. Tianji Hall sure has the guts to claim that the array formation scrolls are their own. A trace of killing intent flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Tianji Hall actually dared to spout venomous slander, and it immediately triggered the killing intent in his heart. This wave of bounties covered the two empires. Some hidden forces were also looking for the Avengers. They wanted to gain the friendship of Tianji Hall. Fortunately, I copied the teleportation formation. I was originally feeling guilty. After all, this is their thing. Since you want to steal the results, then I won't be polite. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he had listened to the little devil's suggestion and used brand new materials instead of the Empire's materials. Although he had spent a large amount of energy units, the benefits were immediately apparent. Tianji Hall is still quite capable. Through the array formation scrolls, they developed a low-level array formation scrolls. With a certain amount of evidence, they can guide the direction of public opinion, and all of them will point to the Avengers. What a good idea. One after another, they want the Avengers to be hated by everyone. Lin Fei was actually not angry. He had originally planned to take a walk around Tianji Hall, but their actions immediately made him lose interest. Tianji Hall was very amazing, but Lin Fei, who had the system, was even more amazing. As long as the data was recorded, it would be possible to perfectly replicate the item. In fact, as long as the data was changed, the quality of the product could be improved. There was no way that the Secrets Hall could compare to him. In the end, they would only suffer a crushing defeat, and the Secrets Hall would be reduced to an inferior existence. Since you're willing to play, then I will play with you. Let's see who will cry in the end. Tianji Hall's bounty was like a small matter in Lin Fei's eyes. 10 days later, Lin Fei once again stood in front of the teleportation matrix. A perfect teleportation matrix appeared in front of him. Compared to the teleportation matrix made by Tianji Hall, this teleportation matrix was several times better, be it in terms of performance or safety. This naturally consumed a large number of Lin Fei's energy units. Lin Fei did not want the teleportation matrix to have certain safety issues. Wasn't it just energy units? Gota Duo was not afraid of consumption. From now on, this teleportation matrix will be called Teleportation Matrix 1. Lin Fei was not good at naming things, so he simply labeled it with numbers. With Teleportation Matrix 1, there would be Teleportation Matrix 2, and then Teleportation Matrix 3. If the three masters of Tianji Hall were present at this time, they would definitely regret offending Lin Fei. Soon, a more perfect teleportation matrix would undoubtedly defeat Tianji Hall's teleportation matrix very quickly. Lin Fei really wanted to activate the teleportation matrix, but in the end, he resisted. Not for the time being. Although he would not be discovered, Lin Fei still decided to make another teleportation matrix to be on the safe side. Only then would it be perfect. Lin Fei had already decided where to put the second teleportation matrix. It would be on his fiefdom. Now was the time to go to his fiefdom. Lin Fei quickly applied to go out. Chen Yuanshan was the first to support it. Tests and the like were no longer a problem for Lin Fei. He seemed to be going through the motions, scaring those people into sucking in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei got the chance to go out as he wished. Little Lin, be careful when you go to your fiefdom. Recently, there has been a lot of friction between the Star Field and the Demon God Empire. Your fiefdom happens to be close to the border of the Demon God Empire. You'd better bring more people. If you don't have enough, I can provide some. Chen Yuanshan came to see him off and reminded him tactfully. Chen Yuanshan was now riding the crest of success. After Yin Zhongtian suffered a loss, he lost all his fortune and no longer had the right to speak in the formation department. Not long ago, he chose to go into seclusion. It was equivalent to giving up completely. Knowing that Lin Fei was going to his fiefdom, Chen Yuanshan specially came to see him off. He told Lin Fei what he knew so that he could be prepared in advance. Chapter 2464. On the outskirts of the capital, in a secluded villa, there were two people playing chess in a pavilion. They were chatting and laughing merrily, looking very leisurely. If Lin Fei were here, he would definitely recognize the person on the left. It was Yun Zhongqian, the formation great master who had left the formation department. The person sitting opposite him was Li Fengzheng, the vice dean of the academy. Yun, you're going to lose. Li Fengzheng raised his hand and put down a chess piece, trapping a dragon on the chessboard mountain. Yin Zhongtian put down the chess piece with a wry smile. Brotherly, your chess skills have improved recently. I'm no match for you anymore. I admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Li Fengzheng laughed. I won't be fooled if I'm calm. You haven't calmed down recently. When you recover, it won't be easy to beat you. Yin Zhongtian's face showed a ferocious expression, as if he was anxious. It's all because of that bastard Lin Fei. He hid his strength so well. Not only is he talented, but he's also good at formations. He helped Chen Yuanshan recover from his disadvantage. What a bastard. From being the leader of the arrays department to being forced to retire, everyone thought that he had lost to Chen Yuanshan. Who didn't know that Chen Yuanshan was riding the crest of success and was the number one in the arrays department? Those who had followed him in the past had all been taught a lesson. Even now, no one dared to get too close to him. Other than bitterness, Yin Zhongtian could only feel bitterness in his heart. He actually lost to that stinky brat. Up until now, he still couldn't figure out where Qin Wentian learned this formation from. Even now, he still couldn't think of a suitable method to break it. Yun, here's your chance. Li Fengzheng clapped his hands, and a servant came in. Tell me what you've heard. The old servant said, Master Yun, I just heard that Lin Fei, the newcomer king of Imperial College, has just left the academy and obtained the qualification to go out. He's going to the Wushuang Star area. The news is confirmed. All the teachers of Imperial College know about it. Dean Shun even went to see him off in person. He went to the Wushuang Star area. Yin Zhongtian stood up. In his excitement, he knocked over the chessboard. This is great. That brat still dares to leave the academy and head for Matchless City. The heavens are really helping this old man. Yin Zhongtian had never hated anyone before, and Lin Fei was undoubtedly the first. He had suffered a huge setback because of this brat. He had lost everything he had and had nothing left. If it wasn't for his old friend's help, he didn't even know if he could still sit here right now. Li Fengzheng had the old servant leave. Have you really decided to act? Yin Zhongtian's face flashed with a cold and gloomy aura. Brotherly, thank you for the information you provided. That bastard caused me to go bankrupt. Even Chen Yuanshan couldn't do anything to him. However, a mere second job transition howling warrior is nothing to me. Who asked him to offend me? I wish you success, Li Fengzheng said with a smile. Yin Zhongtian remembered to go back and gather information. This was such a good opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he would get another chance? Li Fengzheng looked at the silhouette of the other party, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Xiao Dao, follow old Yin. Once you succeed, you take action. Old Yin is too old and useless. Such a large amount of wealth is not something he can swallow alone. Yes, sir. A voice came from the void. Chen Yuanshan, you didn't rely on Lin Fei to regain your former glory. When you lose Lin Fei, let's see what you can do. Li Fengzheng laughed loudly. The news that Lin Fei of the Capital Institute had left for the Wushuang Star area was not a secret. Many forces had received the news. If it wasn't for the previous incident, everyone might have forgotten about Lin Fei. A person with top-notch talent would never be a top-notch expert before he grew up. However, Lin Fei had won a large sum of money from Master Yin Zhongtian. It was undoubtedly something that made people jealous. According to the rumors, Lin Fei had at least 1,000 black crystal cards. 1,000 black crystal cards. In the entire empire, many people would never be able to reach this amount of wealth in their lifetime. A rising star at such a young age had made many people jealous. When they heard that Lin Fei had left the institute for the Wushuang Star area, they were immediately tempted. Perhaps this was an opportunity for them. As the most popular person in everyone's eyes, Lin Fei did not know that he was being targeted. After leaving the Capital Institute, Lin Fei went to the Imperial office and obtained a land order. With this thing, as long as he went to the Wushuang Star area, he could get the land through the governor or the governor. Lin Fei did not fly to the Wushuang Star area. Instead, he took the teleportation array. The Empire's teleportation network was spread across 38 star areas. Of course, one had to have money in their pockets and travel fast. A teleportation array required a large amount of energy wall stones. Usually, unless there was an urgent matter, people liked to travel by teleportation array. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he did not care about energy wall stones. He chose to use teleportation arrays to travel between star areas. The consumption of energy wall stones would definitely hurt for a long time. In less than half a day, Lin Fei arrived at the Wushuang Star area, which was also the star area closest to the Demon God Empire. It would take less than a few days to travel from the periphery of this star area to the nearest star area of the Demon God Empire. If it were not for the barren star area in between, it would have been even faster. The energy of heaven and earth in the Wushuang Star area is indeed much weaker than in the Expedition Star area, and not just by a little bit. Lin Fei came out of the teleportation array and felt the energy of heaven and earth. He shook his head subconsciously, looking very disappointed. Why did the Emperor give me a dangerous star area? Is it to train me? But soon he suppressed the thought. No matter what the Emperor was thinking, it was not easy to trick him. Where is the governor's mansion? Lin Fei came out of the teleportation array and asked the staff nearby. None of the staff dared to look down on anyone who could afford to take the teleportation array. Who knew what kind of background this person had? If they offended a powerful force, they could be in trouble with just a word. After giving a detailed introduction to the governor's mansion, Lin Fei happily threw out a few energy wall stones. After coming out of the teleportation array, Lin Fei saw a busy square with people coming and going. As the Wushuang Star area was close to the Demon God Empire, It was rich in goods from the demon god empire. Many merchants came here to buy things. People from all walks of life could be found in the Wushuang city. Chapter 2465. Master, what brings you here? You're a rare guest. Inside the luxurious city lord residence, City Lord Mu Haoqiang personally received an important guest, Yin Zhongtian. I have nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. Yin Zhongtian chuckled as he sipped his tea. He really did look like someone who had come out to relax. Mu Haoqiang was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe. He was extremely imposing. At the same time, he was also a formation master. His attainments were not low. Yin Zhongtian was one of his teachers. He was able to sit in this position because of Yin Zhongtian's help. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Mu Haoqiang to sit in this position. Therefore, Mu Haoqiang always remembered Yin Zhongtian's kindness. As the city lord, Mu Haoqiang had his own plans. Thinking of the recent events, he immediately realized why his teacher had come. Teacher, in this Wushuang star field, I have some ability. If teacher has any difficulties that you can't handle, you can leave it to this student. This student is duty-bound to handle it properly. Mu Haoqiang had the right to say this. The city lord of Wushuang not only needed strength, but also someone to push him. The Mu family was one of the top families in the Wushuang starfield. As the city lord, he would naturally rely on the city lord. In the Wushuang starfield, there was really nothing that could trouble Mu Haoqiang. Yin Zhongtian was pleased to hear this. He had made the right choice to help his student. He had originally planned to kill Lin Fei on the way, but then he thought it would not be a good idea. It would be easy to arouse suspicion, so he decided to wait until they reached the Wushuang starfield. At the same time, he thought of Mu Haoqiang. Perhaps he could be of help. Although Yin Zhongtian had suffered a huge setback in the Capital Institute, his influence in the empire was still there. His title as an array master was the best thing to rely on in the empire. Since Mu Haoqiang had brought it up, Yin Zhongtian decided not to hide it anymore. Master, I heard that in a few days, Lin Fei from the Capital Institute will be reporting to you. I don't like this Lin Fei very much. Just then, someone came in from outside. City Lord, there's a young man named Lin Fei outside. He's here with a bounty order and wants to see the City Lord. The servant said as soon as he entered. Mu Haoqiang was the City Lord of Peerless City, so he had naturally heard of Lin Fei. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to offend his own teacher. Furthermore, Lin Fei was the Emperor's junior brother. This made him, who came from a large clan, even more unhappy. How could a disciple from a poor family obtain the status of a noble? How could he obtain land? How could he obtain the Emperor's favor? All right, I got it. Just say that the city lord is in seclusion and won't be seeing him for a while. Mu Haoqiang sent the servant away with a single sentence. Teacher, are you satisfied with what you've done? Mu Haoqiang knew that Lin Fei's purpose in coming here was to gain his recognition so that he could smoothly take over his fief and become a genuine feudal lord. Yin Zhongtian smiled happily. Haoqiang, you're very considerate. Lin Fei is just a brat from a poor family. He suddenly rose to such a high position, but instead of studying properly, he offended teacher. This student will definitely seek justice for teacher. He's not going to the fief. Without this student accompanying him, he can forget about obtaining that piece of land. This student is in seclusion, so no one will suspect anything. Mu Haoqiang was very clear of his teacher's capabilities. He would leave Lin Fei hanging for a few days to make him anxious. When the time came, he would be able to beat him up as much as he wanted. It's not a good thing for you to leave Lin Fei hanging like this. After all, he's the Emperor's junior brother. Yin Zhongtian said. Mu Haoqiang waved his hand with an indifferent expression on his face. That day, His Majesty acknowledged Lin Fei as his junior brother. Maybe it was out of a moment of happiness. Who doesn't know that His Majesty is in seclusion all year round? Perhaps he has forgotten about this matter very quickly. Moreover, this student has no intention of stopping Lin Fei from obtaining the fief. However, this fief isn't that easy to obtain. Yin Zhongtian really didn't know about the secret of that fief. Suddenly, he became spirited. Haoqiang, could there be some other secret? That day, Teacher thought about His Majesty's intentions. Could it be that there's some secret behind this? Mu Haoqiang finally found a chance to show off. At the very least, he could leave a good impression in Teacher's heart. Especially recently, the family was in need of some formation masters. Although the Mu family was a first-rate family, it wasn't a big problem for them to recruit ordinary formation masters. As for those who had reached a certain level of formation masters, the Mu family was somewhat strained. If Teacher spoke up, the problem would be easily solved. The fief that His Majesty bestowed to me is located in the most remote place in the unparalleled star area. At the same time, it is also the exit to the Death Star area. Back then, the Bai family was the owner of that fief. The Bai family was very powerful back then, vaguely having the chance to become a top force. Unfortunately, the Bai family's head was killed by the Demon God Empire. From then on, the family plummeted and finally withdrew from the stage of history. Today, the Bai family's fief has been occupied by people from all walks of life. It has become a special trade center. Yin Zhongqian had never paid much attention to the affairs of other star areas. Basically, his attention was focused on the imperial capital and some ancient mystery domains. When Mu Haoqiang mentioned the trade center, he immediately remembered something. You're talking about the famous City of Death, that place with complicated forces. Mu Haoqiang nodded. Yes, the City of Death. Back then, the Bai family's fief. The current City of Death can only be blamed for the Bai family's incompetence. Teacher, what you don't know is that a ruthless person appeared in the Bai family. Today's City of Death was created by that descendant of the Bai family. They're also the biggest force in the City of Death. I heard that they have the support of a big shot. I dare say that it will be very difficult for that little brat Lin Fei to get the fief. Even if I were to step in, those people might not agree. Ha. Yin Zhongqian finally laughed. That brat will become a joke if he wants to get the fief. The Bai family will definitely not let him get what he wants. Yin Zhongqian was not in a hurry to deal with Lin Fei. He wanted to see Lin Fei's helpless face. Only then could he vent his anger. The city lord has been in seclusion for a period of time. Your Excellency, you came at the wrong time. It's best if you come again after a period of time. The servant said to Lin Fei as soon as he came out. Seclusion? Lin Fei laughed. After arriving at Peerless City, Lin Fei released special creatures to gather information. The City Lord Mansion was also an important target. Old thing, you're really tired of living. Lin Fei really did not expect that after a short delay on the road, Yin Zhongqian would not give up and come looking for trouble. The City Lord of Peerless City was his student. What a coincidence. Of course, when Lin Fei heard the secret about the situation of the fief, he was more or less surprised. It turned out that the problem of the fief was not small. It seemed like there was a big shot controlling the City of Death. Chapter 2466. Wushuang Star Field, Border Area. This place had a very cold and gloomy name, Death City. Why was there a City of Death? It was actually from the Death Star region. Back in the day, the Death Star Field had also been a part of the Expeditionary Empire's sphere of influence. After some unforeseen events, it had been abandoned, and, at the same time, it had become a barrier for the Empire. The City of Death was a place that was ungoverned. Peerless City had never arranged for anyone to be stationed in the City of Death to manage its affairs. Even the Expeditionary Guard didn't set up a branch here. It was as if this place had been abandoned. As time passed, the City of Death became a notorious place. In the City of Death, anything could happen. All sorts of people and wanted criminals could be seen. In the center of the city, there was a huge black castle. In the huge city, it was exceptionally eye-catching, and it seemed out of place with the surrounding buildings. This was a very unique building in the City of Death. Death Castle. At the same time, it was the place with the highest authority in the City of Death. City Lord, our spies in Wushuang City have sent news that Lin Fei, who was bestowed by the Emperor, has come. It seems like he is preparing to take back his fief. Mu Haoqiang used the excuse of seclusion to brush Lin Fei off. Now Lin Fei is staying in an inn, beside a pond in the Death Castle. A young man in embroidered clothes casually grabbed some things and scattered them into the pond. A large school of fish swam up and fought over the food, creating large waves. Oh, just keep an eye on him. The young man was very calm, as if he was listening to something insignificant. Ziching, you're getting more and more composed. You're still so calm, even after hearing that the kid is here. Not long after, a few middle-aged men came together and appeared beside the pool. If someone knew them, they would definitely be shocked. They were the few big shots with the most authority in the City of Death. They divided up all the benefits of the City of Death. In a place like Wushuang Starfield, the City of Death was able to become a unique place that was not under any jurisdiction. Naturally, it had its own intelligence agency. When the news about Lin Fei had spread, the City of Death had already arranged for people to keep an eye on him in Peerless City. He was a junior brother that the Emperor had personally acknowledged. No matter what, he was worthy of their attention. People will slowly grow up, and they will naturally become more mature. The young man's name was Bai Ziching, and he was the city lord of the City of Death. On the other hand, everyone's hearts are in chaos. This is very bad. A hint of awkwardness appeared on the faces of several influential figures. When they heard that Lin Fei had arrived, they immediately gathered together. After some discussion, they came to find Bai Ziching to discuss countermeasures. The City of Death was a large area around it. In reality, it was all within the boundaries of the fief. If Lin Fei really took back the fief, their benefits in the City of Death would be greatly affected. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. Ziching, it wasn't easy for us to create this family business. We can't let that brat torment us. You have a lot of ideas, so you have to think of a way for us. One of the big shots said. Bai Ziching, who was feeding the fish, turned around. His expressionless face appeared extremely cold and gloomy. He was like a venomous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Everyone, you're worrying too much. Lin Fei is just a small character. Even if Mu Haoqiang came, he wouldn't dare to behave atrociously. Are you all worried that a small character will take control of the City of Death? Bai Ziching said, if that brat is smart and tactful, we can let him be the City Lord of the Death. You're happy, we'll be happy. If he doesn't, we have plenty of ways to deal with that brat. The few influential figures were indeed frightened by Lin Fei. He was the junior brother that the Emperor had acknowledged. With this layer of relationship, no matter how much courage they had, they wouldn't dare to kill him. If the Emperor was angry, the City of Death wouldn't be able to stop him. Even if the City of Death had a powerful backer, the other party would probably be overwhelmed by the situation. How would he have the time to care about them? After hearing Bai Ziching's words, they immediately understood. Ziching is still the best. We were too prejudiced and thought too highly of Lin Fei. The City of Death is ours. If he wants to be the city lord, we'll give it to him. If he doesn't know his place, we'll make a move and turn this place into a mess. Everyone was completely relieved. Bai Ziching looked down on these guys. However, they were all backed by the major forces of the Wushuang Starfield. They were just spokespeople. When there were benefits to be gained, they didn't recognize them. Once something happened, they were all useless. Let me tell you another piece of good news. Our city lord, Mu Haoqiang, will deal with Lin Fei sooner or later. According to my information, Mu Haoqiang's teacher, Yin Zhongtian, was bankrupted by Lin Fei in the Capital Institute. Yin Zhongtian is now in the Wushuang city. It's also because of him that Mu Haoqiang didn't meet Lin Fei and even used the excuse of seclusion to send Lin Fei away. Bai Ziching said unhurriedly, the Wushuang Starfield was too far away from the Empire's capital. The matters there weren't things that they could interfere with. Naturally, the news was a little blocked, and they couldn't find out in the shortest time possible. When they heard the news, everyone revealed a shocked expression. It can't be. Lin Fei offended Mu Haoqiang? Mu Haoqiang isn't a good person. He's good at all kinds of schemes. Those who are targeted by him don't have a good ending. Is Lin Fei that powerful? He could bankrupt Yin Zhongtian? That's unbelievable. He's a formation grandmaster. Bai Ziching said indifferently. Can't a grandmaster lose? Let me tell you another piece of good news. Lin Fei's net worth is very high now. He has at least 1,000 black crystal cards. Among the big shots present, who didn't have a certain amount of wealth, But when they heard that Lin Fei had over 1,000 black crystal cards, their expressions changed. Bai Ziqing knew that they were tempted. Over 1,000 black crystal cards was a big fat piece of meat. If they could take a bite out of it, that would be great. They trusted Bai Ziqing's words. To have such wealth at such a young age indeed made them envious. When they were his age, they were nothing, not to mention 1,000 black crystal cards. Thank you for the reminder, Ziqing. Lin Fei didn't know that he had been schemed against the moment he arrived at the Wushuang city. 3 days passed in a row. Lin Fei didn't do anything. Every day, he went to the city lord's mansion and received the reply that the city lord was in seclusion. For the rest of the time, he wandered around the Wushuang city, looking around as if he was admiring the city. At this time, no one could guess what Lin Fei was thinking or what he planned to do. I've finally arranged the information. In the end, Lin Fei revealed a trace of smile. After opening the system, a huge map of the Wushuang city appeared. A large area of red dots formed a huge network, and this network was constantly expanding. These days, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. All his attention was on this. Information was the most important. Chapter 2467. For a few days, Lin Fei didn't make a move. Mu Haoqiang and Yun Zhongtian of the city lord residence were both in a good mood. With just a little bit of action, Lin Fei could only wait outside. It was a rather delightful thing. In a place like Wushuang City, if Mu Haoqiang said something, no one would dare to say anything. The Mu family was very influential. Has that Lin Fei been the same as usual? Mu Haoqiang had been paying attention to this matter. The more that kid suffered, the happier he would be. His teacher would also be happy, and then it would be easier to recruit array masters. City Lord, that kid is very obedient. Every day, he comes to ask if the city lord is out of seclusion before leaving. These days, he has been in Wushuang City, and I have never seen him leave. Hearing his subordinate's words, Mu Haoqiang laughed and was secretly pleased. Even if you are an influential person, in Wushuang City, you have to obediently lie down. The reason for seclusion was perfectly justifiable. Even if the imperial capital knew, they might not say anything. Mu Haoqiang decided to ignore him for half a month first. City Lord, I have also received news that the people of Death City already know that Lin Fei has come to Wushuang City. There are people in the underground black market planning to make a move on Lin Fei and rob him of his wealth. Mu Haoqiang was in a bad mood at the mention of this matter. His face darkened. That kid deserves it. At such a young age, he doesn't know how to do things. A kid will always be a kid, walking around like a fat sheep. There's no way he won't be targeted. Mu Haoqiang was very clear about Lin Fei's wealth. He originally thought that the brat would take the initiative to give him some benefits, but in the end, after a few days, all he did was talk and did not do anything. This made him very uncomfortable. Now that he was being targeted, it was no exception. The City of Death was extremely capable, so it was normal for them to know that Lin Fei had come. Mu Haoqiang didn't intend to do anything. As long as Lin Fei didn't give him any benefits, it would be impossible for him to accompany him to the Death City. He wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to get that piece of land. After the intelligence network was set up, Lin Fei spent most of his time in the inn digesting the information about Wushuang City. He had to admit that the local forces of Wushuang Starfield were deeply rooted. None of them were easy to deal with. If he had another identity, Lin Fei would definitely fight and take the City of Death by force. With his current status, it was not suitable for him to do such a thing. When he came here, he thought that it would not be difficult, but he did not expect it to be like this. Although this piece of land had no owner and had already been occupied by others, the Wushuang Star region would not easily give up a piece of land. It wasn't going to be easy. If I want to obtain the City of Death, force is indispensable. I already have the reward and the proof of my fief. If I use force to crush them, even Mu Haoqiang won't be able to say anything. Lin Fei was used to fighting and killing, so he felt that it was easier this way. Lin Fei had plenty of helpers. After arriving at the Expeditionary Empire, through the system, they had recorded a large amount of data, such as energy guns. It was easy to pull out a group of people and destroy the City of Death. Even if the City of Death became an uninhabited fief, Lin Fei wouldn't care. Holy Maiden Qinlan, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want me to pay attention to a nobody? On the other side of the Death Star region, in the territory of the Demon God Empire, Black Wind City. Black Wind City was not a small city, but a large city. It was also a heavily guarded city. Almost every year, small-scale battles would break out. This place was equivalent to a front line. Black One, one of the three great demon generals of Black Wind City, was in charge of a portion of Black Wind City's affairs. However, he was in charge of the safety of Black Wind City and belonged to a demon general without much power. In Black Wind City, Black One was pushed out. He didn't have many troops in his hands and lived a leisurely life. However, he lacked the opportunity to make contributions. Black One's original body was a mutated black bear. He was very tall and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was ferocious and extremely savage. Putting down the letter, Black One was very surprised. Since when did Holy Maiden Qinlan pay attention to a junior? That was a high and mighty Holy Maiden. Within the Demon God Empire, the competition was also fierce. Black One was a member of Qinlan's faction. Qinlan, who originally didn't have much influence, had done a few big things recently. Her status had risen very quickly, and she had the qualifications to compete for the Holy Maiden. It was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. If it was in the past, Black One would definitely have disdained it. But now, it was different from the past. He still cared about the Holy Maiden's words, but he couldn't figure out what abilities Lin Fei had to be worthy of Qinlan's attention. Boom! Without any warning, a terrifying aura crushed down, as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Black One was a 7th-stage professional ranker. His strong body had blue veins popping out. He stomped on the ground, straightened his body, and tore apart the powerful aura. You're courting death. He punched up into the sky. Life in Black Wind City wasn't easy. Black One didn't become bald and crippled. As usual, he cultivated every day, and his strength improved a lot. The power of this punch soared into the sky, as if he was about to break through the peak of the 7th-stage professional. Such a terrifying punch met with a finger that wasn't too thick. Boundless power surged over and stabbed into the fist. Black One felt as if his body had been severely injured, and he fell to the ground on the spot. His entire body felt as if it had been broken, and he couldn't muster any strength. If I were you, I would obediently stay put. This way, you and I will be fine. Everyone is fine. A calm, emotionless voice exploded in Black One's ears. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. With just one sentence, Black One's scalp went numb. With the innate perception of the goblin race, he knew that the person who attacked him was extremely powerful. Even an early-stage, 8th-stage professional ranker might not be able to defeat him in one move. The person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Black One had no doubt that as long as the other party wanted to kill him, a single finger would be enough. Remember, I will only say it once. If you like to play tricks, then you can go down and accompany your colleagues. The pressure on his body dissipated. Black One raised his head and saw a black-cloaked man sitting in his seat, revealing only his cold eyes. A loss is a loss. If you have anything to say, Senior, just say it. Black One wasn't a one-track-minded person. If he didn't lower his head, he would die. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Logically speaking, the people outside should have known about the commotion just now. From the looks of it, there should be a formation set up here that isolated all auras. Not bad, you're quite smart. The black-cloaked man was naturally Lin Fei. If he wanted to solve the problem of Peerless City, violence was the first choice. Lin Fei planned to use a borrowed knife to kill people, so as to stimulate those people so that they wouldn't take him too seriously. Chapter 2468. Black One really didn't know when such an expert had appeared on the side of the Wushuang star field. There was no news at all. The two empires seemed to be peaceful, but there was always friction. From time to time, there would be small-scale battles. Everyone knew what kind of experts there were on the side of the Wushuang star field. The mysterious man in front of him had suppressed him with a single move. It was too terrifying. If the other party wanted to break through Black Wind City, it wouldn't be difficult. Even if the three great demon generals joined forces, they might not be able to last long in the hands of the other party. Black One could only be honest and admit that he was unlucky. He was a person without military power, but he was targeted by the other party. He was really a tiger that fell to the plains and was bullied by a dog. He was helpless, but he shouldn't be looking for him. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Black One himself wanted to know why he was targeted by you. I have no fate with you. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say such words. I don't know. You must be very depressed. A demon general with no military power and is purely a decoration. Why would he be targeted by someone? Lin Fei casually glanced at him. I can only say that your luck has come. Black One's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe what he heard. You said my luck has come? Not bad. Your good luck has come. Lin Fei said, I have no interest in your demon god empire, but my greatest interest is to see the common people and play in the world. I think you're a good person. It would be a pity to be a powerless demon general in Black Wind City for the rest of your life, so I decided to help you. Black One's mind was filled with the other party's words, especially the words of being a powerless demon general for the rest of his life. He constantly stimulated himself. If it wasn't for the great contribution, his life would have ended. His only hope was to rely on the holy Maiden Lawn. Why should I believe you? Just because I'm sitting in front of you and talking to you. Lin Fei said, the opportunity is right in front of you. It depends on how you grasp it. You can think about it carefully. Before that, I can give you a gift. When the time comes, you will know how lucky you are. A gift? Black One was still thinking when the person sitting in front of him disappeared without a trace, leaving no fluctuations. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Could he be a 9th-stage professional? To be able to leave without a trace, even an 8th job transition expert might not be able to do it. Black One felt like he was dreaming. If it weren't for the pain in his body, he would have suspected that it was fake. In order to confirm things, he went out in person. It was quiet outside, and his subordinates were fine. They didn't notice any movement. At this moment, Black One was finally scared. That mysterious man was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. Killing him was as easy as lifting a finger. After calming down, Black One thought of the mysterious man's words. My luck is coming. That night, Black didn't sleep at all. His mind was filled with those words. The gift came a little late. 2 days later, one of Black One's men rushed in and said, My lord, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Black One had become a nominal demon general, but he had never relaxed his intelligence gathering. He had always arranged for people to keep an eye on Black Wind City, and if there was even the slightest movement, he would know. The person who came in was Black One's trusted aide, Xiao Qi. He specialized in collecting information from the outside world, and he would personally report anything important. This was the first time he had seen his trusted aide with such an expression. Xiao Qi, what happened? Could it be that another human race expert has come from Peerless City? Black Wind City was the vanguard barrier, and from time to time, human race experts would appear. Generally speaking, when human race experts appeared, their side would have to send out experts to prevent human race experts from causing damage here. Xiao Qi was very excited. My lord, something big just happened. Our Lord Human was killed on the spot by a human race expert from Peerless City not long ago. Black One, who was originally sitting, stood up on the spot. You said that Human was killed by a human race expert? He is an early stage, 8th stage professional. There were a total of 3 demon generals in Black Wind City. Black One was the one with the lowest realm. The other 2 were Human, early stage, 8th stage professional, and the other was Lang Xingtian, middle stage, 8th stage professional. Human was a native of Black Wind City. He walked up step by step and was finally able to fight against the opponent. He was a very amazing person. He didn't expect to be killed by a human race expert. Human race expert? Could it be that mysterious person? A thought flashed through Black One's mind. As soon as this thought came out, it was out of control. It seemed that other than him, no one dared to kill people in Black Wind City. It had only been 2 days, but a demon general had died in Black Wind City, and it was even at the 8th stage. There is nothing more coincidental than this. Black One instinctively felt that it was the mysterious man who did it. He couldn't even stop a single finger of the mysterious man, and whom man couldn't either. It was normal for him to be killed. My chance has come. Black One was shocked that whom man had been killed. He immediately realized that this was an opportunity to control the military power. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Bring them along. Let's go to the city lord's mansion. Black Wind City had already turned upside down. Demon General Human was killed by a human race expert, causing an uproar within. As a demon general, Lang Xingtian was also frowning. With the death of a person, the situation in Black Wind City changed. Black One, who had been sent to the side, could no longer suppress it. Although Lang Xingtian really wanted to control Black Wind City and become a true controller, the Empire might not agree. They would definitely arrange for a demon general to come over and take away a portion of the power. I have to cooperate with Black One. When Black One rushed to the city lord's mansion and saw Human's corpse, he put on an act. The two demon generals sat together and discussed things. One was to deal with the mysterious human race expert, and the other was to take away the power that belonged to Human. On this matter, the two demon generals were surprisingly consistent. Then, with lightning speed, they divided up Human's power, and Black One finally took control of the military power. This kind of thing was very normal in Black Wind City. It was normal for the dead to lose their usefulness, and the territory in their hands to be divided up and eaten clean. The demon race also worshipped the strong. Black One obtained a portion of the troops, but at least he took a step forward. In Black Wind City, he had a certain amount of authority to speak. He also became complacent and high-spirited. He had finally made a name for himself. General Black One, how is this gift? It's not bad, right? As soon as Black One returned to his room, a voice sounded in his ears. He saw the mysterious man in black. This time, Black One's reaction wasn't that big. You killed Human? If I didn't kill him, would you have gotten the military power? Black One laughed dryly. Heh. Although you've taken the second seat, your position is not stable. If you can't make contributions in the future, you'll be easily taken over by Lang Xingtian. Chapter 2469. There was internal competition in the Expeditionary Empire, and there was also competition in the Demon God Empire, and it was even more intense. Black One was very clear about his own abilities. If a demon general with strength and background dropped down from above, it would definitely not be a good thing for him, unless he chose to rely on the other party. In the Demon God Empire, there were many demon generals, and it was not easy to become the ruler of a region. Every position required ability and background. Senior, please ask me. For his own position, for the sake of being outstanding, Black One simply put down his pride and asked for advice. Black One had thought that although he was a demon general, he belonged to the kind of person who didn't have anything, no background, no wealth, and belonged to the poor demon clan. It was not easy to sit in the position of demon general. It was very difficult to take another step forward, especially since Black Wind City was the vanguard city. Ability trumped strength, and this was the only thing that Black One needed to pay attention to. You're worth teaching. Lin Fei was still as calm as ever. He laughed in his heart. In order to deal with the City of Death, he had really spent a lot of effort. Black One could be considered to have fallen into the trap. Lin Fei didn't have much of a sense of identity with the people of the two empires. This was also the reason why he had to find a demon general to take action. Moreover, the City of Death was not a good thing. There were all sorts of people. The expeditionary guards chose to ignore them, and so did the Lord of Peerless City. Lin Fei decided to be ruthless and completely eradicate the City of Death. Once they were all dead, he could summon an army, and he didn't have to worry about the secret leaking out. Actually, it's not difficult for you to stabilize your position. You only need to send people to attack the City of Death and kill their experts. At that time, who would dare to question your ability? At the same time, you can also take revenge for Human, killing two birds with one stone. And the person who killed you, Human, is the guardian of Bai Ziqing of the City of Death. Black One suddenly understood. This senior was going to borrow a knife to kill someone. Black One was most familiar with the City of Death. That Bai Ziqing was very capable, and it was even rumored that Bai Ziqing had a certain connection with their Lang Xingtian. In any case, the people of Black Wind City would never deal with the people of the City of Death, which further verified this news. Senior, this method won't work, Black One said helplessly. Lord Lang Xingtian seems to know Bai Ziqing from the City of Death. Our Black Wind City has never attacked the City of Death. Even if we attack the human clan's territory, we would choose to attack some remote forces or peripheral forces. You're too cowardly. You're the only one who suggested attacking the City of Death to provoke Lang Xingtian and say that you want to take revenge for whom man, unless he doesn't want to take revenge. His subordinates definitely won't agree. As long as you agree, as for the fact that you don't have any capable subordinates, this isn't helping at all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a few more things appeared on the table. If your subordinates were all equipped with these things, what do you think will happen to you in Black Wind City in the future? Energy gun. Black One suddenly stood up, struggled for a while, and said, Elder, I agree. No matter what, I will force Lang Xingtian to agree to attack the City of Death. A few days after Human's death, Black One, who had obtained military power, gathered the backbone of Black Wind City and held a meeting. When Lang Xingtian came, he didn't seem very happy. He didn't understand why Black One wanted to hold a meeting. It seemed that he didn't have anything to deal with recently, and Black One's behavior was a kind of overstepping his authority. Although Black One had the right to hold a meeting, he really didn't feel very comfortable in his heart. Today's meeting is actually held for Lord Human. Lord Human was killed by a human clan expert, and our Black Wind City must avenge him. Our Black Wind City cannot lose its reputation. If we swallow our anger today, in the future, the human clan experts will continue to come to our Black Wind City to slaughter. In the eyes of the people above, we are just a big hat of incompetence. Black One's voice was sonorous and powerful. It just so happens that I have already obtained the killer of Lord Human. He is Bai Ziqing's subordinate from the City of Death. I have decided to avenge Lord Human and choose a day to attack the City of Death. The faces of the backbone present all changed as well. No one had expected that this Black One would hold this meeting with the intention of avenging Lord Human. Master Black One is right. The human clan experts are too arrogant. They killed our Lord Human in public. We must vent our anger and send troops to attack the City of Death. A backbone supported him. I agree to attack the City of Death and avenge Lord Human. Revenge, revenge. These days, these backbone members have been holding back their anger in their hearts. It had always been the demon clan who dealt with others. When had it ever been the turn of the human clan to kill the demon clan? In addition, these backbone members also had their own thoughts. If they could contribute to the attack on the City of Death, they might be able to fight for the position of Demon General. Lang Xingtian frowned. In his heart, he had underestimated Black One's ability. Using the chess piece of revenge to attack the City of Death to stabilize his position, this move could be considered powerful. Lord Wolf, you are the person in charge of our Black Wind City. As long as you give the order, we will immediately organize our men and attack the City of Death. Black One said again. The other backbone members all looked over. They were waiting for Lang Xingtian's order. Lang Xingtian cursed Black One 100 times in his heart. This matter was really hard to refuse. He knew that the person who killed Human was definitely not someone from the City of Death. Bai Ziqing was not that kind of person, but unfortunately, he could not explain. Brother Black, well said. Our Black Wind City represents the Empire. We must take revenge. I have been chasing after the clues of the human clan experts, but I have not found anything. On the contrary, Brother Black found the murderer in advance, saving us a lot of trouble. The City of Death dared to kill our people. We must vent our anger. I have decided to attack the City of Death in 2 days. Does anyone have any objections? Lang Xingtian quickly made a decision. All the backbone members present agreed to attack the City of Death. 2 days later, attack the City of Death. Brother Black, you really have a good method. I still underestimated you. After everyone left, Lang Xingtian said sinisterly. Black One pretended to be confused and slammed his palm on the table. Lord Wolf, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to avenge Human? Let the human clan experts act presumptuously here? What's wrong with me avenging Lord Human? What does it have anything to do with Lord Human's death? Don't you want to avenge him? Hearing this, Lang Xingtian felt like his blood was boiling. He said angrily, Black One, don't talk nonsense. Who doesn't want to avenge Human? I just don't want everyone to be used by others. We all know the experts in the City of Death. Who knows where this mysterious human expert came from? What if this is a trap? Chapter 2470. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the Death Star field, on a desolate mountain peak. Lord Wolf, didn't I say that we shouldn't meet unless it's something important? Bai Ziqing, who was dressed in black, was wrapped tightly, revealing only his cold eyes. In the human empire, it was a big taboo for a human to have a relationship with a demon general of the demon clan, and it would lead to a miserable end. Even though Bai Ziqing had a powerful backer, he did not dare to be too obvious at this moment. If he really made a big fuss, he would not have a good ending. Bai Ziqing, when we first cooperated, you were full of confidence. Why are you afraid now? Lang Xingtian laughed. A trace of displeasure flashed across Bai Ziqing's face. Lord Wolf, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. There aren't many people in the Death Star field, but we can't guarantee when someone will come. The Death City was able to stand firm in the matchless star field. In addition to having a backer, there was also the demon generals of Black Wind City, restraining them from attacking the Death City. After a long time, the Death City would be built into an important city, bringing them a lot of benefits. 2 days later, our Black Wind City will attack your Death City. Bai Ziqing was wrapped in black cloth, so he couldn't see the changes clearly. A trace of anger flashed across his eyes. Lord Wolf, didn't we agree on this? Why are we attacking the Death City? The relationship between the Death City and Black Wind City wasn't ordinary. Unless it was a special time, Black Wind City would only put on an act and wouldn't do anything to the Death City. Our Black Wind City's Human was killed by your human clan experts. Black One thinks that it was done by your Death City, and he also decided to attack the Death City. You should be prepared first, so that you won't be caught off guard. Thinking of this, Lang Xingtian felt very uncomfortable. Black One, Bai Ziqing was very surprised. Impossible. Matchless City and our Death City have never sent out experts. It's impossible for them to kill your demon generals. This must be Black One deliberately targeting our Death City. Bai Ziqing knew that Black One was a nominal demon general. He had always been suppressed by 2 demon generals and had nothing to do all day. He had never taken him to heart, and his first suspicion was that this was a trap. No matter whether Black One did it or not, our Lord Human was killed by a human expert. You have a large number of experts in the City of Death, and Black One insisted that it was you who did it, so I can't do anything about it. Lang Xingtian was tricked by Black One. Apart from reminding you to be prepared, I also hope that there will be a group of masters. I don't like Black One's existence. I want him dead. Lang Xingtian didn't like Black One's explosiveness. Back then, he had been forced to agree, and after that, he decided to make Black One die a horrible death. If Black Wind City lost 2 demon generals in a row, it would more or less be a problem. However, there was someone behind Lang Xingtian. As long as he paid a price, he believed that the death of 2 demon generals would not be a big deal. Moreover, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Bai Ziqing laughed sinisterly. Then let me congratulate Lord Wolf. From today onwards, you will be the ruler of Black Wind City. You will no longer be restrained by others. You and I are partners. If Demon General He is courting death, then he has no vision. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Black Wind City began to mobilize. The 2 demon generals, including the backbone, organized a total of 3,000 people. Among them, Lang Xingtian produced 1,500 people, Black One produced 800 people, and the remaining 700 people were shared by the backbone. 3,000 people carried out an attack, and no news of it leaked out beforehand. In everyone's eyes, they would definitely be able to catch the City of Death off guard. Let's go. Black One and Lang Xingtian took the lead, and 3,000 people left Black Wind City on their treasures. This time, everyone in Black Wind City believed that they would be able to make a great contribution. After passing through the Death Star domain and approaching the edge of the Death City, Black One and Lang Xingtian were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they quietly waited until nighttime, preparing to launch a night attack on the Death City. The news from the spies of the Death City showed that everything was normal. They didn't know that they would be attacked at night, which made the people of Black Wind City even more convinced that tonight's night attack would be successful. Everyone knew that the Death City was a place with oil and water. If tonight's night attack was successful, not only would everyone be able to contribute, but they would also be able to plunder the treasures of the Death City. At the scene, only Lang Xingtian smiled coldly. Originally, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Black One's actions were already a form of provocation, and it was just right for him to get rid of all the signs of power tonight. A dead Black One. From now on, no one in Black Wind City would go against him. As long as the plan was perfect, who would suspect him? It could only be said that Black One was unlucky. Black One, let's split up into two groups later. Before the attack, Lang Xingtian gathered his men and once again confirmed the attack route. The 3,000 people were divided into two teams, with two goblin generals leading one team and attacking from two directions. Black One naturally had no objections, and neither did the others. He didn't care how Lang Xingtian schemed, but he had the mysterious senior behind him. In front of absolute power, any scheme or trick was just a paper tiger. Attack! The two teams sneaked in and killed the hidden sentries outside the Death City. The Goblin clan scouts at the city gate immediately contributed to the city gate and killed the guards. The two teams rushed in from the front and back. Immediately, the Death City was in chaos. Kill! Avenge Lord Human. Our Goblin clan is invincible. Black One transformed into a busy general. With a giant axe, he danced like a tiger. With a swing of the axe, heads fell to the ground. He was extremely savage. Everyone, charge with me. Black One charged forward, and no one was a match for him. During this time, several experts of the sixth-stage profession rushed out. With a few swings of the axe, their corpses were all cut into two, and they smoothly rushed to the City Lord's mansion. Lang Xingtian also brought his men to the City Lord's mansion. The two of them joined hands and broke into the City Lord's mansion, smoothly rushing in. As a goblin general, their martial strength was still very high. If they wanted to suppress them, they would have to send out two 8th-stage profession experts. Bai Ziqing, you will definitely die tonight. Bai Ziqing from the City Lord's mansion rushed out with his men. Black One grabbed his giant axe and rushed forward, not giving them a chance to speak. Lang Xingtian surprisingly cooperated, not to mention fiercely attacking Bai Ziqing. Under the siege of the two goblin generals, the people around Bai Ziqing continued to fall, and even he himself was injured. City Lord, let's go. Bai Ziqing soon couldn't hold on any longer. Under the cover of his subordinates, he broke out of the encirclement. Everyone, chase after him. In the Death City, the most important person was Bai Ziqing. The others weren't worth mentioning. As long as he killed Bai Ziqing, his position would be secured. Bai Ziqing led his men away, and Black One took the initiative to chase after him. Lang Xingtian was no exception. Killing Bai Ziqing would be a great merit. Bai Ziqing, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 2471. Black Wind City's night raid was very successful. The City of Death suffered heavy losses, and many experts fell. Bai Ziqing himself was forced to enter the Death Star field to hide his whereabouts with the help of such a large star field. At first, Black One was cautious, but then he gradually let down his guard. The rumored Bai Ziqing might not be so powerful, but he was still chased into the Death Star field. Bai Ziqing, you have nowhere to run. Black One's pursuit forced Bai Ziqing into a sizable valley. Bai Ziqing, who was being chased, suddenly stopped and laughed out loud. Demon General He, you're really powerful to be able to force me to this extent. However, you seem to have forgotten something. Don't you think everything went a little too smoothly tonight? With this, Black One frowned and thought about it carefully. It seemed that something was wrong, but he had never noticed it. Bai Ziqing's words suddenly made him realize that tonight's night raid was really too smooth. Especially this Bai Ziqing, who was rumored to be tyrannical and cruel. In tonight's battle, the other party was retreating step by step, which was different from usual. If Black One had dealt with Bai Ziqing before, he would definitely be able to see the problem. Unfortunately, since Bai Ziqing became a demon general, he had only heard of Bai Ziqing's name and had never really fought against him. Bai Ziqing, do you really think I will believe it? There are only 3 people around you right now, and on my side, there are dozens of people. Killing you is easy. Black One said proudly. Bai Ziqing said gloomily. Is that so? Boom. An even more vigorous aura burst out from Bai Ziqing's body. Black One was like a lonely boat in the ocean, drifting with the wind, about to be drowned by the wind and waves at any time. You hid your strength. Black One said, was everything just now just an illusion? Bai Ziqing laughed sinisterly. You are quite smart. I am at the middle stage of the 8th transformation. How can you suppress me? Although you have more people. Who said that I only have these people? Huh. The surrounding void fluctuated and the formation dispersed. More than a dozen 7th-stage professionals appeared behind Bai Ziqing. The situation immediately changed. Not good, I've been tricked. Black One was indeed not stupid. After seeing these people, he immediately realized that the news of their Black Wind City had been leaked. Bai Ziqing was tricking him. Lang Xingtian. After thinking about it, Black thought of one person. Only he would set up a trap. Black One, you're too stupid. At this moment, Lang Xingtian arrived with his men and blocked Black One's last escape route. It's you. Black One glared at him. You colluded with the humans. The people behind Black One were in chaos. They didn't expect that victory would be turned around in the end. Even they might be buried here. Lord Wolf, we are only obeying Lord Black One's orders. Please let us go. A leader panicked and begged for mercy. We are willing to follow Lord Wolf. Lang Xingtian had brought 10 or so people with him, and all of them were experts. In order to get rid of Black One, they had put in a lot of effort. As long as they could get rid of Black One, everything would be worth it. You can go in peace. When the time comes, you will be the heroes of the Empire. For the Empire, you will make great contributions, and your loved ones will be proud of you. Lang Xingtian said, Black One, you asked for all of this. Originally, you should have been a good demon general. Who told you to be so ambitious and want to take away my power? Don't you know that Bai Ziqing and I have a cooperative relationship? You want to stand up, but I won't let you. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. For the sake of this matter, Bai Ziqing hid it from everyone. Taking advantage of the people of Black Wind City, he took the opportunity to kill many people who opposed him. Both sides were win-win. Lord Wolf, you can make your move now. Otherwise, there will be more trouble. Bai Ziqing said, Attack. Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's men attacked together. The people on Black One's side were flustered. People kept falling down, and the whole place was filled with the smell of blood. Black One also became the main target of attack. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian attacked together. Black One was basically at a disadvantage. Even if he used his original body, he still couldn't withstand the other party's joint attack. Move the real guy. Seeing that most of his people were about to be killed, Black One's eyes flashed with a cold light as he used his special weapon. This time, it wasn't Black One's trusted aide. Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian didn't pay attention to it at all. When there were only 20 or so people left, they all took out their special weapons. Energy guns. This was a good thing. In particular, the quality of these energy guns wasn't low. They were powerful enough to kill a 5th to 6th stage profession. Even a 7th stage profession wouldn't dare to take them head on. As soon as they took out their energy guns, they surprisingly gathered together and pointed in one direction. The beam of energy was like a sharp sword, catching Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian's experts off guard. In almost an instant, the 5th and 6th stage profession experts were beaten into a hornet's nest. Damn it, that's an energy gun, and an intermediate energy gun at that. Bai Ziqing was dealing with Black One when he heard the commotion in the distance. When he looked over, it was as if he had lost his life. His elites were constantly being shot and killed by the other party. Especially after seeing the energy gun, he was no longer calm. Even he didn't have many of these special weapons. Where did the Fiend race get their Fiend generals from? After switching to the energy guns, these people formed a circle with their backs against each other. They covered a large area of effect, killing people from both sides and alleviating the pressure. Facing the intermediate energy guns, even Lang Xingtian and Bai Ziqing's people were helpless for a moment. Under the concentrated attacks, they had no chance to fight back. Lang Xingtian, Bai Ziqing, how does this intermediate energy gun taste? Black One could finally take a breather. The intermediate energy gun was one of his trump cards. Although these people weren't his, being able to threaten them was enough to make him happy. You guys can scheme, but so can I. Lang Xingtian didn't expect that Black One would scheme against them and silently get his hands on more than 20 intermediate energy guns. In the Fiend God Empire, only a few factions had them. Brother Bai, you go deal with them. I'll kill Black One. After this, we'll split the intermediate energy guns evenly. Lang Xingtian's eyes flashed. I'll go deal with them. Bai Ziqing also knew the threat of the intermediate energy guns. He freed his hands and attacked Black Clothes' trusted subordinates. He was also very angry. He usually schemed against others, but in the end, he was schemed against by others. Death Harvest. A condensed death scythe swept across the sky towards them, wanting to completely reap their lives. These people didn't panic. They took out something that looked like a scroll and formed a barrier. The death scythe collided with it, creating ripples. Attack. Chapter 2472. Bai Ziqing's attack failed, and he was immediately attacked crazily. Even he didn't dare to underestimate them. He kept dodging and trying to attack, but every time he was forced out. The threat brought by those 20 people far exceeded Bai Ziqing's imagination. He never thought that holding an intermediate energy gun would be so dangerous. I don't believe that you have so much energy to consume. Once your energy consumption can't keep up, I will kill you. Bai Ziqing was also smart. After failing to attack, he realized that the energy of the opponent's intermediate energy gun would be a flaw. The more this kind of energy gun was used against an expert like him, the more energy it consumed. Once it couldn't keep up, he could find an opportunity to open a gap. This time, Bai Ziqing was destined to be disappointed. More than 20 intermediate energy guns constantly formed a huge net, firmly blocking Bai Ziqing outside. Bai Ziqing was proud of his strength, but at this time, he could only stare. These people were too difficult to deal with. On the other side, the battle between Black One and Lang Xingtian was also in full swing. Neither side could do anything to the other. Lang Xingtian also began to panic. It seemed that the situation on Bai Ziqing's side was not good. Black One, you hit it really well. If I'm not wrong, Hu Man's death must have something to do with you. Lang Xingtian came back to his senses. Black One's attack was big and wide. Axe shadows slashed out one after another. He looked like he was going all out, vaguely maintaining a balance. Lord Lang, you're really whimsical. What does Hu Man's death have to do with me? It's you who colluded with the human clan to murder the demon clan's powerhouses. Just this point alone makes it hard for you to escape death. Lang Xingtian had never taken Black One seriously. Even if the other party held a meeting to make things difficult for him, it didn't make him pay much attention. Black Wind City was not something he could control. As long as he was here, he would always suppress the other party, unless Black One left Black Wind City and found another place. It's not certain who'll die today. I'm an 8th-stage professional, and you're at the peak of the 7th stage. Lang Xingtian knew that the situation would be disadvantageous to him if he dragged on, so he directly used his trump card. Wolf God's Possession, devastating blow. Lang Xingtian became holy, and a gigantic, illusory figure appeared behind him. It was incredibly huge and filled with boundless evil energy. The illusory figure opened its claws and grabbed towards Black One's position, causing 10,000 lightning bolts to appear. Black was already on guard and underestimated Lang Xingtian's attack. He was sent flying by his opponent's wolf claw, and a deep wound was left on his body. Black One, you're still too young. Lang Xingtian's face was slightly pale. In order to activate this move, he had consumed a large amount of energy, but he was still very satisfied. You could die now. Another wolf claw shot toward Black One. This was Lang Xingtian's ultimate attack. Normally, this kind of attack was very damaging to one's vitality. Unless there was no other choice, one would not use it. In order to kill Black One, Lang Xingtian was going all out. As long as Black One was dead, he would be able to obtain the intermediate energy gun. That would definitely be a huge contribution, especially the intermediate energy gun, which was a very rare commodity. This kind of thing had always been in the hands of Tianji Hall, and it was rarely circulated outside. No matter why it appeared in Black One's hands, it would soon become his. Even if he only had half of it, it would still be something that he dared not even dream about. Black One was seriously injured by his opponent with just one move. The cold, sinister energy attached to the wolf claws was ravaging his body continuously. He could not muster any strength at all. I don't want to die. Black One had underestimated Lang Xingtian's strength. He had always thought that the difference was not big, but now it seemed that the difference was not small. Senior, save me. At the critical moment of life and death, Black One finally remembered that mysterious senior. Except for him, no one could save him. Boom! When the illusory wolf claw was about to fall on him, a shield appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Black One. The wolf claw that could seriously injure Black One with one hit could not break a shield. Black One felt as if he had walked on the edge of life and death, and his back was covered with cold sweat. When that shield appeared, Black One knew that he was saved. There is someone else. Lang Xingtian's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. He had heard the word senior clearly, and he was very clear about Black One's background. How could there be a senior? The opponent's casual shield had blocked his attack, and that was his strongest attack. Go! Lang Xingtian was cunning by nature, and he knew that it was impossible to kill Black One tonight. Even if he could leave alive, it was still unknown. Lang Xingtian turned around and fled, not bothering to inform Bai Ziqing. Since you are here, you don't need to leave. A cold voice exploded in Lang Xingtian's ears. Senior, this is a misunderstanding. Listen to me. Lang Xingtian tried to explain, but a big hand reached out from the darkness and slapped down. With a loud bang, Lang Xingtian was turned into powder. Black One was frightened, and his pupils kept shrinking, and his body was also trembling. Too strong, Black One mumbled to himself. Bai Ziqing also turned around and saw a scene that scared his soul out of his body. Lang Xingtian, who was almost as strong as him, was actually killed by a mysterious hand, and it was an instant kill. How terrifying was this? This is a trap. Someone wants to deal with me. Bai Ziqing turned around and ran. He couldn't believe that these people had hired such a top-level expert to kill him. Pung! A cold wind came from behind, and Bai Ziqing kept changing his body, but he was still hit by a finger and flew out like a broken sack, crashing into the valley. Killing 2 8th-rank professionals with one move, it really consumes a lot of energy. This kind of attack, even the rich and overbearing Lin Fei felt very pained. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, came out of the darkness and grabbed with one hand. Bai Ziqing was attracted by a strong force and fell into Lin Fei's hand and was thrown on the ground like a dead dog. Cough, 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 who are you? Bai Ziqing kept coughing blood, and his breath was very weak. You are a loser. You are not qualified to know. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a spot of light fell into Bai Ziqing's forehead. Bai Ziqing's expression changed greatly, and he struggled in pain, which lasted for dozens of breaths. When he stood up again, there was no more resentment in his eyes, only obedience and respect. Master, I have already mastered this body. Bai Ziqing's voice was cold, and there was a big difference from before. Then you should first master this body. Lin Fei turned his gaze to Black One. You should know what to do next. You can hand over 2 intermediate energy guns, and I believe the higher-ups won't say anything. As for these people, I'll let them help you control Black Wind City. Do you have any objections? Chapter 2473. Without Bai Ziqing and Lang Xingtian's siege, Black One took the gift left behind by the mysterious senior and incorporated the rest of the people. At the same time, He made up a good reason to return to Black Wind City. Although the losses this time were great, Black One was still very excited, especially that mysterious senior. His strength was unfathomable, and he must be a top expert of the ninth stage profession. What a thick thigh! Black One decided to hold on to this thigh, especially after seeing the gift. The heads of the 8th stage profession experts, many of which were experts of the Death City. With this gift and the intermediate energy gun, even if Lang Xingtian died, Black One would be able to make it seem like he died in the line of duty. The City of Death was filled with casualties. The night attack of Black Wind City caught everyone off guard. Bai Ziqing clearly knew the situation, but he concealed it and used the people of Black Wind City to take advantage of the chaos to destroy some people who were dissatisfied with him. No matter how Bai Ziqing planned, he still fell in a Lin Fei's trap in the end. Lang Xingtian died, and Bai Ziqing was transformed into a puppet. Originally, Lin Fei planned to kill Bai Ziqing's men, but after thinking about it, it wasn't a good thing. If he left Bai Ziqing behind, he could secretly run his fief and use it to fool outsiders. That would be the best thing. Bai Ziqing was sent by Lin Fei to deal with the City of Death. The night attack of Black Wind City would definitely make a lot of noise, and the people of Peerless City would definitely come to investigate. The news of Black Wind City's attack on the City of Death spread throughout the Wushuang Star field the next morning. This time, the City of Death suffered heavy losses. Many of the 7th or 8th stage profession experts died. It was rumored that the Death City's guardian had killed a demon general of Black Wind City, causing them to take revenge and attack the City of Death at night. As soon as the news spread, everyone was shocked. Such a large-scale night attack had not happened in the Wushuang Star field for a long time. The death of a demon general in Black Wind City was also a big deal. When Mu Haoqiang heard about this, he cursed, "What is Bai Ziqing trying to do? Didn't I tell him to restrain his subordinates? Why did he go and kill a demon general?" Now, it has attracted a large-scale revenge from Black Wind City. The City of Death had never been under Mu Haoqiang's control. Thus, he naturally did not have a good impression of Bai Ziqing. If there was nothing important, he would practically not go to the City of Death. Now that the City of Death had caused such a huge commotion, Mu Haoqiang was truly angry. Who knew if the people of Black Wind City would come for revenge next time? It was not that Mu Haoqiang did not have any enemies in his position. If small skirmishes broke out again and the Domain Lord found out, he would be labeled as incompetent. Bring some people to the City of Death. I want to know the cause and effect, and then tell Bai Ziqing that this matter must be dealt with properly. If something like this happens again, no one will have a good life. Mu Haoqiang called his trusted aide over and told him to bring people to investigate this matter. He also warned Bai Ziqing that even if he had a powerful background, it was best not to act recklessly. "Sir, that Lin Fei is here again." Mu Haoqiang was in a very bad mood. When he heard this, he waved his hand and was about to order his subordinates to send Lin Fei away. "Sir, this won't do." The subordinates said that Lin Fei said that such a big thing happened in the City of Death today, which is equivalent to affecting his earnings. He has the right to know what happened, and he also said that Sir will definitely come out of seclusion. Mu Haoqiang narrowed his eyes and understood Lin Fei's meaning. He coldly snorted, "What a cunning brat. I originally wanted to leave him alone, but with such a big thing happening, I really can't continue to leave him alone." The City of Death had been attacked by the Demon God Empire's Black Wind City at night and massacred. As the city lord, if he were to go into seclusion, it would be unreasonable. Take him to the reception room. Mu Haoqiang had a preconceived impression, so he naturally did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. Lin Fei quickly sat in the reception room. That city lord Mu Haoqiang had not appeared yet. If it was an ordinary person, they might be annoyed, but he was not anxious at all. He was very relaxed. Just like that, after an hour, Mu Haoqiang finally arrived. "Little Lin, I'm really sorry. With such a thing happening, there are a lot of things to take care of. I made you wait for a long time." When Mu Haoqiang saw Lin Fei, his heart was slightly shaken. He was too young, and his impression of him was even worse. Lin Fei said indifferently, "City Lord Mu, you have a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. I can understand. A trace of displeasure flashed in Mu Haoqiang's eyes, especially the words, myriad of affairs to attend to every day. It was especially ear-piercing. He suspected that Lin Fei knew something and deliberately said that. Sigh. As a city lord, he was born to be busy. He didn't even have much time to cultivate, and now something like this has happened. Mu Haoqiang sighed. Lin Fei admired Mu Haoqiang's acting skills very much. He was definitely lying through his teeth. Those who didn't know might really believe it and not suspect anything. However, Lin Fei knew very well that there was a special creature here. City Lord Mu, I'm here for the fief. I heard that there's a problem with my fief, but I don't know what's going on. When His Majesty bestowed the fief to me, he didn't say that such a situation would happen. I wonder how City Lord Mu will explain it. Lin Fei said word by word. Explanation? Mu Haoqiang was about to fly into a rage on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. If it was an ordinary person, he would have directly thrown them out, but Lin Fei was different. He was a noble, had a huge fief, and was also a junior brother recognized by the emperor. Mu Haoqiang was unhappy, but he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. Giving him the cold shoulder was the biggest action he could take. Little Lin, this is actually an accident. You just arrived and you don't know. The City of Death is too close to Blackwind City. I can't explain the reason for it for a while, but I can guarantee that I will give you an answer soon. I guarantee that you will smoothly obtain the fief. Mu Haoqiang began to bluff. In the past few days, Lin Fei had been in the inn. Mu Haoqiang's men had been watching over him, so he wasn't afraid that the other party would know the details of the City of Death. A young fellow, no matter how scheming he was still a young man. As for why his teacher would lose to Lin Fei, it was nothing more than old age and blurred vision. He accidentally fell into the other party's trap. Lin Fei wasn't here to listen to the other party's nonsense today. His face darkened slightly. City Lord Mu, I don't want to listen to these empty words. That fief was bestowed to me by my senior brother, the Emperor. Now, I'm going to receive the fief. I hope that City Lord Mu will accompany me. It will be best if I can gather another army. Mu Haoqiang really wanted to refuse the other party. This kind of aggressive aura made him very uncomfortable. Chapter 2474. Mu Haoqiang naturally didn't want the expeditionary guards to interfere in local affairs. If this matter were to spread, he would definitely be the unlucky one. There was no need to offend Lin Fei at this time. In the end, Mu Haoqiang naturally compromised. His original mission was to accompany Lin Fei to receive that piece of land. If he insisted on not going, he was afraid that he would leave a bad impression. Little Lin, wait here for a moment. I'll get someone to mobilize the army to accompany you. Mu Haoqiang stood up and left, gritting his teeth in hatred. On second thought, he smiled again. The City of Death is in a mess now. Even if the land is in your hands, you may not be able to control it. Mu Haoqiang's movements were very fast. He gathered a group of 3,000 soldiers to accompany Lin Fei to the City of Death. Because the Wushuang Star Field was close to the Demon God Empire, the soldiers here were very good at fighting. They were full of energy and spirit. It was obvious that they often fought on the battlefield, so an army of 3,000 was enough. 3,000 heavily armed soldiers appeared outside the City of Death. The City of Death was already in a mess. When they saw the army, they panicked and didn't know what was going on. Call out City Lord by Ziqing. Mu Haoqiang didn't plan to enter the City of Death. The night attack of Blackwind City had turned more than half of the City of Death into ruins. Even now, the smell of blood was still floating in the air. City Lord Mu is here. Could it be because of Blackwind City? Did anyone notice? Who's that kid sitting next to Mu Haoqiang? It seems that City Lord Mu is very respectful. Mu Haoqiang's appearance only surprised everyone a little, but many people noticed the young man next to him. This young man was very unfamiliar. I remember now. That kid is Lin Fei, the rookie king of the Imperial College. He's here to take the land. No wonder City Lord Mu brought 3,000 soldiers. There was an uproar at the scene. This piece of land had been vacant for a long time. Who knew how many people in the Wushuang Star Field wanted to get their hands on it? Although it was a little dangerous, he was still a lord. In this piece of land, He was the king and had the supreme right to speak of life and death. No one expected that this piece of land would be taken by a youngster in the end. It was unknown just how many people were envious of this. This was truly a blessing from their ancestors. Ever since this uninhabited land had become a city of death, everyone had subconsciously ignored the feudal lord. This was especially so for the local factions, who had already divided up the land. Now that there was a successor, many people present were very unhappy. This was tantamount to hanging a sharp sword over everyone's head. This feeling was definitely not good. Subconsciously, everyone was very excluded from this Lin Fei. Governor Bai is here. The 5 patriarchs are here as well. There's going to be a good show. It looks like they're going to boycott Lin Fei. Soon, there was a commotion at the city gate. The higher-ups of the City of Death, led by Bai Ziqing, appeared together. Each of them represented a faction from the Wushuang Starfield. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were boycotting Lin Fei. At the very least, they wanted to give him a show of strength. If Lin Fei had a powerful background, they might be wary of him. However, other than being a noble, he had nothing else. It would be very difficult for them to acknowledge him as a lord. Bai Ziqing and the 5 patriarchs, you've come at the right time. Mu Haoqiang did not want to stay here any longer. Today, I have something to announce to you. Do you see the young man beside me? He's the new star of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei. At the same time, he's also the junior brother of His Majesty. He's also a noble conferred by His Majesty. You should know that from today onwards, the City of Death will belong to Lin Fei. Mu Haoqiang's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire City of Death. At this moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. They were rather shocked that a lord had come to the City of Death. From now onwards, this place would become his private territory. The City of Death was too far away from the capital of the empire. Some people did not even know about the news. Only the higher-ups of the City of Death knew about it, but they did not announce it. In the City of Death, it was the first time many people had heard of it. Everyone was used to the City of Death. Suddenly, they heard that someone had inherited this piece of land. From now onwards, this place would become their private territory. Many people could not accept it. The news came too suddenly. Bai Ziqing and the 5 patriarchs looked very calm and did not show any signs of anger. After Mu Haoqiang made the announcement, Bai Ziqing was the first to step forward. Welcome, Lord Lin Fei, to the City of Death. From now on, we are your people. Bai Ziqing revealed a rare smile. That's great. We finally have someone here. We believe that from today onwards, the City of Death will become glorious in Lord Lin Fei's hands. The 5 patriarchs all had smiles on their faces, and they spoke all kinds of praises. Mu Haoqiang also had a smile on his face. He knew the personalities of these patriarchs and Bai Ziqing. They would not tolerate another lord or city lord above them. The biggest possibility was that they would make Lin Fei a figurehead and become a city lord in name only. After all, Lin Fei had no subordinates. This was one of Lin Fei's shortcomings. Moreover, the people here were all natives and had powerful backgrounds. Dealing with Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. In the end, there was only one outcome. They would either leave with their tails between their legs or become a puppet. Little Lin, let me introduce you. These are all from a City of Death. Mu Haoqiang introduced everyone to Lin Fei one by one, looking very kind. Next, there were some formalities to go through. Mu Haoqiang was very enthusiastic, and soon, this piece of land had an owner. In the imperial capital, this piece of land was recorded in the records. Lin Fei coming here was just a formality. All right, the matter is settled. I'm going to leave too. After Mu Haoqiang took care of the matter, he prepared to leave the City of Death. Although he wanted to stay and see Lin Fei suffer, he gave up in the end. City Lord Mu, wait a moment. Lin Fei stopped Mu Haoqiang. I have something I don't want to know. Please help me. If I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Mu Haoqiang said with a smile. Lin Fei pointed to the 3,000 soldiers not far away. City Lord Mu, you should know that I have just arrived, and the City of Death has just been attacked by Black Wind City at night. I don't know if they will come again, so I want to ask the City Lord to leave the 3,000 soldiers here for a few days to stabilize everyone's emotions. I believe that City Lord Mu will not refuse. Chapter 2475. Mu Haoqiang instructed his trusted subordinates and left 3,000 soldiers behind before returning. Lin Fei was also brought to the city lord residence by Bai Ziqing. To outsiders, everyone seemed to be getting along very well. Only those who knew the situation knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. On this day, Lin Fei was staying in the City of Death. At night, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads personally received Lin Fei. They expressed that they would respect him as the master of this land. As for anything else, they didn't say anything. Lin Fei was laughing the entire night. It seemed that he was happy. He personally patted his chest and promised that he wouldn't do anything to the City of Death. In the dead of night, Bai Ziqing quietly entered Lin Fei's room. "Master," Lin Fei didn't seem to be drunk. "Have you completely controlled this body?" "Yes," Bai Ziqing said. At this moment, Bai Ziqing didn't look any different from the Bai Ziqing they met back then. Be it his tone or his actions, they were exactly the same. It was hard to tell if he was real or fake. This was the benefit of the system's modification. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had actually been completely wiped out. This was the Bai Ziqing after the system's modification. He was a completely new person. In fact, he was also a puppet. He was completely loyal to Lin Fei and would never betray him. "Tell me everything you know." "Understood." If Mu Haoqiang or the 5 clan heads saw this situation, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an extremely terrifying person in the hands of an outsider would be so easily modified and controlled. In the City of Death, Bai Ziqing's influence was the greatest. The 5 clan heads were actually here to split the benefits. Over time, they controlled a portion of the City of Death. Bai Ziqing's consciousness had been wiped out, but all his memories had been inherited. Other than those in the know, no one would have thought that Bai Ziqing was no longer the Bai Ziqing from before. Such a huge change was unimaginable. Bai Ziqing began to speak. He was very careful with every word. Some secrets that no one knew were now like ordinary things. He spoke for a full hour before stopping. Lin Fei's expression was very rich. I knew it had something to do with the royal family. As expected, it really does. The master behind Bai Ziqing is actually the 5th prince. Lin Fei had never doubted his own judgment. It was not surprising that Bai Ziqing was the 5th prince's man. According to Bai Ziqing, there are many people like him. They covered almost all the 38-star regions and earn a lot of money for the 5th prince. The 5th prince was ambitious. If he wanted to expand his forces and influence, money was indispensable. It was normal for him to recruit people from various star fields to work for him. It was only because of the 5th prince's people that Peerless City did not dare to interfere with the City of Death. Now, the future crown prince had not been confirmed. As long as one was not an idiot, they would definitely not offend someone at this time. The 5th prince had contributed a lot to the City of Death's current scale. Lin Fei also knew that the 5th prince had sent a message, instructing Bai Ziqing to get close to Lin Fei. The 5th prince wanted to plant a spy by his side. It would be best if the spy could become a confidant. If Lin Fei had not controlled Bai Ziqing in advance, then Bai Ziqing would have followed the 5th prince's instructions and relied on Lin Fei at a certain time. He would have helped Lin Fei control the City of Death step by step. He would have gained Lin Fei's trust step by step and become a confidant. The 5th prince had used this move very well. At the appropriate time, he would even push it a little. Those who did not know would definitely fall for it. At that time, no one would know, and the secret would fall into the 5th prince's ears. Of course, this was only one of the 5th prince's moves. He had prepared a few moves for Lin Fei, including slow-acting poison control. He would not allow Lin Fei to become someone else's helper. The 5th prince is really narrow-minded. In order to deal with me, he has really broken his head. Unfortunately, all of his plans are going to fail. Lin Fei sneered. Lin Fei remembered the 5th prince's dirty tricks. At the same time, he had a general understanding of the unparalleled star field. Even a native might not know as much as Lin Fei. "Master, the 5 clan heads have joined forces with me to make you a figurehead. They're going to make you a puppet in name only. They're even secretly looking for people to extort money from you." "Extort? Lin Fei smiled. The news of his wealth had been deliberately spread by someone who knew how many people were secretly eyeing this fat piece of meat, ready to take a bite out of it. Don't worry. Next, you'll be like them. Let them have a good time. Lin Fei simply mentioned what was going to happen next, and told by Ziqing to act as usual. Lin Fei really did not want to control the City of Death so quickly. He had no interest in this place. Even if he wanted to open a secret base, it would not be here. For a few days, Lin Fei's performance was very ordinary. The next day, Bai Ziqing and the 5 clan heads adopted the method of ignoring Lin Fei. Other than arranging for an errand boy, there was no one else. Lin Fei was so angry that he could only helplessly return to the temporary courtyard of the City Lord Mansion. Ha ha! I knew this kid would not be able to control himself. A little kid dares to snatch back the fief from them. He is really thinking too much. Mu Haoqiang, who heard the news, immediately reported the good news to Master Yin Zhongtian. Good, that kid also has this day. Yin Zhongtian did not leave. He wanted to see Lin Fei's defeated look. Only then would he feel happy. Mu Haoqiang never thought that Lin Fei would be able to obtain the fief. How could a poor kid be willing to hand over the fief? That brat is also smart. He knew to leave 3,000 soldiers behind to instruct them, and even promised them a handsome reward. He forgot that these 3,000 soldiers are my private soldiers. Without my orders, no one can mobilize them. In the end, that brat was given the cold shoulder and could only leave with his tail between his legs. Mu Haoqiang thought of another matter and couldn't help but laugh. The news of Lin Fei's defeat in the City of Death spread to the eyes of those who were interested. After listening to the news, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield shook his head. These people really know how to make trouble. But this is also good. It can temper that kid. Perhaps this is what His Majesty wants. Unfortunately, this kid has no perseverance. His performance is too poor. The domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield naturally understood some of His Majesty's intentions. Originally, the domain lord of the Wushuang Starfield admired Lin Fei. After listening to the following report, he felt a trace of disappointment. Looking at the overall situation from the details, Lin Fei's performance was completely a guy who did not know how to use his brain. He was completely seduced by the temptation of the fief. The 5 local forces of the Wushuang Starfield were originally worried about Lin Fei. It was impossible for them to give up the benefits of the City of Death. The best way was to make Lin Fei a figurehead. Chapter 2476. Lin Fei tossed and turned in the City of Death, but he didn't get anything he wanted. At the beginning, everyone would pay attention to Lin Fei, but later on, they lost interest. Under the suppression of internal and external forces, it would take time for Lin Fei to truly take power. Just when everyone was no longer paying attention, a shocking piece of news spread. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers actually didn't leave. They silently fell into Lin Fei's hands, causing countless people to vomit blood. How could such a thing happen? Everyone knew who those 3,000 soldiers belonged to. That day, Mu Haoqiang had left 3,000 soldiers to help deter the people of Black Wind City. Lin Fei didn't have the slightest command and had silently changed owners. Who knew how many people's eyes had been blinded? This method was amazing. Those 3,000 soldiers had quite a good foundation. Mu Haoqiang had spent a lot of money for them. In the blink of an eye, it had become someone else's wedding dress. Countless people were stunned. They couldn't understand why the 3,000 soldiers would side with Lin Fei. Among them, there were Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides. The most terrifying thing was that Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides didn't die. Everyone was watching how Mu Haoqiang would resolve this matter. Bastard, how could this be? A bunch of trash. My 3,000 private soldiers. In the peerless city lord's mansion, Mu Haoqiang listened to his bruised and swollen subordinates report the situation. In his rage, he had knocked over countless things, and now they were all in pieces. Mu Haoqiang had been watching Lin Fei make a fool of himself. He had never thought that his 3,000 soldiers would be eaten by that brat. It was impossible to think about it. City Lord, this is true. They no longer listen to your orders. The wound on my face was caused by them. That Lin Fei also said that the 3,000 soldiers were given to him by the city lord to help him keep safe. Mu Haoqiang couldn't accept the fact that the 3,000 soldiers had changed owners. When he left, he wasn't worried at all that Lin Fei would play tricks. No one could move his own soldiers. Bring them to the City of Death. The City of Death was bustling with noise and excitement once again. The 3,000 soldiers who were originally stationed outside had quietly become Lin Fei subordinates. When the 5 family heads found out about this, they were all speechless. Now that the 3,000 soldiers had fallen into Lin Fei's hands, the situation was completely different. It meant that Lin Fei now had a certain level of threat. Before, Lin Fei was just a single person, and his strength was not enough. He could not turn the world upside down, so it was fine as long as nothing happened to him. With 3,000 soldiers, they had to be on guard. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers were all at the 3rd to 4th transition. It was not a problem for them to surround and kill a 5th transition expert. Even a 6th transition expert would not dare to face them head-on. Most importantly, the fief belonged to Lin Fei. No one could ignore this point. If Lin Fei really wanted to kill someone in their own territory, they really couldn't do anything. He had every reason to do so. It could be said that everyone in the City of Death had to listen to Lin Fei. If they resisted, they would not be able to bear the consequences. The expeditionary guards would not mind personally dealing with them. Mu Haoqiang once again appeared outside the City of Death and saw the temporary camp. 3,000 soldiers were stationed in the temporary camp, and security was tight both inside and outside. In the center of the camp, there was a huge flag with the word Lin fluttering in the wind. To Mu Haoqiang, this was extremely glaring. The word Lin meant that his 3,000 soldiers had changed hands and had pledged their allegiance to Lin Fei. Mu Haoqiang came to the entrance of the camp in exasperation. Immediately, guards came out to stop him. The military restricted zone is in front. If you dare to take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy. The cold killing intent told everyone that this was not a joke. Once they crossed the boundary, they would be killed. Open your eyes and see who I am. I am your city lord. Get out of my way. Mu Haoqiang was enraged. Who gave you the right to stop me? In the past, these people would obediently move aside after being scolded. But this time, it was a complete failure. The soldiers held onto their long sabers and did not look like they were going to retreat. This infuriated Mu Haoqiang greatly. Idiots! Men, beat them up! Mu Haoqiang was really angry. Being stopped in front of his own people, and even threatened to kill without mercy, really provoked Mu Haoqiang. Wang Xiao, get out here! Wang Xiao was the person in charge of the 3,000 soldiers. He was also Mu Haoqiang's confidant. If one were to say who he hated the most, the first person would not be Lin Fei, but Wang Xiao. Without Wang Xiao, Lin Fei would not be qualified to gain the loyalty of the 3,000 soldiers. Wang Xiao was the first person Mu Haoqiang wanted to kill. Mu Haoqiang's men were all experts. After a few rounds, they charged in. Behind them lay a large number of soldiers, all of them howling nonstop. Woo, 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 woo. Just as they charged in, a sharp alarm came from the military camp. Someone has broken into the military camp. Kill! Kill them all. The military camp reacted quickly. The first to attack were the archers. Special arrows that covered the sky whistled toward Mu Haoqiang and his men. Ever since Mu Haoqiang became the city lord, no one had dared to attack him, especially in the Wushuang starfield. Everyone was respectful to him, afraid of offending him. Today was the first time he was attacked, and it was by his own soldiers. It could be said that he had never felt so sullen. Boom! Boom! The arrows shot over, and when they got close to them, they all exploded, setting off waves after waves of explosions. No one had expected the power of the archers to be so terrifying. The entire military camp was filled with a loud rumble. Everyone in the City of Death heard it. Mu Haoqiang had once again underestimated the 3,000 soldiers. He had thought that once he came, his own soldiers would not immediately come to their senses. In the end, he was attacked by his own soldiers. Looking at the experts he had brought with him, they were all covered in wounds. Some of them were even like hornets' nests, breathless. The others were not any better. City Lord Mu, what is the meaning of this? How dare you bring people into a restricted military zone? Do you believe that I can kill you right now? When that happens, even the area lord will not dare to say anything. In the sky, Lin Fei appeared. He shouted angrily as soon as he appeared. He directly put a big hat on Mu Haoqiang's head. Mu Haoqiang immediately came to his senses after being shouted at by Lin Fei. This was no longer a place without a master. Lin Fei said that this was a restricted military zone, so it was trespassing into a restricted military zone was completely in line with the law of death. This is a misunderstanding. Get your people to stop. Mu Haoqiang's tone was much weaker. He could see the killing intent in Lin Fei's words. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the archers stopped. Many of the experts Mu Haoqiang had brought with him had been shot dead. The remaining ones were in an extremely sorry state. All of them were injured. Chapter 2477. The 5 patriarchs of the City of Death appeared in the sky one after another. That brat really dares to make a move. He's indeed bold and powerful. I thought he was worried about Blackwind City, but I didn't expect him to actually want to eat 3,000 soldiers. Now we're in trouble. With 3,000 soldiers, that brat has martial force in his hands. It won't be easy to deal with him in the future. We've underestimated this Lin Fei too much. He quietly took down 3,000 soldiers. In the future, we have to be wary of this brat using force. He already has a legitimate reason. The only thing the patriarchs wanted to know was how that brat obtained 3,000 soldiers. A brat had instantly become their greatest threat. It was beyond their imagination, and the previous countermeasures were useless. With soldiers in his hands and the fief belonging to Lin Fei, the other party had an absolute advantage. This was the last thing they wanted to see. If they had known this would happen, they would never have agreed to station 3,000 soldiers here. They hated Mu Haoqiang to death. A dignified city lord had actually been schemed against by a junior. 3,000 soldiers had changed hands. They had to wonder how Mu Haoqiang was the city lord. 3,000 soldiers were already like this, let alone the others. Of course, they were also worried that the private soldiers they controlled in private would also become like this. That was not something they wanted to see. Mu Haoqiang was in the wrong now. He had forgotten that this was not his own peerless city. The empire had strict rules for fiefs. If one trespassed into the fief, they would be killed with a single word. No one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei, I'm only asking you, what's going on with 3,000 soldiers? Mu Haoqiang was in the wrong and changed the topic. He felt a little like a scoundrel. Lin Fei said seriously, didn't you give them to me? You said that I'm new here. How can I not have any soldiers? The 5 patriarchs all have ulterior motives. With 3,000 soldiers, I can pose a threat to them. You told me this yourself. The faces of the 5 patriarchs changed on the spot. They looked at Mu Haoqiang with eyes full of hatred. Mu Haoqiang defended himself. You're talking nonsense. 3,000 soldiers were obviously taken by you. Don't try to slander me, and don't try to sow discord. The 5 great powers behind the 5 great family patriarchs were all comparable to the Mu family. If they really offended them in one go, it would be a great loss to the Mu family. This matter must be explained clearly. Lin Fei said seriously, City Lord Mu, remember, you were the one who gave me the 3,000 soldiers. If it wasn't for you, do you think a little brat like me has the right to command 3,000 soldiers? Hearing this, the eyes of the 5 clan heads became sharper and sharper. They also didn't think that Lin Fei had the ability to get 3,000 soldiers. Moreover, they were all trained by Mu Haoqiang. The captains and leaders of the 3,000 soldiers were all Mu Haoqiang's people. The 3,000 soldiers had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. The greatest possibility was that Mu Haoqiang had given them to Lin Fei. Only Mu Haoqiang's orders would the 3,000 soldiers have no objections. If you don't believe me, I can let Wang Xiao say it. Lin Fei called Wang Xiao over. As soon as he came up and saw Mu Haoqiang, his expression was very natural. There was no fear or unnaturalness. This lowly one greets City Lord Mu. Everyone's eyes were as bright as snow. Wang Zhao's behavior was very reasonable. If Wang Xiao had secretly brought people to join Lin Fei, he would definitely feel guilty when he saw Mu Haoqiang. Even the slightest change could be seen. Wang Xiao, how dare you? Who allowed you to do this? Mu Haoqiang shouted, his gaze like a sharp sword. Wang Xiao revealed a blank expression. His expression didn't change because of Mu Haoqiang's shout. City Lord Mu, didn't you ask us to do this? Mu Haoqiang was very disappointed. He didn't see any problems with this person. This person was still the same person, and he was very familiar. However, he knew in his heart that he had never intended to give the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei. His expression also became very ugly. Wang Xiao, you're lying. Wang Xiao was panic-stricken. Lord, I really didn't lie. The 3,000 soldiers were indeed given to you to Lin Fei. He also told us to follow Lord Lin Fei. He said that we would soar in the future. My brothers all heard it. Mu Haoqiang knew that he had failed this time. No matter what the reason was, the 3,000 soldiers were in Lin Fei's hands. It was impossible to take them back. Even Wang Xiao, as his confidant, had said such a thing. It was easy to imagine what the situation was like. No one would believe what he said. Everyone would think that he had given the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei, and he would definitely be the scapegoat. Young Master Lin Fei, you really have a good plan. Mu Haoqiang stared at Lin Fei. City Lord Mu, I don't know why you would say that, but the 3,000 soldiers were really given to me by you. I can swear to the heavens. Lin Fei raised his hand and said very sincerely. Mu Haoqiang didn't believe Lin Fei's words. Then I congratulate young Master Lin Fei. You will soon truly control your fief. After saying this, Mu Haoqiang turned and left. There was no point in staying any longer. However, he wouldn't let Lin Fei feel at ease and agitate the 5 family heads. Everyone thought that he had handed over the 3,000 soldiers to curry favor with Lin Fei. At the same time, he would deal with the 5 family heads and Bai Ziqing. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mu Haoqiang couldn't say it out loud. He had given the 3,000 soldiers to Lin Fei. Who was he? Did he have to curry favor with Lin Fei? He really wanted to explain to the 5 family heads. However, looking at their eyes, he knew that it wouldn't work. They would definitely believe Lin Fei's words and think that he was the one who did it. His trusted aide Wang Xiao had already admitted it. This matter couldn't be explained unless Lin Fei himself admitted that he was the one who did it. I finally understand why Teacher Yun would fall in the hands of Lin Fei. That brat is too cunning. Mu Haoqiang left dejectedly. The following troublesome matters still needed to be dealt with. The 3,000 private soldiers had changed hands, and it would be painful for a very long time. Mu Haoqiang left with a face full of anger and helplessness. The 5 family heads were also on guard against Lin Fei. They didn't say anything in return to the City of Death. Needless to say, it was obvious that they were going to discuss countermeasures. I finally completed the first step. With 3,000 soldiers, the 5 family heads won't dare to act recklessly. I can also begin the next step. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. Mu Haoqiang's 3,000 soldiers had actually been modified by Lin Fei. He had easily changed the ownership of the 3,000 soldiers. They now had an official private army in this expeditionary empire. With Mu Haoqiang as the scapegoat, no one would suspect him. 3,000 soldiers wasn't something anyone could control. As one of Mu Haoqiang's trusted aides, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Chapter 2478. Mu Haoqiang had been tricked by a junior and lost 3,000 soldiers. He became the biggest joke in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei became famous once again. To be able to trick a peerless city lord was something that not even 1 in 1,000 people could do. No one dared to underestimate Lin Fei's abilities anymore. The forces that had previously looked down on Lin Fei were all dumbfounded when they heard the news. After the 3,000 soldiers fell into Lin Fei's hands, Lin Fei announced something. He changed the name of the City of Death. From then on, the name of the City of Death became a thing of the past. Carefree City. This was the name that Lin Fei had changed. At the same time, Laws that could only be issued by the feudal lords were enacted within the boundaries of Carefree City. Anyone who violated these laws would be suppressed by the 3,000 soldiers. After the original City of Death became Carefree City, the 3,000 soldiers were stationed outside the city and not inside. After Mu Haoqiang left, the 3,000 soldiers launched a cleanup operation. This cleanup operation was carried out without any warning. It was launched suddenly. The 3,000 soldiers entered the city and surrounded and killed people from all walks of life. Most of them were wanted criminals of the empire. Under the leadership of Wang Xiao, the 3,000 soldiers seemed to have received the news in advance. They were in designated positions every time. Every time they caught someone, they killed anyone who resisted. This cleanup operation captured and killed more than 1,000 people, all of whom were celebrities on the wanted list. The person in charge of the Expeditionary Guard branch rushed over personally and thanked Lin Fei profusely. In order to deal with these people, the person in charge had been looking for ways to deal with them. Dealing with the wanted criminals is what I should do. The middle-aged person in charge was very happy. He had done something big without a sound. When the news spread, he had made a contribution. If all the feudal lords were like Lord Lin, our mission would be much easier. The middle-aged person in charge said emotionally. It was not that they could not deal with the wanted criminals of Carefree City, but that they could not catch them. Either the news was leaked or the wanted criminals were hiding. This time, when a middle-aged supervisor heard that over 1,000 wanted criminals had been captured, he was incredibly excited. He also viewed Lin Fei in a new light. Before leaving, he invited Lin Fei to be his guest. In the eyes of the 5 patriarchs and by Ziqing, Lin Fei's encirclement was clearly a warning, a very serious warning. But this time, they couldn't speak. Currently, Liberty City belonged to Lord Lin Fei in name. They could not stop him from doing whatever he wanted to do. Lin Fei's movements were too fast, as if he had prepared in advance. Once he launched the encirclement and annihilation, it was very smooth. What did this mean? He had a source of information. Their first suspicion was that Lin Fei had cooperated with the Expeditionary Guard. Only in this way could Lin Fei receive the news and successfully complete the encirclement. He had given them quite a show of strength. Lin Fei's sudden action had stunned the 5 patriarchs for a short period of time, especially after Bai Ziqing chose to remain silent. Naturally, they would not stand out, and Lin Fei had become a little fox in their eyes. He was too good at scheming. The most terrifying thing was that he had grasped the righteousness, which was the most troublesome. Unless they wanted to rebel, they would never be able to openly deal with Lin Fei for the rest of their lives. If they really did that, they would undoubtedly die. Even the family behind them would not be able to bear it. No matter what, they would lose a layer of skin and bleed a lot. After a while, Lin Fei had finally gained a firm foothold. On the surface, no one would target Lin Fei. No one wanted to be labeled as a collaborator with the enemy. Lin Fei's explanation for this matter was very simple. It was that these wanted criminals and the demon clan of Blackwind City had collaborated from the inside and outside, and they had been labeled as collaborators with the demon clan. After hearing this reason, the 5 patriarchs, who could not swallow it at first, completely shut their mouths. They secretly cursed Lin Fei for being too shameless. His mouth was too powerful. After the encirclement and annihilation operation, Lin Fei did not stay in Liberty City like ordinary people. Instead, he did something that no one would have thought of. Near a certain valley in Liberty City, a forbidden military area was built. 3,000 soldiers began to build houses there. In just 10 days, a huge palace was built in the valley. Everyone was dumbfounded by this action. Many people could not figure out what Lord Lin Fei was thinking. Why did he go outside and build a palace with 3,000 soldiers stationed inside and outside? For a moment, Lin Fei was covered in a mysterious veil. We can set up the teleportation formation now. A huge underground base had been opened up in the depths of Liberty Palace, surrounded by layers of formations. In order to set up this place, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. This place was carefully selected by Lin Fei. The huge palace on the surface was only used to confuse everyone. The real use was in this underground base. If a formation grandmaster were to come in, he would definitely be greatly shocked. Those famous and peerless formations could almost all be seen. The most terrifying thing was that these formations had joined forces from the inside and outside, forming a huge and extremely ferocious formation. Even if a 9-transformation professional expert came in, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Moreover, wanting to leave was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In this underground base, Lin Fei had spent 800 black crystal cards to set up a peerless, ferocious formation. At the same time, he had built an energy center. The 800 black crystal cards were the first batch of energy for the energy center. Unless those people used up 800 black crystal cards, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they came in. They would be tortured to death. Yes, sir. 3,000 soldiers were stationed outside, surrounding and protecting the huge palace. In the underground base, Lin Fei summoned his army puppets. They were all equipped with high-grade energy guns. In total, he had over 200 high-grade energy guns. These high-grade energy guns would consume a terrifying amount of energy every time they were fired. In order to ensure his safety, Lin Fei had gone all out. At the same time, he had equipped himself with high-grade flying devices. The low-grade flying devices and energy guns had been cracked by the system. This small team of 200 men had become Lin Fei's strongest means of attack. It didn't matter if one was a 7-transformation professional or an 8th transformation professional. If they encountered this small team, they would either die or be severely injured. This was a true killing machine. With a command, a large group of people immediately started setting up the teleportation formation. As long as the teleportation formation was set up successfully, from today onwards, the distance between Emperor Peak and Liberty Palace would no longer be a problem. Lin Fei would be able to travel back and forth between the two places without being suspected. This place would become a true secret base. One day later, the teleportation formation was set up successfully. Lin Fei activated the coordinates, and the two teleportation formations were connected successfully. There weren't any problems. Lin Fei had tried a few times, but it was unobstructed. The commotion of the teleportation formation was also perfectly suppressed. There was almost no feeling. Even if there was, it would be isolated by the formation. Chapter 2479. This bastard. Peerless City, City Lord's Mansion. Mu Haoqiang smashed another item, and the room was filled with fragments. Ever since he had suffered a setback at the hands of Lin Fei, Mu Haoqiang had become a big joke in the eyes of many people. Even within the Mu family, many people were laughing at him. A few senior elders in the family also had some complaints about Mu Haoqiang. Because of this matter, the reputation of the Mu family had been affected. This matter came quickly, and it also affected quickly. Mu Haoqiang had finally resolved the dissatisfaction of the family. His heart was filled with hatred for Lin Fei all the time. From seizing 3,000 soldiers to encircling and capturing the wanted criminal, everything had provoked Mu Haoqiang. Every time, his 3,000 soldiers would be brought up, putting on an act. That brat is just a little fox. He must be plotting something again. Mu Haoqiang didn't think that Lin Fei would choose a deserted place to build a palace. There must be a problem with this. Little Mu, this matter can't be dragged on. Lin Fei is so scheming at such a young age. When he came, he must have planned for a long time. Every step he takes has a deep meaning. If you really let that brat continue to accumulate strength, you can only watch helplessly in the future. Yin Zhongtian said sinisterly. Originally, he thought that his student would help him vent his anger. He didn't expect that Mu Haoqiang would also fall into this trap. The loss of 3,000 soldiers made Yin Zhongtian feel very embarrassed. Therefore, during this period of time, he invited a few array masters to make up for Mu Haoqiang's loss. Mu Haoqiang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Indeed, we can't let that brat continue to grow. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's get rid of Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei is dead, everything will be in the past. We can start with Lin Fei's assets. Yin Zhongtian added. Lin Fei was young and talented. His future was limitless. Yin Zhongtian could almost see that Lin Fei would become a big shot in the future. At that time, Lin Fei would only need to say a few words to make his life difficult. This was not what Yin Zhongtian wanted to see. "Sir, there's a mysterious person outside. He wants to see you." As the two were discussing, one of Mu Haoqiang's confidants walked in and took out a small item. Mu Haoqiang's expression changed. "Invite him in immediately." "Who's here?" After the confidant left, Yin Zhongtian asked curiously. Mu Haoqiang revealed a trace of joy. "Master, if you don," Mu Haoqiang said. A moment later, a mysterious person was let in. The other party removed his cloak, revealing a pale face. "City Lord Mu, I trust you have been well since we last met. Governor Bai, you're a rare guest. Please take a seat." Mu Haoqiang did not dare to neglect Bai Ziqing. Bai Ziqing sat down. "This must be Grandmaster Yin Zhongtian." Yin Zhongtian had heard about Bai Ziqing through his student, Mu Haoqiang. He did not dare to put on airs. "You're too kind. It's just an empty title. It's not worth mentioning. Master Mu, Master Yin, I won't beat around the bush. Both of you want to kill Lin Fei, and the City of Death wants to kill Lin Fei. Why don't we work together to deal with Lin Fei?" Bai Ziqing said coldly. Mu Haoqiang laughed dryly. "Master Bai, you must be joking. Lin Fei is His Majesty's junior brother and the Capital College's newcomer king. I wouldn't dare to kill Lin Fei even if I had 100 guts. Lin Fei was someone with status and background. At least in the Capital Institute, Mu Haoqiang could not afford to offend him. What kind of person was Bai Ziqing? He was ruthless and unscrupulous. Mu Haoqiang would not foolishly admit that he wanted to kill Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing sneered. "Master Mu, if you don't want to kill Lin Fei, I'll leave immediately. And Master Yin, you were tricked by Lin Fei in the Capital College. Don't you want to kill Lin Fei? Do you dare to deny it?" Mu Haoqiang and Yin Zhongtian looked very uncomfortable when they were questioned in front of their faces. They wanted to kill Lin Fei, but they didn't want everyone to know unless that person was a fool. Mu Haoqiang had chosen to avoid the question from the beginning. He had underestimated Bai Ziqing. He could hear the hatred and murderous intent Bai Ziqing had for Lin Fei in his voice. "Lin Fei is still a junior." Mu Haoqiang was interrupted before he could finish. "Don't flatter yourself. As long as Lin Fei is alive, you, Master Mu, will be a joke. Think about it. Lin Fei is so young, so talented, and so full of potential. Do you think he has the right to become the ruler of the Wushuang Starfield in the future? Also, I don't mind telling you that Lin Fei is not a good person. First, he tricked you, then he tricked us. Don't be fooled by the fact that there hasn't been any news recently. But the people I planted risked their lives to spread the news that Lin Fei has the support of a mysterious force and is preparing to deal with us. Master Mu, can you still sit still?" Mu Haoqiang's face turned red, as if he had been hit in the head. He had to admit that Bai Ziqing's words were very reasonable. As long as Lin Fei was alive, he would always be a joke. Even if he became the city lord, he would always have to lower his head. Lin Fei was already a nightmare. This was secondary. The most important thing was that Lin Fei's future was limitless. It was certain that he would become a big shot in the future. It was even possible that he would become a ruler. "City Magistrate Mu, Lin Fei knew about your relationship with Yin Zhongtian a long time ago, but he pretended not to know about it. He tricked your 3,000 soldiers into making things difficult for him. And he clearly remembers that you tried to make things difficult for him. Because of your 3,000 soldiers, the forces of the Peerless Starfield and other superpowers have begun to make contact with him. For example, recently, he's prepared to work with outsiders to give you, City Magistrate Mu, a big gift. Take a look at this, lest I say that I'm lying." Bai Ziqing took out an item. He threw it in front of Mu Haoqiang. "This is a high-grade recording device. It can record information." Yin Zhongtian recognized it at a glance. "Yes, that's right. This is a high-grade recording device. It was given by my subordinates. It was almost discovered." Bai Ziqing said, "You will know after you see it." This time, Mu Haoqiang couldn't bear it anymore. If Lin Fei had allied with outsiders to deal with him, he wouldn't be afraid of Lin Fei alone. However, he wouldn't be able to deal with the forces in the dark. He immediately suspected that it was the other forces that were plotting against him, or even the forces that were hostile to him. The high-grade recording device turned on and projected a screen. On it was the conversation between Lin Fei and the mysterious man. There was a plot against Mu Haoqiang. It's them. It's definitely them. Chapter 2480. Master, Mu Haoqiang, and Yun Zhongtian have all been fooled. They believe that Master will take revenge on them. Xiaoyao Palace, secret base. Bai Ziqing stood in front of Lin Fei and reported the latest situation. After Xiaoyao Palace was set up, Lin Fei set up a short-distance teleportation array for Bai Ziqing in the City Lord's mansion of Xiaoyao City, so that he could arrive at Xiaoyao Palace in the shortest time possible. Mu Haoqiang and Yin Zhongtian have both been tricked by me once. Now that they've been provoked by you like this, they'll definitely believe your words. At that time, they'll definitely contact someone to attack Xiaoyao Palace. At that time, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop. This plan came from Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing was nothing more than an executor. Whether it was Yin Zhongtian or Mu Haoqiang, they had all been defeated by Lin Fei. One day, they would definitely come for revenge, so it was better to deal with them in advance. Go down and prepare. After Bai Ziqing left, Lin Fei went to check on the source life tree. The energy of heaven and earth in the Wushuang star field was ordinary, far inferior to the imperial capital. Not only that, but it was also better in other places. Planting the source life tree was better than nothing. Mosquito meat was also meat. On this point, Lin Fei was very open-minded. On Blackwind City's side, Black One and the others returned to Blackwind City and announced the news of Lang Xingtian's death. Blackwind City was filled with sorrow. In a short period of time, losing 2 demon generals was no small matter. As the only demon general, Black One didn't care about what they said. He presented the powerful human cultivators from the City of Death and gave a passionate speech, which won everyone's support and praise. The demon race was actually very indifferent to life and death. They always believed that the fist was bigger. They naturally worshipped the strong, and those with low strength would die in vain. Black One was able to kill a human race expert and avenge a man. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Only Lang Xingtian's faction was unwilling to believe Black One's words. After returning to Blackwind City, Black One reluctantly expressed that he was in charge of Blackwind City and smoothly controlled the forces of Blackwind City. Those who were slightly dissatisfied were all suppressed. After the overall situation was under control, Black handed over the news, reporting on the situation in Blackwind City. At the same time, he mentioned the matter of the intermediate energy gun. The news went up layer by layer, causing quite a stir. The death of the 2 demon generals was really nothing, but the mid-grade energy gun made the eyes of his superiors light up. This was indeed a great contribution. The Demon God Empire had been trying to crack and research the energy gun, but there were too few of these good things. The news from Blackwind City was unanimously approved by everyone, and the lost demon general was directly ignored. The unparalleled starfield, the City of Death. The higher-ups of the Fey God Empire knew about it. It was a very chaotic place, and the people they killed were human race experts. It was not difficult to obtain an intermediate energy gun. He quickly received the recognition of his superiors, and the reward came down. He replaced Lang Xingtian's original position and became the #1 demon general of Blackwind City. A secret team came down from above, and on a dark and windy night, they took away the intermediate energy gun. He became the #1 demon general of Blackwind City, and he was proud of himself. Although the 2 demon generals were sent down, he didn't care. As long as he had the support of the mysterious big shot, a mere demon general was nothing. He had seen the mysterious senior's methods with his own eyes. "Senior, what do you need me to do? Please tell me." When he saw the mysterious senior again, he was extremely respectful. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want you to bring some people to make a move. I guarantee that you will be able to make a great contribution." Lin Fei entered Blackwind City as if he was entering his home. Lin Fei was going to make a big deal and then eliminate them all. He didn't dare to ask what it was and agreed without hesitation. With a group of subordinates provided by the mysterious senior, he wasn't afraid of anything. Even if it was a demon general, he would still have to obediently wait. Unparalleled Starfield. Black Tiger Gang. This was a relatively large gang. To put it nicely, it was a gang. To put it bluntly, the Black Tiger Gang was a den of thieves that specialized in robbing houses. The Black Tiger Gang was a den of thieves. There were about 5,000 people in it, and 3,000 of them were above the first transition profession. It could be considered a very powerful gang. Deal with the new Lin Fei from Liberty City? Sect leader Li Hu frowned slightly, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, if sect leader Li agrees to send people out, we are willing to offer 100 black crystal cards. The temptation of 100 black crystal cards was still very great. This was a huge sum of money. It had been a long time since someone had made such a big move. 150. Li Hu stared at the person and said, Black Tiger Gang, 2,000 people. Done. In the unparalleled starfield, an undercurrent was surging. However, in the unparalleled starfield, almost all of the forces that had a certain level of notoriety were visited by a mysterious person. This mysterious person was generous, and, at the same time, he revealed a piece of news. Lin Fei had over 1,000 black crystal cards, and it was suspected that he had around 2,000. Regardless of whether the news was true or not, it was still very attractive. After Liberty Palace was built, there was almost no activity. That Lord Lin Fei stayed in Liberty Palace all the time, and there were very few opportunities for him to show himself. The more it was like this, the more people felt that Lin Fei was carrying out some unknown secrets. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Outside Liberty City, many strangers with familiar faces appeared. Many people recognized some of them and shut their mouths, afraid that they would offend these people. Tonight is a good day. Mu Haoqiang appeared in a secret chamber in Liberty City. The Great Formation has been set up. No matter how big the commotion is, no one will be able to detect it. No matter how powerful that Lin Fei is, he probably wouldn't have expected that he would be doing me a great favor by staying in Liberty Palace. Yin Zhongtian looked a bit complacent. In order to deal with that Lin Fei, he had set up a great formation in person and risked his life to kill Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing said, this time, Lin Fei has almost offended many forces in the Wushuang Star area. Now, with the formation that Grand Master Yin has set up, as long as the formation is shut down, Lin Fei will have no way to escape. The three of them burst into laughter. That night, as Bai Ziqing had said, it was a dark and windy night. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Bai Ziqing and the others had put in a lot of effort. Finally, the day of harvest had come. Mu Haoqiang wanted to kill Lin Fei to vent his anger. Yin Zhongtian wanted to get the secrets of Lin Fei's tactical deployments. At such a young age, Lin Fei had a better grasp of tactical deployments than Yin Zhongtian. There must be some secrets in it. As long as Yin Zhongtian learned them, Qin Yuan Shan would have to step aside again, and the Department of Tactical Deployments would return to his hands. They are approaching Liberty City. Those 3,000 soldiers are not a threat. The people we found this time are all experts in killing and looting. In order to deal with Lin Fei, we have sent out 15,000 people. Even after the incident, people will only think that it was done by the underground forces. They won't have any evidence to link it to us. In the Dark Night. Chapter 2481. Inside Xiao Yao Palace. Through the huge screen, Lin Fei could see the situation outside clearly. There were special creatures everywhere, covering every inch of the place. The show has finally begun. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, for a long period of time, you guys have to be well-behaved and behave yourself. Lin Fei didn't wish for any trouble to occur in this land. From all directions of Xiao Yao Palace, a force was approaching unceasingly. They were all protected by formations. Even divine senses were useless. These forces successfully arrived outside Xiao Yao Palace. Yin Zhongtian's array formation was also activated immediately, covering the entire area. Not a single sound could be heard outside. Break the formation. These forces had all received guidance before. They immediately broke the formation outside Xiao Yao Palace. After a loud rumbling sound, the formation cores were broken one by one, tearing apart Xiao Yao Palace's defensive formation. At this moment, Xiao Yao Palace was like a piece of meat without any protection in their eyes. Charge! Charge in and capture Lin Fei. We will be rich. Kill! Voices soared into the sky from a few directions as they charged towards Xiao Yao Palace. 3,000 soldiers charged out as well. Kill them all. The resistance of the 3,000 soldiers was extremely weak, especially when faced with the attack of over 10,000 people. The 3,000 soldiers were forced to retreat, leaving behind corpses on the ground. They charged in from the periphery and were about to break into Xiao Yao Palace. The leaders of these forces were all beaming with joy. Capturing Lin Fei would be a great achievement. This kind of transaction was too easy, with no difficulty at all. When they were halfway there, a few 7th job transition experts of Xiao Yao Palace came out and suppressed the enemies for a while. However, among the tens of thousands of enemies, the few elders were all 7th job transition experts. Both sides were evenly matched. After a long time, Xiao Yao Palace's side was at a disadvantage. How dare you barge into the territory of the Overlord? You are simply courting death. A late-stage 8th job transition expert charged out from the palace and killed over 100 people the moment he appeared. The scene was filled with blood. A terrifying pressure suppressed the expressions of those 7th job transition experts. Such an expert was still very terrifying. This should be Lin Fei's final trump card. I wonder which force is so generous to arrange for an 8th job transition expert to protect Lin Fei. Bai Ziqing said coldly. Mu Haoqiang was glad that he had come to the right place. If he had been targeted by an 8th-stage professional expert, it would have been a huge nightmare. This old man will deal with this person. Yin Zhongtian set up a formation outside. Just in case, he decided to deal with this person himself. Bai Ziqing and Mu Haoqiang did not stop him. Yin Zhongtian charged out. Seal. A huge formation was set up, sealing the energy fluctuations of heaven and earth. Yin Zhongtian's anger was not small. In order to kill Lin Fei, he did not hesitate to take action personally. Against a late-stage 8th Revolution professional, it would be impossible for someone of the same realm to succeed in a short period of time. However, it was different for a formation master. Moreover, it was a formation grandmaster. When this late-stage rank 8 professional started fighting with Yin Zhongtian, he was suppressed right from the start. He used formation after formation to suppress the other party. The Heaven-grade Spirit Array's attacks were continuously unleashed, one after another, not giving the other party any chance to catch his breath. Where? The formation spear pierced through his chest from behind. An expert had fallen. Yin Zhongtian's forehead was covered in sweat. Success. Yin Zhongtian let out a smile. Without the resistance of the 8th-stage professional, Xiao Yao Palace's resistance was weak, and they were forced to retreat. Quickly defend. That young man is Lin Fei. Everyone, hurry up and capture that kid. We'll be rich. A mere 2nd-stage professional, watch me. Voices kept coming from within the palace. All sorts of loud rumbling sounds could be heard, and miserable screams could be heard from the depths of the palace. Be careful, this is a heaven-grade spirit array. Bastard, my subordinate, that kid is too scary. How can he master such a powerful formation? Bai Ziqing and Mu Haoqiang entered the palace together. The interior of the palace was huge. That kid is really going all out. Inside the palace, Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, was constantly unleashing formations. Relying on the formations, he was able to block everyone's attacks. Around him were corpses, forming an empty space. If you want to kill me, you must have the strength to do so. Lin Fei conjured a formation, and a fire dragon appeared. The fire dragon swept across the surroundings, burning the corpses of the thieves into nothingness, as if they were works of art. Anyone who touched them would definitely die. I have underestimated Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to master such a heaven-grade spirit array. With the protection of the formation, it is theoretically impossible to win by outnumbering him. Yin Zhongtian's eyes flickered. If we want to defeat Lin Fei, we must attack together. I will use the formation to restrain him, and you will destroy the formation core. Once the formation weakens, he will lose for sure. Yin Zhongtian was very confident in himself. After all, Lin Fei was a junior. No matter how powerful he was, he would still lose to him. Let's do it, Bai Ziqing said decisively. Mu Haoqiang naturally wouldn't say anything, but he was also thinking about it. Especially Lin Fei's formation, he was really envious of it. At the realm of rank 2, Lin Fei was able to last until now by relying on formations, forcing those rank 5 and 6 experts to be helpless. There were not many people in the entire empire who could do this. Seal. Yin Zhongtian immediately conjured a formation of the seal character formula. Lin Fei, let's do it again. This time, you will lose for sure. Yin Zhongtian, who was dressed in black, wrapped himself tightly. Once the formation was activated, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced, and they all looked at this mysterious person. Lin Fei was furious. So it's you. You are dead for sure. I am a nobleman conferred by the empire, and a lord. If you die, you will no longer be a nobleman, but a lord. Yin Zhongtian conjured a set of formation flags, encircling everyone within his attack range. Heavenly meteorite descent. Once the formation was formed, countless huge stones fell from the sky, and they were incomparably hard, like a heavy rain. Immediately, all kinds of screams came from a scene. Lin Fei's position also became the focus of attention. Countless meteorites fell like a black mass. Lin Fei didn't just sit and wait for death. Several fire dragons drilled out and smashed the meteorites, but they couldn't handle the number of meteorites, and they were always at a disadvantage. In order to deal with Lin Fei, Yin Zhongtian had calculated for a long time, and after studying his previous failures, he finally suppressed Lin Fei this time. You guys go and break the formation core. As a veteran formation grandmaster, Yin Zhongtian knew Lin Fei's situation with one successful strike. As long as the defense was broken, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of the three of them. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. Chapter 2482. No one knew this would happen. Bai Ziqing's palm strike with all his strength left a bloody hole in Yin Zhongtian's body. He had used all his strength in this attack and did not stop at all. It was like a flood that crushed through Yin Zhongtian. Bai Ziqing, are you crazy? Mu Haoqiang was also stunned by this sudden scene, and he couldn't help but cry out. He couldn't figure out why Bai Ziqing wanted to deal with Yin Zhongtian. You all conspired against City Lord Lin. You should be killed, Bai Ziqing said coldly. He raised his hand and punched towards Mu Haoqiang. The fist wind howled. We've been fooled. Mu Haoqiang reacted immediately. This was a trap targeted at him. Bai Ziqing had pledged his allegiance to Lin Fei. This trap might be Bai Ziqing's proof of allegiance. Boundless hatred rose from Mu Haoqiang's heart. It had always been Mu Haoqiang who schemed against others. He never thought that he would be schemed against one day. Go! Mu Hao forcefully withstood a punch and brought a few of his subordinates to forcefully break out of the encirclement. As long as they returned to Peerless City, even if Lin Fei was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Of course, he would definitely suffer this loss. This kid is too calculative. Mu Haoqiang still felt that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Lin Fei had silently plotted against him. Who knew what else was waiting for him? As for his teacher, Mu Haoqiang did not have the mood to care about him. Kill! Mu Haoqiang began to attack the people in his team, forcefully carving out a bloody path. Several of his elite subordinates were all killed in an instant, and he felt the pain for a long time. This time, he was truly alone. Lin Fei, Bai Ziqing, I will definitely take revenge. The pitiful Mu Haoqiang fought his way out and encountered the formation that Yin Zhongtian had set up. He cursed furiously and only managed to escape with great difficulty. Looking at Xiao Yao Palace, a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. This was the scariest part. If possible, he didn't want to come here ever again. Mu Haoqiang fled all the way to Wushuang City. Only there could he feel at ease. Isn't that the Wushuang City Lord? Ha! Even the heavens are helping me. After escaping from Lin Fei's fief, Mu Haoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. He met a team in front of him, and when he looked at them, he broke out in a cold sweat. It was Black Wind City's demon, General Hay. What the hell? Black One charged over excitedly. Capturing Peerless City Lord is a great achievement. I originally wanted to plunder a city, but I didn't expect to meet a city lord. Little ones, kill him. Peerless City Lord Mu Hao Chong was only rank 8 initial stage. While Demon General Hay, he also had rank 8 initial stage strength at his peak. He was not inferior to Mu Hao Chong. Moreover, there were dozens of experts around Black One. In this siege, Mu Hao Chong was constantly restrained. After a dozen or so moves, Black struck his shoulder, and his entire shoulder was shattered. His injuries were severe. Mu Hao Chong used a secret technique and luckily escaped from the encirclement, increasing the distance between them. City Lord Mu, don't run so fast. You are City Lord Mu. Mu Hao Chong was chased all the way. Along the way, he listened to all kinds of provocative words, and he almost coughed up blood as he returned. Black One chased Mu Hao Chong all the way to the outskirts of Peerless City. When the guards at the city gate saw the city lord covered in blood, their expressions all changed. There were also demon generals chasing after him. Ha ha ha, City Lord Mu, you're lucky. You really ran back to Peerless City. Next time, let's have some fun. Human race experts are only SOSO, ha ha. Devastating voices echoed in the sky above Peerless City. Numerous tyrannical auras appeared in the sky above Peerless City. The first to notice Mu Hao Chong's miserable appearance was unnatural. The dignified City Lord Mu was actually being chased. If it was a human race expert, it would have been fine, but it just had to be a demon race demon general. This was an extremely difficult thing to accept. When did the demon race become so arrogant? Mu Hao Chong knew that he was at a disadvantage. Demon race, I will not rest until you die. Xiao Yao Palace. Without Mu Hao Chong, the remaining forces were nothing to them. Elder Yun, that day, you were unwilling to accept your defeat. Now, you're stirring up trouble behind my back. Today, I will let you know what my true strength is. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. Yin Zhongtian hated by Ziqing for being despicable. He actually sided with Lin Fei and lured them into a trap. In an instant, the situation was reversed, especially when a group of soldiers came out from the dark. They held energy guns in their hands and shot wildly. Seeing this, Yin Zhongtian's scalp went numb. This was a brutal massacre. Tens of thousands of people besieged Xiao Yao Palace. Not many of them died under the hands of the 3,000 soldiers. Instead, almost all of them died in this place. Yin Zhongtian realized that Lin Fei had great ambitions. The Empire had so many rare weapons. This was simply impossible. The ray of light shot over. Yin Zhongtian clenched his teeth and set up a formation. He thought that he could block it for a while. However, it couldn't withstand the monstrous power of the ray of light. A bloody hole appeared on Yun Zhongtian's body. At this moment, Yun Zhongtian experienced the feeling of death. It was so close. In his eyes, Lin Fei had become an invincible figure. Who are you? Lin Fei didn't answer Yun Zhongtian's question. He threw a tube of medicine into Yun Zhongtian's body. Yun Zhongtian died without knowing why. At this moment, the Wushuang Star area had suffered a huge blow. Congratulations, Master. You have resolved the hidden danger. I believe that even if they want to make a move, they will have to consider whether they have the ability to do so. Bai Ziqing walked up. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "They're just a group of ants. If they weren't used for publicity, why would they go through so much trouble? I believe that for a long time, no one will dare to provoke me." In the following days, a crazy news spread throughout the Wushuang Star area. The underground forces of the Wushuang Star area were almost completely destroyed by Lin Fei. No one survived. Over 10,000 people besieged Xiao Yao Palace and were all killed. Lin Fei became famous because of this battle. From then on, no one dared to look down on Lin Fei. Those underground forces all knew that they had a lot of experts. However, in the end, they still fell into the hands of Xiao Yao Palace's Lin Fei. Those forces who originally planned to secretly deal with Lin Fei, after hearing this news, all stopped. Even if 10,000 people besieged Xiao Yao Palace, they were all killed, let alone them. There was also a rumor that Xiao Yao Palace had a 9th-stage professional expert. Only this kind of expert could kill over 10,000 people. The more this news spread, the more people believed it to be true. Other than a 9th-stage professional expert, who else could do this? Even an 8th-stage professional expert might not be able to stop them. This time, among the 10,000 people, there were many experts. Only a 9th-stage professional expert could suppress them. Among all kinds of guesses, everyone agreed with the possibility of a 9th-stage professional expert. Before figuring out the identity of a 9th-stage professional expert of Xiao Yao Palace, no one dared to deal with Lin Fei. Doing so was simply seeking death. Chapter 2483. Mu Haoqiang. The Castellan Mu Haoqiang became famous. Under the propaganda of some people, Mu Haoqiang, the Castellan of Peerless City, became the most shameful Castellan. Nobody suspected that Mu Haoqiang went to deal with Lin Fei. Instead, they thought that Mu Haoqiang was unlucky to have met the demon General He Yi outside. Mu Haoqiang was suffering in silence. How could he be so unlucky to have met the demon General He Yi and be chased all the way to the city gate? There was nothing more shameful than this. After the news spread, Mu Haoqiang hid in the Castellan's residence. He didn't go out and acted like a coward. No matter what they said, he wouldn't say a word. Mu Haoqiang couldn't find a good reason to say this. It would only make things worse. Everyone only needed to know that he was chased by the demon general. After a few days, Lin Fei came to the Castellan's residence. The underground forces secretly besieged Xiao Yao Palace. On the surface, nobody knew about it. The big forces all heard the news and wanted to watch the show. Who would have thought that it would be a one-sided situation? It even helped Lin Fei and made him famous. After the incident, Lin Fei kept a low profile and didn't say anything. It was as if nothing had happened. Because of Lin Fei's actions, nobody dared to look down on Lin Fei. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Lin Fei came to find me. Mu Haoqiang had been hiding these days. There was no news from Yin Zhongtian. He didn't dare to send people to investigate. He could only lick his wounds in silence. He was afraid that once he went out, everyone would say, "Everyone, look, that is the Castellan of Peerless City." He was chased by the demon general. He brought shame to the human race. Who would feel comfortable hearing such words? "Lord, should I say that you are not here?" The confidant thought himself clever and said. Mu Haoqiang hated Lin Fei quite a bit. At this time, he did not dare to refuse. He was in the wrong in this matter. If Lin Fei spoke carelessly, he would lose his position as the city lord. Invite him in. In the reception room, Lin Fei sipped his tea quietly with a satisfied expression. Behind him, Bai Ziqing stood beside him like a bodyguard. "City Lord Lin, you don't come here for no reason. What's the matter?" Mu Haoqiang said as soon as he sat down, suppressing the anger in his heart. Lin Fei unhurriedly took a sip of the fragrant tea and put down the cup. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to give something to City Lord Mu. I believe you will like it very much." A high-grade recording device was placed on the table. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling to Mu Haoqiang's eyes. His pupils contracted slightly. When Mu Haoqiang saw the high-grade recording device, he knew that something was wrong. Things were about to go south. He picked it up and recorded every single scene of the attack on Xiao Yao Palace. He didn't miss a single word. Everything was recorded. "City Lord Mu, are you satisfied with my gift?" Mu Haoqiang suppressed his anger and said, "You are really despicable." Lin Fei extended a finger and shook it lightly. "No, no, no. I am not the one who is despicable. It is you, City Lord Mu. You and I are like the water in a well. You actually colluded with the underground forces to deal with me. Don't you think this is despicable? Moreover, I am a city lord, a noble of the empire. Tell me, if I spread this news, what do you think you will do? You know the consequences of trying to kill a noble." Mu Haoqiang stood up and said sternly, "You dare?" Lin Fei said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Don't tell me you dare to kill me here. But do you have the strength to do so? Everyone saw me entering the city lord's mansion. Who knows how many people are paying attention to me? If I die here, Lin Fei's words had hit the nail on the head. Mu Haoqiang slumped to the ground. In that instant, he had indeed thought of killing Lin Fei. He had destroyed the advanced recording device, but nothing had happened. Then what do you want to do? Mu Haoqiang was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and attack. He knew clearly that once he attacked, he would be finished. Wushuang City Lord would be the first to speak. The others would also use this as an excuse to remove him from the position of the City Lord. The Mu clan behind him would also be in big trouble. The only thing that Mu Haoqiang saw was hope. Lin Fei did not hand over the device. This meant that this matter was limited to a small circle. Even if outsiders guessed it, without evidence, no one would dare to not say anything. Lin Fei said, "A few days ago, my Xiaoyao palace was attacked and suffered heavy losses. I spent all my life savings on it. I feel that someone must compensate for this loss. As long as you are satisfied, I can return this thing to you." Mu Haoqiang never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by someone. Moreover, it was by a junior. However, he could not do anything. Kill. Would he dare? Even if Mu Haoqiang had 100 guts, he would not dare to kill. 100 black crystal cards. Take it as my compensation. Mu Haoqiang said painfully. Lin Fei slammed the table, causing tea to splatter everywhere. He said coldly, "City Lord Mu, are you trying to dismiss a beggar? 100 black crystal cards, and you still have the nerve to ask for it? You're not trustworthy." Then, there is no need to continue this discussion. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to leave, Mu Haoqiang could no longer sit still. 300 black crystal cards. Lin Fei acted as if he was about to leave as he said coldly, "You're the City Lord. Do 300 black crystal cards fit your status? I will not say much. You can give me 800 black crystal cards or not. It is up to you. However, you only have the time to think before I walk out of the room. If you do not give it to me, I will give it to the expeditionary guards. I believe that they will like it very much. They might even reward me with a black crystal card." As the City Lord of Peerless City, Mu Haoqiang was very clear about the purpose of the expeditionary guards' existence. They were the eyes and ears of the emperor. If the news reached the expeditionary guards, the Mu clan would definitely lose a layer of skin. Needless to say, he would definitely die. Mu Haoqiang could not bear to part with 800 black crystal cards. It was almost his entire family's wealth. Lin Fei started to walk. Step by step, every step was like a sharp knife in Mu Haoqiang's eyes, stabbing him continuously. Just as he was about to reach the door, Mu Haoqiang could not hold on any longer. "Wait a moment. I will give you 800 black crystal cards, all right?" For his own future and the honor of his clan, Mu Haoqiang could only give it. "City Lord Mu, you have made the right choice. It is just 800 black crystal cards. I can easily earn them back with just a little effort." Lin Fei smiled. Mu Haoqiang stared at Lin Fei. "I will give you 800 black crystal cards. However, you must guarantee that if the recording device is leaked, I will kill you even if I have to go to the ends of the earth." Chapter 2484. After extorting a sum of money from Mu Haoqiang, Lin Fei was not in the mood to find trouble with him. A few days later, Mu Haoqiang personally delivered 800 black crystal cards. When he left, his face was very ugly, as if his parents had died. The only good thing was that at least a potential big trouble was solved. The matter was so big that the expedition guards went there in person, harvested a batch of corpses, and received a lot of money. The expedition guards got credit, and everyone was happy. After everything was arranged, Lin Fei left the Wushuang Star area and returned to the Imperial Peak. Although Lin Fei was not in Xiaoyao Palace, no one dared to look down on Xiaoyao Palace. No one knew if there was an expert in charge, so it was not worthwhile to offend Lin Fei. After Lin Fei left, everyone was relieved, such as Mu Haoqiang. This time, he suffered a great loss in dealing with Lin Fei. Not only was his reputation affected, but he also lost 800 black crystal cards, and no one knew when he could get them back. At least for a long time, Mu Haoqiang had to live frugally. Lin Fei returned to the Imperial Peak. Chen Yuanshan and Li Xiong came to congratulate him. A fiefdom, a country within a country, was not something ordinary people could have. They were all well-informed people who had been paying attention to the affairs of the Wushuang Star area, so they were not surprised by Lin Fei's means at all. In their eyes, Lin Fei had always been a synonym for mystery, and now he was even more deserving of it. After returning to the Imperial Peak, Lin Fei lived a low-key life again, spending almost all his time in the Imperial Peak. The Imperial Peak usually opened a big formation, saying to others that it was better to keep quiet and cultivate. No one in the Imperial College doubted Lin Fei's words. But in fact, Lin Fei traveled back and forth between the two places, and Xiaoyao Palace became a new secret base. The Imperial Peak became the main place to plant the source tree, because it was rich in heaven and earth energy. This cultivation base was very important to Lin Fei. When Lin Fei returned, he noticed that there would be unfamiliar figures appearing outside the monarch's peak from time to time. They seemed to be spies. After reading through the information, Lin Fei realized that they were from the capital's factions. It seemed that the news had spread and attracted their attention. Fortunately, I've set up a teleportation formation in Xiaoyao Palace. As long as I don't leave Emperor Peak, you can only stare at me. Lin Fei knew that they were suspecting him because of the auction. Don't underestimate these powers. When they're smart, they're very smart. They can consider every detail. The bounty on Tianji Hall was still there. The entire empire, whether it was on the surface or the underground forces, were all searching for the Avengers. Lin Fei was very clear about the capabilities of Tianji Hall. That was truly a superpower. They were rich and overbearing, and the items they auctioned off on the surface were already very precious. There were also rumors that Tianji Hall had all sorts of good things inside. The strength of that place was not the least bit inferior to the Imperial Palace. From this aspect, one could see the foundation of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei was very powerful now. However, he was still lacking if he wanted to fight against Tianji Hall openly. He relied on energy units. Once he ran out of energy units, he would be like a fish on the chopping board. Continue to accumulate. This was Lin Fei's next main task. The secret base of Emperor Peak could produce a large amount of energy wall stones every day. To Lin Fei, it was far from enough. If he wanted to accumulate energy units in a short period of time, he could only do some big business. Tianji Hall, didn't you want to put a bounty on my head? I'll make use of you guys to make some money first. Murderous intent flashed in the bottom of Lin Fei's eyes. Tianji Hall was a unique power that stood above the other powers. Ever since it was passed down, it had never shown any wild ambitions. In their eyes, there were only various financial transactions and all sorts of research. In the eyes of Tianji Hall, power seemed to be disdainful. Tianji Hall itself had an unparalleled influence. This influence was no less than the imperial power of the empire. Even the emperor couldn't recruit Tianji Hall. Even a fool could see the foundation of Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall was big. Naturally, it had branches everywhere in the empire. They opened many branches to sell all kinds of treasures of Tianji Hall, thus forming a high-end place. Any branch of Tianji Hall had as many treasures as the clouds. No one had ever dared to rob them. That was because all the people who tried to rob them were dead. Moreover, their families were killed. The people who killed them were completely afraid. One night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The Tianyin Star Zone, one of the 38 star areas, welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was Lin Fei. From the Wushuang Star Zone to the Tianyin Star Zone, Lin Fei quietly arrived at a special place in the Tianyin Star Zone. It was the branch of Tianji Hall. Not a single branch of the Heavenly Mystery Hall was built in a city. Instead, it was a branch of its own, and it had its own base outside the city. No matter which place it was, the branch of Tianji Hall was always outside. The treasures of Tianji Hall were priceless. Even if it wasn't in the city, it would still be crowded every day. No one knew how many people wanted to buy treasures from the branch of Tianji Hall. In this place, no matter how high one's status was, one had to behave. What a big Tianji Hall. And it's a big deal. Lin Fei came to the void outside of Tianji Hall. He was quite surprised to see Tianji Hall, using materials to refine a treasure that can attack and defend. Tianji Hall has really put in a lot of effort. The branch of Tianji Hall was, in fact, a treasure. In the entire empire, only Tianji Hall could afford such extravagance. The richer Tianji Hall appeared to be, the better Lin Fei's mood would be. Scan Tianji Hall. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to act. Haste makes waste. The huge Tianji Hall was quickly scanned by the system. A 3D image appeared. Formations were displayed one by one and analyzed layer by layer. If the people of Tianji Hall knew how powerful Lin Fei was, they would definitely not put him on the wanted list. This was purely looking for trouble. As expected of Tianji Hall, a branch is actually stationed with 5 experts. 3 early stage rank 8, 1 late stage rank 8, and more than 37th rank experts. Moreover, this Tianji Hall can withstand the attack of a peak rank 8 expert. Without a certain level of strength, don't even think about breaking the defense of Tianji Hall. In such a situation, anyone would have to shake their head to express their helplessness. Lin Fei was very calm. Analyze the formation and find the loopholes. Tonight, I will break into Tianji Hall, so that they know, in front of the Avengers, a mere treasure is useless. Lin Fei sneered. Begin the analysis. The system's powerful analysis and deduction ability was completed in less than 30 minutes. Formation cores appeared one by one. As long as they attacked at these positions, they would be able to break into Tianji Hall. My revenge will begin from here. Lin Fei began to move. Array formation scroll shot out one by one. And at this moment, those openings happened to be at the most opportune moment to strike. Boom, boom, boom. In the quiet night, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The earth shook. The entire Tianji Hall, including the nearby cities, was alarmed at this moment. Chapter 2485. What's going on? The commotion seems to be coming from the direction of Tianji Hall. Oh no, someone is attacking Tianji Hall. How is this possible? Who is so daring to attack Tianji Hall? When the divine senses landed in the direction of Tianji Hall, everyone finally understood what was going on. Someone was attacking Tianji Hall. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have doubted themselves. They wondered if they were seeing things. How could someone dare to attack the Heavenly Secrets Hall? Could it be that they didn't know the strength of the Heavenly Secrets Hall? Even if it was a branch of Tianji Hall, the loud rumbling sound tore open the prelude to the attack on Tianji Hall. What shocked everyone the most was that there was only one person attacking Tianji Hall's branch. It was not a large group like everyone had imagined. It was completely beyond their imagination. That's an array formation scroll attack. He's from the Avengers, someone exclaimed. After hearing this, everyone immediately came to a realization. It seemed that other than them, no one else would have the guts to attack Tianji Hall's branch. Everyone was looking for the Avengers, but they didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to appear alone. Wasn't he worried that he would be suppressed? Ha ha, I've really searched far and wide for you. I'll capture you to claim the reward. This is mine. In the void, a tyrannical aura appeared, suppressing the mysterious man. This was an opportunity. Who didn't want to cooperate with Tianji Hall? As long as they captured this guy, it would mean that they would be qualified to be friends with Tianji Hall and even cooperate with them in the future. If there were more people, everyone might be vigilant. But now that the other party was alone, they didn't care at all and didn't pay attention to the rumors outside. More than a dozen large hands reached out from the void. At this time, everyone was shameless. Whoever captured the other party would gain unimaginable benefits. There were also some who did not make a move and stood at the side to observe. These were all old foxes who were more vigilant. They all knew about the battle outside the Imperial City. It seemed like the other party was also alone, and in the end, no one could stop him. Facing an unknown force, before understanding the situation, the best choice was to observe and not offend them. Scram! A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes as he roared at the sky. A deafening sound exploded in everyone's ears. In the void, a series of groans rang out. After that, a series of black shadows fell down. Following that, a series of sounds rang out in an orderly manner. It was extremely terrifying. With just one roar, there were heavy casualties. In the distance, only some of the major figures knew how terrifying this roar was. They immediately took out their treasures and formed barriers, and they felt quite shocked. Are the people of the Avengers this powerful? Everyone was afraid of each other. Today, I'm here for revenge. If anyone wants to die, feel free to come forward. I'll personally send him on his way. Lin Fei's cold voice resounded in the night. The Tianji Hall branch was also caught unprepared. Ever since Tianji Hall's influence spread, very few people came to cause trouble. As time passed, the people of Tianji Hall got used to living a comfortable life. They usually swaggered around. Who would have thought that someone would recklessly attack the Tianji Hall branch? In the Tianji Hall branch, the sitting elder opened his eyes. Such guts, daring to attack Tianji Hall, truly reckless. The sitting elder, Su Wei, came out of the secret room and appeared in the main hall. Activate the formation. Arrange for the Tianji Hall law enforcement team to kill the other party. This rank 8 late stage, Su Wei had the highest command in the Tianji Hall branch. The Tianji Hall law enforcement team was very terrifying and infamous. They were all equipped with energy guns. Any enemy that was attacked by them would definitely die. In the night, Lin Fei threw out array scrolls one after another, wantonly destroying the array core of the array. The huge array began to shake. It wouldn't take long for the entire array to be destroyed. Besiege Tianji Hall, kill without mercy. Besiege Tianji Hall, kill without mercy. A strict law enforcement team charged out of the array. They were all armed with mid-grade energy guns and wore special battle armor. The moment they appeared, they madly shot at Lin Fei. Beams of light that were like murderous swords enveloped Lin Fei's position. That's the law enforcement team, Tianji Hall's most ferocious combat force. Previously, a rank 8 professional expert was beaten to death by the law enforcement team. Lin Fei knew that Tianji Hall had a strong foundation, so he was still shocked to see the law enforcement team armed with mid-grade energy guns. With such equipment, Tianji Hall was indeed very terrifying. Whoosh! A barrier appeared in front of Lin Fei. The opponent's attacks all landed on the barrier, but it didn't move at all. There wasn't even a ripple. Mid-grade energy guns. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that it's still not enough. Lin Fei took out a black energy gun that was of a higher grade than the opponent's. Since you guys like to use this, I'll play with you guys. Those who had been paying attention all this while suddenly sucked in a cold breath. High-grade energy gun. Everyone's glasses fell to the ground. Regardless of whether it was a low-grade or mid-grade energy gun, as long as one had the connections, they could be obtained. Although there weren't many of them, most of them were in the hands of the royal family. High-grade energy guns were different. They were very special and extremely difficult to produce. Every single one of them was a divine weapon with terrifying power. Countless people had tried to get their hands on one, but none of them had been able to do so. The price was also very high. Damn it, that's a high-grade energy gun. How'd he get it? Su Wei was very confident in the ability of a law enforcement team. When the other party took out the gun, his eyelids twitched. He knew that something was wrong. Lin Fei opened fire. Beams of light entered the bodies of the law enforcers. Their battle armors, which could usually ignore attacks, were so fragile in front of the beams of light. Every beam of light killed a member of the law enforcers. Clouds of blood mist kept exploding like brilliant fireworks, causing Daigon to be dumbfounded. A law enforcement team was instantly wiped out. This was the most powerful law enforcement team, but in the face of the mysterious Avengers, they couldn't even last a breath's time. Tonight, Tianji Hall is destined to be removed from the list. You guys are too arrogant to dare to issue a warrant for the Avengers. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boom, boom, boom. More array formation scrolls were thrown over one by one, setting off a terrifying wave. At this moment, everyone finally believed in the terrifying power of the array formation scrolls. One by one, they threw them over without any regard for their lives. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. There was another loud rumble. Chapter 2486. This was the first time anyone had seen such a violent way of breaking through the array. The array scrolls, in their eyes, were money. Using money to break Tianji Hall's array was painful to think about. Even if you had money, this was not the way to use it. If you don't want the array scrolls, you can give them to us. Everyone knew about the array scrolls, but no one had seen them with their own eyes, especially those from the Tianyan Star region. Now, no one would doubt the power of the array scrolls. Boom! The moment the array broke, a terrifying ball of light shot out from Tianji Hall. Just the aura of the ball of light was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was definitely a terrifying move. The ball of light exploded at Lin Fei's position, setting off waves of ripples that raised everything nearby to the ground. So what if you broke the array? Tianji Hall is not as simple as you think. Su Wei finally revealed a smile. Su Wei had a clearer understanding of the Heavenly Secrets Hall's array formation than anyone else. But tonight, someone had broken the rules and used an array formation scroll to break through the array formation. If the Heavenly Secrets Hall itself wasn't a treasure, they would have lost a lot of face tonight. One expert from the Avengers was already so scary. What if a large group of them came? Su Wei did not dare to imagine it. It seemed a little too scary. This news had to be reported. Su Wei did not want to say much about the decision of the upper echelons, but now he was sure that the Avengers were far more terrifying and mysterious than he had imagined. The array scrolls were a free attack method. The other party also had a powerful special barrier method and advanced energy guns. It was not easy to look at them. The only thing worth celebrating was that he had finally killed an expert from the Avengers. In any case, he had made a great contribution. Tianji Hall is indeed a unique force. They even developed this kind of energy storage method to attack. I wonder how many times this energy can support your attacks? In the night, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look the least bit embarrassed. Su Wei looked up. You? How did you know? This was the secret of Tianji Hall. Any of the treasures in Tianji Hall could absorb the energy of heaven and earth to support the array formation and form a special attack method. Normally, it would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. The things in your Tianji Hall are all leftovers from our games. Since you dare to place a bounty on our Avengers, you should know the consequences. In this world, there is no medicine for regret. Lin Fei rushed down and raised his gun. This spear was too fast. A shield appeared in front of Su Wei, and the powerful impact caused the shield to sway, and cracks appeared on it. The second shot came. Crack! Su Wei was sent flying, smashing through a large number of buildings. Let's go. Su Wei flew up, and a dozen or so light beams shot toward him, sealing off his path. Battle armor immediately appeared on his body, and with a poochy sound, the light beams left bloody holes on his body. You can't do it! Another spear shot over. Su Wei's eyebrows jumped as he activated his shield with all his might, but he still couldn't block the attack of the light beam. The shield was torn apart, and the spear landed on his forehead, plunging him into endless darkness. A Grand Late Stage Rank 8 expert had never thought that he would die to a high-grade energy gun. If he had known that this high-grade energy gun wasn't an ordinary high-grade energy gun, he would probably have died with everlasting grievances and grievances. Lin Fei raised his gun. If you don't want to die, all of you kneel and surrender. With a high-grade energy gun, Lin Fei was like a god of death. Rank 7 to 8 experts were all killed with one shot. The stubborn ones were all killed, and they no longer had any ability to resist. Those big shots in the sky were all dumbfounded, their hearts trembling. A few shots killed a late-stage Rank 8 expert. Although the opponent did not expect it, everyone had seen the power. Didn't this mean that as long as there was enough energy, even a junior had the qualifications to kill a Rank 7 or 8 expert? These big shots felt a wave of unease. Were technological weapons really so powerful? Then wouldn't their lifetime of cultivation have been in vain? Little devil, try and see if you can control the formation of Tianji Hall. Lin Fei did not let down his guard. Avengers, who gave you the right to cause trouble in Tianyan Star region? A roar resounded in the sky. A huge projection appeared in the night. A pair of sharp eyes shot out two terrifying rays of light, sweeping towards Lin Fei below. Those big shots were all shocked. The Tianyan region lord is here. Only the Tianyin region lord could cause such a commotion. They really could not think of anyone else. Lin Fei looked up. Tianyin region lord, you also want to go against the Avengers? Boom, boom. Two light balls shot out from a certain place in Tianji Hall, colliding with the opponent's light. The void trembled. The huge projection showed a trace of surprise. You actually know how to control the attack of Tianji Hall. The two light balls just now were the attack from Tianji Hall. With the help of the system, Lin Fei easily controlled it and casually released two attacks. Lin Fei did not believe that the Tianyin region lord would let him go because of this. Such a big shot must have a deep relationship with Tianji Hall. He would definitely take him down and hand him over to Tianji Hall. Condense the remaining heaven and earth energy into an attack. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei had nothing to fear. The energy collected by Tianji Hall was instantly used up, turning into many terrifying light balls that blasted into the huge projections area, exploding one after another. The major figures in the sky were all fleeing in a sorry state. Even they didn't dare to take the risk and stay. The energy release could affect them. In the night, they formed a dazzling presence. A mere projection dares to act fiercely in front of me. You're not qualified. Lin Fei took out a high-level energy gun and fired, quickly locking on to the huge projection. With a loud rumble, under the continuous attacks, the giant projection shattered into pieces. In fact, the huge projection did not have much power. It could deal with ordinary rank 8 powerhouses, but against people like Lin Fei, it did not even need to think about it. Withdraw. The huge Heavenly Secrets Hall rose from the ground and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Only a huge crater was left on the spot, proving the existence of the Heavenly Secrets Hall. Tianji Hall is gone. How did he take it away? It's unbelievable. Didn't they say that Tianji Hall is a special treasure? How could he take it away? The Tianyin region lord's projection was destroyed. Can a powerhouse from the Avengers be so strong? Tianyin Star Region. Chapter 2487. Husband, your divine sense was shattered by someone. Why did you let that person leave? This isn't like you. A beautiful woman in a white court dress stood next to a handsome middle-aged man and giggled. This middle-aged man was the Tianyin region lord. The two of them stood in front of the railing. In front of them was an endless void, but in front of them, the void had become a huge mirror, showing the scene in Tianji Hall. The Tianyin region lord hugged the beautiful woman and said with a smile, "Husband, you have a good relationship with Tianji Hall. If you let that man continue to make trouble, Tianji Hall will definitely be unhappy. That's why you took action. Unfortunately, that man is too powerful and can't be suppressed. Unless you take action yourself, it would be too unwise. Judging from that man's performance tonight, the Avengers are not simple." The beautiful woman looked pensive. "Husband, you are so bad." The Tianyin region ruler said seriously. "Nonsense. I did attack him. That scoundrel was powerful, and I could only watch him leave. What else could I do? Recently, the people of the Demon God Empire have been invading the surrounding cities. If I had really fought with that guy, I might have fallen into his trap. It wouldn't have been worth it." The beautiful woman giggled. "Then what do you plan to do about this, husband?" the beautiful woman asked. The Tianyin region lord said with a smile, "What else can we do? We can't offend the Avengers rashly. My wife, you should have seen the strength of the Tianji Hall branch. Sui was killed in a few shots. This matter was caused by Tianji Hall, so they have to solve it themselves. Now, I'm looking forward to the auction of the Avengers. If I can get an advanced energy gun, that would be great." What happened in the Tianyin Star Zone was almost impossible to hide. In less than half a day, the Tianji Hall branch had been destroyed by the experts of the Avengers. Even the treasure of Tianji Hall had been taken away. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone was dumbfounded. The forces that had been searching for clues about the Avengers were all dumbfounded. They broke into a cold sweat and kept cursing in their hearts. Do they have to be so cruel? That's right. In everyone's eyes, the Avengers were too cruel. Who did not know of the power of Tianji Hall's branch? Just a law enforcement team could kill a rank 8 expert, or at the very least, they could heavily injure the other party. Such a law enforcement team was easily killed by the enemy. The scariest thing was that the powerhouses of the Avengers had advanced energy guns in their hands. This was definitely a killing machine that could kill anyone it pointed at. For a moment, the big and small forces all ordered their people to stop. It would not be right to investigate the Avengers, especially when the projection of the Tianyin region master had been shattered by the other party. Who would dare to look for trouble? Tianji Hall also received the news immediately. The entire Tianji Hall was in chaos. The deputy head personally led his people to the Tianyin Star area. When he saw the huge crater in Tianji Hall, his eyes turned completely red. This is outrageous. This is too much. How much effort had been spent on the construction of Tianji Hall? The loss of any one of them would make one's heart ache. This deputy head hated the Avengers to the core. They had just issued a bounty and wanted order, and the Avengers sent them a huge gift. A resounding slap. Search, we must find Tianji Hall. The deputy head said this and directly went to visit the Tianyin region master, seeking his help. A Tianji Hall falling outside had a different meaning. As long as it was outside, Tianji Hall would never be able to raise its head. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall had suffered a huge loss this time. Many people were probably watching them as a joke. The Avengers slapped Tianji Hall in public. In the eyes of outsiders, Tianji Hall, which had been built as an iron fortress, was covered in arrays. Unless it was a rank 9 powerhouse, no one could break it. Ordinary rank 9 powerhouses would not attack Tianji Hall. In the entire empire, who was not afraid of Tianji Hall? On the way back to Tianji Hall, the deputy head received another piece of bad news. The Tianji Hall branch in another star field had been attacked by the powerhouses of the Avengers again. Just like in the Tianyin Star area, the other party only had one person. He single-handedly charged into Tianji Hall and killed the elder in charge. They had snatched away Tianji Hall. One wave did not stop, and another wave rose. Everyone understood that the Avengers and Tianji Hall were at each other's throats now. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Avengers. Those powers that had wanted to reap benefits from the Avengers all quieted down, not daring to touch the Avengers. Who knew if the Avengers would attack them? Even the Heavenly Secrets Hall couldn't stop them, let alone them. There were many smart people in the Empire. Everyone understood that if anyone interfered, it would not end well for them. Losing 2 Tianji Hall branches in a row had a huge impact on Tianji Hall's reputation. As long as the Avengers were not created, Tianji Hall would not be able to wash away its humiliation. Everyone was watching Tianji Hall's actions. In the remaining star fields, every Tianji Hall branch was put on a level 1 alert. This also caused no one to visit Tianji Hall. No one knew when the powerhouses of the Avengers would attack. If they died in an accident, they would not even have a place to cry. Tianji Hall did not disappoint anyone. After losing 2 Heavenly Secrets Halls consecutively, over 30 law enforcement teams were immediately dispatched. Each team was extremely mysterious, and any one of them could fight against a peak 8th job transition professional ranker. At the same time, they also wielded divine weapons. They had always been a mystery to the Heavenly Secrets Hall, and their strength surpassed that of the branch's law enforcement teams. Other than sending the law enforcement teams, they also sent rank 8 experts to oversee the place. They were all consecrated experts of Tianji Hall. Any one of them was a famous senior. Everyone knew that Tianji Hall had a deep foundation. Seeing these experts, they felt that they had underestimated them. Only the royal family would be capable of such a feat. Tianyin Star Field, Tianji Hall branch. Elder Chun, it's here. Vice Sect Leader Yulin pointed at the pit and said, I'll have to trouble you this time. You must find the other party's whereabouts. In order to find the nest of the Avengers, Tianji Hall brought a great expert who specialized in tracking to try to find the other party's traces. As long as they caught the other party, they would not have to worry about not being able to find the other party's nest. This old man will do his best. As a unique force, Tianji Hall collected a large number of experts and talents in almost all fields. If there were many talents, Tianji Hall would definitely be everyone's first choice. Elder Chun took out a round disc. The round disc looked somewhat special. His expression became solemn as he formed a hand seal. Condense. In the sky, specks of light appeared and entered the round disk. Gradually, the round disk lit up. Chapter 2488. Tianji Hall had suffered a great loss. How could they swallow this humiliation? Hence, they had hired a tracking expert. Yulin was the person in charge. As long as they could find the culprit, they would make the Avengers suffer, even if they had to go to the ends of the earth. The disk was divided into many regions. Those who did not understand would be dumbfounded when they saw it. However, experts like Elder Chen's lips curled up into a smile as the disk lit up. That person's methods are very secretive. It's a pity that I didn't expect there to be a special occupation in this world that specializes in tracking the mastermind. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei, who was far away on the Monarch Peak, heard them clearly. They had set up special life forms in the vicinity to guard against the other party. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lin Fei only noticed it when Little Devil sent a message. Tracking me? Tianji Hall is really scheming. After sweeping through 2 Tianji Hall, Lin Fei temporarily stopped. The 2 priceless Tianji Hall were enough to make them feel heartache for a long time. This thing was built using a combination method. Every piece could be disassembled. There was a certain degree of difficulty in doing so. You want to track my location? Let's see what you are capable of. Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on the heroes of the world. He had set up a backup plan. Actually, he wanted to see the changes in their expressions so that he could have some fun. Chase. Yu Lin and Elder Chen didn't know that they were being monitored. A light mark lit up on the disk and moved according to a fixed position. In the eyes of outsiders, it was chaotic. Elder Chen was engrossed in it. He shouted, "Chase!" The disk automatically flew over. Elder Chen and the rest chased after it. Seems like there is something to it. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The aura on his body seemed to have moved slightly. It was very weak, but he could still sense it. He knew that the disk should be a good item. It was tracking him based on the aura left behind. This is not good. Lin Fei had never thought of such a special occupation. Since they made this move, they must completely conceal their aura in the future to avoid trouble. Lin Fei walked towards the underground teleportation formation. In the next second, he arrived at the Xiao Yao Palace in the Wushuang Starfield. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. Who could guarantee that they would not chase him all the way to Imperial College? Tianji Hall's influence was not small. He had to be careful. Tianji Hall intended to send another gift. Lin Fei did not intend to be polite. He believed that Tianji Hall would definitely be very satisfied with this gift. Avengers, let's see where you can hide this time. Yulin hated the people of the Avengers. He was in charge of the Tianji Hall in the Heavenly Flame Star area. Now that something had happened, of course he would be displeased. Back then, when the Avengers were put up for arrest, he was in favor of it, and his attitude was very firm. As far as Yulin was concerned, the other party was clearly coming for him. It's a pity that I didn't bring another elder with me. Otherwise, I could have taken a look at what the other party looks like and taken him down in one fell swoop. Yulin kept following Elder Chen's direction. Elder Chen, what do you think the base of the Avengers is? Yulin asked. Elder Chen was not sure. It's hard to say for now, but if we follow this direction, the other party might be in the Heavenly Flame Star area. Wait, it's moving again. It seems that the other party is moving. Elder Chen said excitedly. What? The mysterious man is moving again. Yulin frowned. Hurry up and find the location. That person must be coming for the Tianji Hall branch. This time we can't let him succeed. Yulin was anxious. Don't worry, Master Yu. The mysterious man doesn't know that we are following him. As long as we follow him, we will definitely catch him. Elder Chen was very confident. The group moved faster, passing through one star area after another. The smile on Yulin's face grew wider. The mysterious man was not far away. He should be in the star area up ahead. Elder Chen said, looking into the distance. The disk slowed down. According to the information inside, the other party should be in the star area up ahead. Elder Chen relaxed. Tracking was not easy. It consumed a lot of mental energy. In order to track the people of the Avengers, any price was worth it. Elder Chen was just about to put away the disk to measure the specific location of the other party. When he relaxed his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Boundless pain spread throughout his body, as if something was about to come out of his chest. Puff! A palm that was not too thick came out of his chest. Your tracking skills are not bad. Unfortunately, you've targeted the wrong person. A faint voice came into his ears, as if mocking him for overestimating himself. Elder Chun fell into endless darkness. Behind Elder Chun, a man in black mysteriously appeared. A hand pierced through his chest. His movement was unbelievably fast, beyond everyone's expectations. You are from the Avengers. Yulin's eyes were bloodshot. He waved his hand and punched out. I'll kill you. Killing a person with a special profession in front of him was an act of provocation. Yulin had thought about the situation of meeting with the Avengers, but he never thought it would happen at this time. It was too out of his imagination. Your Tianji Hall put a bounty on our Avengers to kill a few of your people. What can you do? Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers, easily grabbing onto Yulin's fist. That powerful force instantly stopped. The only thing I didn't expect is that your Tianji Hall actually has a deputy head. A big fish. Lin Fei pulled with one hand. Yulin screamed. Ah! The arm that attacked was twisted off. Fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fei casually threw it away. I can only say that you are unlucky today. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched. It was a very ordinary punch, but it was this ordinary punch that sent Yulin flying. While he was flying, Yulin was blasted into pieces by a force in his body. He exploded with one punch. Lin Fei now had the strength to do this. A deputy head is dead. You guys are going to be angry. Ha ha! Lin Fei chased after him and grabbed a head. It was Yulin's head with a blank expression. He deliberately kept it. A certain star field, Tianji Hall branch. With the previous 2 star fields, the Tianji Hall branch was jittery every day. They were afraid that someone would come. They used to be arrogant, but now they were silent. The Tianji Hall branch was a treasure. It had both offense and defense. It had blocked many people, but it couldn't block the mysterious expert from the Avengers. They broke through 2 in a row and took away Tianji Hall. How could they not panic? Bang! There was a loud sound. The Tianji Hall branch shook nonstop. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. People of the Tianji Hall branch, listen up. Tianji Hall is the first to dare to put a bounty on our Avengers. We have given you 2 gifts. This is the 3rd one. Keep it well. Ha ha ha. A few of the overseeing experts flew out and saw a black shadow attacking them. They subconsciously wanted to make a move. Don't attack. That looks like Yulin's head. One of the elders exclaimed in shock. When the others looked closely, they were all shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 2489. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Secrets Hall all had dark expressions on their faces. Humiliation. They had never experienced such humiliation before. 2 Tianji Hall branches were destroyed, and this was not the end. Vice Sect Leader Yulin was also killed, and his head was even thrown in front of Tianji Hall's branch. This slap resounded loudly on their faces. The upper echelons of the Heavenly Secrets Hall were all enraged. The way they looked at others was as if they wanted to eat them alive. The members of the Heavenly Secrets Hall all hid far away, afraid that they would become the punching bags of the upper echelons. When the Avengers were mentioned, their expressions immediately changed. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the revenge of the Avengers would be so unbelievably cruel? Our people hadn't even found you, but you had already given the Heavenly Secrets Hall a few resounding slaps and made a name for yourself in the Empire. Heavenly Secrets Hall had made a move to take revenge on the Avengers, and now they had killed one of their Vice Sect masters. It was clear that they did not take them seriously. Vice Sect Leader Yulin's death made everyone realize that the Avengers were harder to deal with than they had imagined. Yulin was a rank 8 expert after all. He at least knew that the Avengers had sent out a rank 9 expert. Yulin's death caused Tianji Hall to hold a meeting for a day and night. Afterwards, an even crazier news spread, increasing the bounty. At the same time, the expeditionary guards also started to move, searching almost the entire area. The entire Empire was in a state of panic. The Empire cooperated with Tianji Hall's operation, no one was surprised. The impact of this matter was too great. To deal with the Avengers, the Empire's expeditionary guards started to move, conducting a large-scale sweep. It was a pity that the large-scale sweep did not yield any results. Tianji Hall sent out experts of special professions to try to find the other party, but it was to no avail. Tianji Hall's operation became a joke once again. The Avengers seemed to have disappeared mysteriously. It was as if they were no longer on the expedition to the Empire, blinding everyone's eyes. Even after a thorough search, no traces of them were found. For a time, the Avengers became mysterious once again. The other forces of the Empire also began to feel apprehensive. An untouchable and mysterious force was the most terrifying. From the tip of the iceberg, it seemed that this mysterious force's ability was no less than Tianji Hall's, or perhaps even greater. From the beginning until now, the people who came out from the Avengers were all alone. It seemed that the people of the Avengers liked to travel the world alone. He couldn't stop the other party from having strength. On the surface, they didn't find anything, but they didn't give up on searching in private. It wasn't a good thing to have a mysterious power as a neighbor. The operation did not yield any results, and the people in Tianji Hall were furious. Was there any power in this world that Tianji Hall could not find? Tianji Hall was greatly stimulated. Lin Fei was enjoying a leisurely life on the Emperor Peak. After knowing about the special occupation, Lin Fei did things more discreetly. He did not leave any aura, and even if there was, it would be destroyed completely. The failure of Tianji Hall's operation had a lot to do with this. The two Tianji Hall branches were not something that Lin Fei was interested in. However, this was a good thing. With a little modification, the effect would be better. He was just worried that there was no ready-made auction house. Naturally, Lin Fei was ready to use the items sent by Tianji Hall. Wasn't Tianji Hall awesome? Then, let's compete and see who was the most awesome. Lin Fei decided to take all the black crystal cards in the world. It would not be Tianji Hall's turn to share them. He also began to prepare for the upcoming grand auction. This was the first shot in the Avengers plan. Lin Fei had to be careful. When a location was leaked, Lin Fei would definitely believe that Tianji Hall would not be able to resist making a move. There would definitely be a lot of people slacking in the dark. These are all things that he needed to pay attention to. If he wanted the auction to be a success, Lin Fei had to prepare enough force. Otherwise, they would not mind swallowing him whole. In the face of huge benefits, they would do anything. How's the renovation of these two Tianji Hall branches? In the underground base, Lin Fei looked at the two Tianji Hall branches. Now, these two Tianji Hall branches had undergone huge changes. Even if the people from Tianji Hall were here, they would definitely be dumbfounded. The difference was too big. The two Tianji Hall branches, under the fiddling of the little devil, merged together to become a huge Tianji Hall. If one did not know about it beforehand, one would definitely not think that these two Tianji Hall branches were merged together. The renovation is almost complete. All the formations are being strengthened and upgraded. What's left is the offensive aspect. Master can install powerful long-range offensive weapons. It's best if Master installs more offensive weapons. Anyway, Master has been rich recently and can afford to use them. When the time comes, it will be a matter of face, the little devil said with an arrogant expression. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're going to use up all my black crystal cards. Master, this is not right. If you have fewer weapons, it will be a slap to our faces. When the time comes, if anyone is unhappy, they can fire 10,000 cannons at the same time. You can make a name for yourself and step on Tianji Hall in one fell swoop. Who do they think they are? With these trash, they dare to monopolize the business? The little devil said disdainfully. Lin Fei thought about it again and felt that the little devil was right. Tianji Hall monopolized all kinds of things. Even the Empire's royal family could not do anything to them. Their influence was so great that it could affect the royal family. However, compared to the things that the little devil made, the difference was huge. When the two were compared, the difference was like heaven and earth. Breaking the legend of Tianji Hall was indeed very easy. Then how many black crystal cards do you think we need to prepare? Lin Fei could not help but ask. The Avengers Alliance wanted to create a unique existence. The auction was an opportunity. Once the auction was successfully held, its influence would affect all forces, big and small. Whether this canon could be successful or not was crucial. The black crystal cards became very important. Master, you need to prepare at least 5,000 black crystal cards. For example, this auction hall needs to be strengthened, upgraded, and remodeled. At least 2,000 black crystal cards are needed. When the time comes, it will be an impregnable empire. It is not something that the trash made by Tianji Hall can compare to. As for the other thing that needs to be prepared, Master needs to prepare your martial arts. This is a chance for Master to show off. 5,000 black crystal cards. Lin Fei frowned slightly. It was still within the acceptable range. With such a huge number, only Lin Fei could have such an expression. He had a lot of good things on him. Now it seemed that he needed to find a buyer. Chapter 2490. Fan Luoyu came uninvited. As the Emperor Peak's array formation was still active, the Empire's princess was denied entry. This jerk! For some reason, Fan Luoyu felt like throwing a tantrum every time she came to the Emperor Peak. Lin Fei, you're dead meat if you don't let me in. Fan Luoyu gritted her teeth. This was not the first time she had been denied entry. The only person in the Empire who could deny her entry was Lin Fei, the jerk. She had a terrible impression of him. What brings senior sister here? What a rare guest. Compared to the previous time, she was in luck this time. Lin Fei walked out of the Emperor Peak and said with a smile. Fan Luoyu felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's gaze. He was beaming with excitement, which was different from usual. You're finally willing to come out. Fan Luoyu's words sounded weird, and she had no idea what was going on. Lin Fei said seriously, Senior, I've been busy and haven't been back for more than a few days. I was just about to look for you. Fan Luoyu naturally did not believe Lin Fei's words, especially after guessing some clues. You don't intend to invite me in? They arrived at the Emperor Peak again, in the same courtyard. Fan Luoyu felt that it was necessary to wake Lin Fei up. Junior Lin Fei, you should be a peripheral member of the Avengers, right? Fan Luoyu said, as soon as she sat down. She was observing the changes in Lin Fei's expression. She believed that she would be able to make Lin Fei suffer this time. It was his fault for being so nonchalant in front of her. No one had ever dared to treat her like that. Moreover, she was the Empire's princess. She could not even see any respect from Lin Fei. Fan Luoyu was prepared to give Lin Fei a good scare and was secretly proud of her cleverness. From some clues, Fan Luoyu believed that Lin Fei was definitely related to the Avengers. The only thing she could not be sure of was the exact location. If she had not seen the array formation scroll back then, she would never have suspected him. Fan Luoyu was now very confident, thinking that she had found her opponent's weakness. Unfortunately, Fan Luoyu was disappointed once again. You're indeed the Empire's princess. You've connected the dots so quickly. You're the first person to find out that I'm related to the Avengers. Lin Fei smiled with a calm expression on his face. Fan Luoyu's breathing quickened. This be Astra's starred. How could he not be nervous? Why isn't he nervous? Why did he confess? This was completely different from the script. Lin Fei laughed heartily in his heart. You want to scheme against me? You're far from it. Even if you know, so what? Lin Fei was very clear about what Fan Luoyu had in mind when she came. It was a pity that such a trick was child's play. After the teleportation portal was built, he really had nothing to worry about. If the Empire didn't want him, there would be a place that would. Lin Fei, how dare you? The Empire is putting out a bounty for the Avengers. Do you believe that one word from me and you will be reduced to dust? Even the Capital Institute can forget about putting in a good word for you. Fan Luoyu shouted. The Empire's Princess Fan Luoyu's rebuke, coupled with her own aura, was rather powerful. What greeted him was a mighty pressure that came crashing down from above. Those who were afraid of the imperial family and the Empire were so frightened that their limbs went soft. Lin Fei's expression didn't change at all. Princess, I'm not a 3-year-old child. It's better not to use such scary words. It's embarrassing. From the moment you arrived, you already knew. Since you knew, who would believe that you didn't bring the expeditionary guards? Fan Luoyu thought it made sense. For a moment, she couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. Let me guess. You came all the way here to get the array formation scrolls from me, right? Lin Fei smiled. If you want the array formation scrolls, you can just say it. If you don't say it, how would I know? Isn't it just a matrix scroll? I'll report it. Plus you're a princess. As long as you have money, I can sell you any matrix scroll. Lin Fei's waist swayed, his face full of the shrewdness of a businessman. This bastard is obviously waiting for me. Fan Luoyu suppressed her anger and regained her composure. She understood immediately. After understanding, Fan Luoyu felt that everything had fallen into this brat's trap. It looked like he had been waiting for her for some time. Wasn't he afraid that she would report it? This was something Fan Luoyu couldn't figure out. The world was vast. As long as the Empire wanted to capture someone, with Lin Fei's strength, the outcome would be the same. By then, he would have to spill everything he knew. You're different from ordinary people. You admitted it so quickly. Fan Luoyu, who had recovered, was very calm. You're also very brave. Lin Fei smiled. I'm just a small contact. The Avengers aren't interested in forces and territories. They're only interested in making money. They're motivated to create a unique existence. So you're saying that the powerful treasures that the Demon God Empire obtained previously were sold to them by the Avengers? Fan Luoyu suddenly thought of something. You guessed correctly. However, I'm not the person in charge. There are countless people like me in the Avengers. They contact various forces and sell treasures in secret. Maybe your brothers and sisters are also working with the Avengers. Lin Fei said innocently with a smile. A strange look flashed in Fan Luoyu's eyes. The Avengers are really preparing to compete with Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu reacted quickly and realized how terrifying the Avengers were. If such a mysterious force were to really work with other forces, it would undoubtedly be a very scary thing. Lin Fei scoffed. Tianji Hall is nothing. The last time we, the Avengers, sent out a deacon and wiped out 2 Tianji Hall branches. Even now, Tianji Hall is helpless and is running around like a headless fly. What a joke. Fan Luoyu knew that she had made the right trip. She seemed to have seen the tip of the iceberg of the Avengers. I want formation scrolls and energy guns. Do you have both of these things? Chapter 2491. Fan Luoyu left the Emperor Peak with complicated feelings. She had never had such a feeling before. The only thing that made Fan Luoyu happy was that she seemed to have found a new channel. The appearance of the Avengers was undoubtedly a significant blow to Tianji Hall. Tianji Hall had formed a monopoly in the Empire, and the royal family had some complaints about it. For example, this time, it was Tianji Hall who had made use of their powerful network to get the Empire to issue a wanted order. If the Avengers were to really appear, it would be a huge blow to Tianji Hall. Fan Luoyu could only make a concrete evaluation after seeing the first transaction. The Empire's princess is indeed a princess. She's really generous. This Fan Luoyu isn't simple either. After Fan Luoyu left, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard and crossed his legs happily. Just now, Fan Luoyu had taken out 1,000 black crystal cards for the first cooperation. 1,000 black crystal cards were clearly the first probing cooperation. Lin Fei didn't care. After deducting the system's cost, he could earn at least 800 black crystal cards from 1,000 black crystal cards. Even Tianji Hall couldn't match up to such efficiency. The transaction would naturally be delayed for some time, but Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. Today was a good start, and he wasn't interested in knowing why Fan Luoyu was buying these things. It would be great as long as there was a steady flow of money. Under the night sky, in Qinlan's mansion, a figure descended quietly and appeared in Qinlan's secret chamber. It's you. Qinlan was cultivating in seclusion. A cold aura descended, scaring her. After sensing a familiar aura, she realized who the person was. Her breathing was also a little hurried. Saint Qinlan, it's been a long time. Congratulations. You've gone up another level in the Empire. Qinlan said, Thank you for your praise. To be honest, I should be the one thanking you. If not for your items, I'd still be a low-ranking Saintess candidate. How would I be qualified to compete with them? Speaking of this, Qinlan was still very grateful. The arrival of the mysterious person in front of her undoubtedly made Qinlan realize that cooperation had come again. There were quite a few people from the Empire who were targeting him. They clearly had opinions about him and believed that the last transaction was a coincidence. This also caused Qinlan to be in deep trouble recently. Holy Maiden Qinlan, you really know how to talk. Let's make a long story short. This time, I would like to cooperate with you again. I need at least 4,000 or 5,000 black crystal cards. This is a list. You can report it to your superiors. Qinlan was obviously shocked. For the 5,000 black crystal cards? Big deal. Qinlan also heard it clearly. This time, she had a list to choose from. As long as this cooperation was successful, no one would be able to shake her position. Even those sanest candidates would have to admit defeat. It's better to work with the demon god Empire than the princess of the Empire. Lin Fei returned to the Emperor Peak happily. Working with the Empire for any business was the most satisfying. The only thing they had to worry about was the possibility of the Empire taking advantage of the Empire. Lin Fei did not know what kind of commotion the list would cause when it reached the demon god Empire. Now, all he had to do was sit back and wait. Half a month later, the first transaction between Lin Fei and Fan Luoyu was completed. The place of cooperation was at the Emperor Peak. Fan Luoyu was naturally shocked again. Ever since she had left that day, she had arranged for people to monitor Lin Fei in the dark. Lin Fei had never left Emperor Peak. That thing had entered without a trace and had even avoided everyone's detection. This made Fan Luoyu feel terrified of the Avengers' abilities. The fact that they dared to do business at the Emperor Peak was enough to prove their disdain for the Capital Institute. This was proof of their ability. What excited Fan Luoyu the most was that the items they were working on for the first time were all perfect, surpassing the items produced by Tianji Hall. When the two were compared, the difference was obvious. The first impression of the items produced by the Avengers was that they were of the finest quality. Almost no one knew about such a silent collaboration. Only Lin Fei and herself were present. Fan Luoyu was very satisfied with this collaboration. Those who did not know would only think that she was here to look for Junior Lin Fei. She now had a rather good excuse. The second big order might not take long. Lin Fei took note of Fan Luoyu's changes. It would not be long before the big order came. Looking at the time, Holy Lady Qinlan's side should be almost done. Lin Fei thought of another matter. There were still 4,000 to 5,000 black crystal cards to be sold. The success of the auction in the future was rather important. Another night fell. Holy Lady Qinlan's luxurious residence was brightly lit. Unlike usual, this time, there were several middle-aged men and old men with powerful auras sitting beside Qinlan. At this moment, they were all resting with their eyes closed. Qinlan's expression was not normal. You will definitely regret this. Ever since the list had been submitted, it had caused a huge uproar among the Demon God Empire's upper echelons. The news of the expedition to the Empire had also reached the Demon God Empire. The upper echelons of the Demon God Empire were rather clear about the Avengers that had appeared out of nowhere. It was easy to imagine the commotion caused by the return of this list. Qinlan's name was taken seriously once again. There were conflicts everywhere, and it was the same in the Demon God Empire where Qinlan was. The conflicts were also very intense. The upper echelons behind Qinlan had been schemed against, and the opportunity to lead the collaboration had fallen into the hands of another faction. Holy Lady Qinlan's credit had also been taken away. If there were no accidents, all these benefits would fall into the hands of one of the sanest in training. Hence, Qinlan today. Qinlan, are you sure that mysterious person will come tonight? An old man who was resting with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes, emitting a cold aura. He will definitely come. Qinlan did not dare to look at him, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. This old man was a high-ranking elder whom she could not afford to offend at the moment. He was known as Elder Demon Eye, and he had a notorious reputation within the Empire. When I left the last time, he will come today. Elder Demon Eye glanced at Qinlan and revealed a sinister smile. It's best if he can come. I hate it when people learn how to lie. I'll be very angry. Elder Demon Eye, Sister Qinlan is so smart. How could she lie? Not far away, there was a woman in the same black palace dress. She was dressed very provocatively, and she was one of the saints in training. At this moment, she was giggling. Elder Demon, I sneered. It's good that you know. The Empire has invested a lot in this matter. If it's a lie in the end. Chapter 2492. If the Avengers Alliance and the Demon God Empire could really cooperate, it would definitely be a mutually beneficial matter. Whoever completed this task would have made a great contribution. Even though Qinlan was a rising star, the impact this time was too great. There was no room for any mistakes. The higher-ups arranged for a higher-up to personally take charge of this cooperation. Elder Demon, I was the person in charge this time. To Qinlan and her faction, it was equivalent to someone plucking peaches. All the benefits have been taken away. So who would be the greatest contributor? Time ticked by. Elder Demon, I also appeared a little irritated. As a member of the Demon God Empire's upper echelons, it had always been others waiting for him, not the other way around. Qinlan, are you sure you'll come? Elder Demon, I asked again. I'll definitely come. Qinlan also felt guilty. At this juncture, she couldn't go back on her words. She had heard of Elder Demon Eye's personality. You should know how high the expectations of the Empire is for this matter. If you work for nothing, you know the consequences. Elder Demon, I sneered. If there was a chance, Elder Demon, I did not mind knocking this Sanus candidate down. Recently, Qinlan had become a well-known figure in the upper echelons of the Empire. In the eyes of others, this was not a good matter. If this continued, she might even snatch away the spotlight of the Sanus candidate. He's here. Elder Demon, I suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious black-clothed man appeared in front of everyone. The most unbelievable thing was that there was no fluctuation at all. Elder Demon, I was secretly fearful. This mysterious person should be from the Avengers Alliance. The rumors say that the Avengers Alliance is mysterious and unfathomable. It should be true. Because of this, Elder Demonic, I took it seriously. Your Excellency, you're finally here. I thought you wouldn't come. Qinlan knew that this was her last chance. Whether or not she could get back, everything she had lost depended on this mysterious person. Qinlan's words caused Elder Demon I to be dissatisfied, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The black-robed Lin Fei already knew this would happen. He could not help but sigh. The struggle between empires was also a form of knowledge. From the looks of it, it was clear that Qinlan's faction had been suppressed, and someone else had come to snatch the credit. Elder Demon, I stood up. Your Excellency, I'm a member of the Empire's upper echelons. I have full authority to handle this cooperation. We can sit down and have a good chat. Elder Demon, I looked at Qinlan and felt as though she had fallen into an abyss. Her body trembled slightly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The upper echelons of the Empire? I'm sorry, I don't know her. In my eyes, the person we're working with this time is Miss Qinlan. Your Excellency, are you mistaken? Your Excellency. A look of displeasure flashed across Demon Eye's face. Demon for Demon Eye for Demon. Even though the Avengers were mysterious, they would not be able to gain any advantage over the Fey God Empire. The fact that they had come here personally was a show of respect to the other party. Hee, who do you think you are? Lin Fei said calmly. If the Demon God Empire wants to cooperate, then sit down obediently. If you dare to say another word, the price will be increased by 10%. If you are willing to pay a high price, then go ahead. Lin Fei really didn't care about the Demon God Empire. Sir, you're just an errand boy for the Avengers. Do you think it's worth it to leave a bad impression on the Demon God Empire for a Saintess candidate? The black-clothed woman said coldly. You've got guts. Lin Fei turned around and shot out a beam of light. The black-clothed woman was sent flying, her body covered in blood. I'm in a good mood tonight, so I'll let you live for now. Who do you think you were to threaten me? Even when Elder Fiend I saw the arrogance of the Avengers, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He had thought that this trip was in the bag. As a member of the upper echelon, he had shown them enough respect. Sir, you hit the saintess of the Demon God Empire in front of me. Aren't you looking down on me? Elder Fiend Eye's gaze was cold. However, as long as you take out the item, I can pretend that I didn't see this. Elder Fiend, I regretted letting Qinlan wait for the other party. Without Qinlan, this wouldn't have happened. Qinlan was delighted. At least one thing was right. This mysterious person was very arrogant. He didn't give face to Elder Fiend, Eye, and injured Saintus. He was quite hot-tempered. This also gave Qinlan a glimmer of hope. If the Demon God Empire needed help from the Avengers, the upper echelon wouldn't make things difficult for him. Even if he killed a Saintus, they wouldn't even blink. In front of the Empire, benefits were the most important. You dare threaten me? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Boundless pressure came crushing down. He took a step forward and punched out violently. This punch was ferocious and terrifying. It was like the punch of a sovereign descending on the world. Elder Fiend, I opened an eye on his forehead and shot out a ray of light. However, he couldn't block this punch. The light was shattered by the punch and landed heavily on his chest. His powerful defense was completely useless at this moment. Pung! Elder Fiend, I slammed into the wall and knelt on one knee. He kept coughing out blood. This is the first time. If there's a second time, you'll definitely die. Even if the experts of your empire come, I'll kill them without mercy. Lin Fei's cold gaze swept across Elder Fiend Eye. Elder Fiend, I instantly felt a wave of death descend. It was the true aura of death. I'm a member of the Empire's upper echelon. If he really dares to kill me, he really will kill me. Elder Fiend, I had never been wrong about his feelings. If Lin Fei said that he would kill him, he would definitely kill him. He had underestimated how terrifying the person in front of him was. Elder Fiend, I had originally planned to suppress Lin Fei. If he could rope him in, that would be for the best. Only now did he realize how ridiculously wrong he had been. The people from the Avengers Alliance weren't just ordinarily powerful. Cough, cough, cough. This is a misunderstanding. Elder Fiend, I suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and tried his best to calm down. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. The black-clothed Saintus was already dumbfounded. To be able to injure an elder of the upper echelon with a single punch, wouldn't that mean that he was at least a 9th transition professional expert? Then this Avengers Alliance was a little too crazy. Lin Fei said, "You're lucky to have met me. If you had met the other deacons, they wouldn't be as soft-hearted as me. They wouldn't be able to kill you just like that. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came, it would be useless. Your Demon God Empire might even suffer a setback. For example, not long ago, Tianji Hall put out a bounty for us, but in the end, 2 Tianji Hall branches were destroyed by a few deacons." Elder Fiend, Eye's entire body turned cold. He finally understood what Lin Fei meant. If the people from the Avengers Alliance were the deacons, didn't that mean that the Avengers Alliance was more terrifying than he had imagined? Chapter 2493. Lin Fei did not want too many people to know about the deal. The Demon God Empire had taken matters into their own hands and arranged for a higher-up of the Empire. Lin Fei did not like it and wanted to find a chance to knock some sense into them. He did not expect them to take the initiative and let him knock some sense into them. After this round of knocking, Lin Fei believed that the Demon God Empire would not dare to act rashly in a short period of time unless they understood the background of the Avengers. Was that possible? Absolutely not. After the Avengers had made a few appearances, the announcement had spread to the 2 empires and some hidden forces. Everyone would subconsciously think that the Avengers was a huge force with a clear division of labor, and so on. Who would have thought that they were a paper tiger from the beginning? Qinlan, why don't you talk to this excellency? Elder Demon, I was still fearful. He could only rely on Qinlan now. Qinlan finally felt at ease. She knew that this mysterious person was very strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong. He had injured Elder Demon Eye the moment he appeared, and had suppressed him to the point where he was obedient. To be honest, she was a little envious. When would she be able to reach this realm? However, Qinlan quickly realized that her chance had come. It was obvious that this mysterious person was not willing to talk to them, so she might not be able to take the credit. Qinlan immediately took out a written list. This is what our empire wants. There's a total of 6,000 black crystal cards. Lin Fei did not look at the list. There's no problem with the items. However, due to your attitude this time, the price of these items will be increased by 10%. 6,600 black crystal cards. This is the discounted price that I, pretty good mood, am giving you. He opened his mouth to have 600 more cards. That felt great. Qinlan agreed decisively, afraid that the other party would increase the price again. This is what we should pay. 6,600, our empire agrees. Lin Fei looked at Qinlan and said, "You're not bad. You'll be the contact person for our cooperation from now on. That higher up, do you have any objections?" The last sentence was directed at Elder Demon I. Elder Demon I would not dare to say that he had any objections. I agree. Qinlan is a person who knows how to do things. Our empire has no objections with her being the contact person. 5 days later, we'll do the transaction here. It's finally done. After returning to the Emperor Peak, Lin Fei did not check out what would happen next. This was as far as he could help Qinlan. As for how far she could go next, it was up to Qinlan. On this point, Lin Fei was unable to help. After 2 rounds of cooperation, they had obtained more than 7,000 black crystal cards. This was a huge number, but Lin Fei was still not satisfied. To be safe, they had to continue cooperating. Lin Fei was bold and decided to find a few more buyers. Rather than one person being happy, it was better to have everyone be happy. That night, Lin Fei snuck into the Nangong family and saw Nangong Dihao. "Friend Nangong, your friend is here. Aren't you going to greet him properly?" When Lin Fei sneaked into the Nangong family, Nangong Emperor Hao reacted quickly. After a small fight, Nangong Emperor Hao recognized this person. It was the mysterious person from the Avengers who had made him suffer. "What are you doing here? Believe it or not, with just a word, you won't be able to escape." Nangong Emperor Hao was very surprised. He had always hated this mysterious expert from the Avengers. "Isn't it just a small victory? I'm still holding a grudge against you," Lin Fei said with a smile. "If you don't want to see me, I'll leave immediately. However, you will lose an opportunity. Perhaps the Su and Long families will soon stand above you." Nangong Emperor Hao really wanted to capture the other party. However, thinking about the other party's ability, Nangong Emperor Hao did not dare to guarantee success. Don't forget, the other party could carry a large number of array scrolls. Who could withstand the repeated attacks of array scrolls? Even Nangong Emperor Hao himself could not do it. What opportunity? The opportunity to cooperate. For example, the things that your family has always wanted. Our Avengers Alliance has all of these. Your Nangong family has always been suppressing the Su and Long families. If you can obtain the things of our Avengers Alliance, your Nangong family will once again pull apart the distance between you and Long families. In the battle of the ancient desolation great world, your Nangong family will have an absolute advantage. Don't you think that this is a very rare opportunity? Nangong Emperor Hao was very surprised. A mysterious power that no one could find actually came to him one day to cooperate. He secretly rejoiced that he did not let the other party leave just now. If he had chosen the Su and Long families, the only advantage that the Nangong family had would be gone. Your words have moved me. After leaving the Nangong family, Lin Fei negotiated a deal of 800 black crystal cards. After all, it was the first time they were cooperating, so the other party would definitely have some reservations. Lin Fei did not care. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. Lin Fei did not believe that Nangong Emperor Hao could endure it. Lin Fei then went to the second family, the Long family. Just like the Nangong family, when Lin Fei threw out the words of cooperation, the other party was also moved. No one could reject such an opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. The Long family's deal was a success. Compared to the Nangong family, the Long family's first deal was 1,500 black crystal cards. Su family, Mo family, and the other stronger families, Lin Fei paid a visit to them one by one and reaped a bountiful harvest. That night, the major powers in the imperial capital were all extremely excited. Although they had always been guests of Tianji Hall, ever since the Avengers Alliance displayed their terrifying strength, these major powers were secretly stirring. A mysterious power that appeared out of nowhere produced things that were not inferior to Tianji Hall's, and their prices were not very expensive either. With more choices, they naturally did not want to buy things from Tianji Hall. There is nothing more delightful than the people of the Avengers Alliance taking the initiative to look for them. In the following days, Lin Fei was still quite busy, and he had to complete one deal after another. The only thing that impressed Lin Fei was that the news of his visit was tightly sealed, and not a single trace of it was leaked. He smiled. The good days of Tianji Hall were coming to an end. After tasting the benefits of the first batch of goods, the goods of Tianji Hall became inferior. He was busy for a full month. Lin Fei finally completed all the deals. The number of black crystal cards had reached over 10,000, and Lin Fei had made a lot of money. If word of this got out, it would make people jealous. After the first deal, they immediately proposed a second cooperation. All of them were very eager. Even if they knew that Tianji Hall was not going to deal with the Avengers Alliance, they could not care less. Lin Fei rejected all of these requests. He only told them that the Avengers Alliance was preparing for an auction and that they would have everything they needed. Chapter 2494. This place won't do. It won't do either. It's not a good location. Just as everyone was thinking of collaborating with the Avengers for the second time, Lin Fei quietly came to the outskirts of the Empire to find a suitable location for the Merchant Guild. Lin Fei would not choose a location within the Empire. Be it the Demon God Empire or the Empire, they were not the same and were not safe. To choose a location, he had to leave the two empires. According to his original plan, Lin Fei wanted to set up in the ancient wilderness world. The powers there were complicated, and it was the most suitable location. After all, it did not matter if there was one more or one less Avengers. In the end, Lin Fei rejected this idea. It was rumored that the ancient wilderness world was located in a special place. One had to have the coordinates to enter. Apart from the major powers, no one else knew of this place. He rejected this idea for the time being. Lin Fei personally chose a location. Almost 10 days had passed, but he had not found anything. It was not that the location was not good, but there were some problems with the surroundings that did not satisfy him. Do I really have to set up a merchant guild in the ancient wilderness world? Coming out from a small continent, Lin Fei looked a little tired. The job of choosing a location was not easy. The future Avengers Merchant Guild did not have to do much. After the two Tianji Hall branches were remodeled, all they needed was a suitable location. It was just a small place, but it gave Lin Fei a headache. After wandering outside for another 4 to 5 days, Lin Fei returned to Emperor Peak. The problem of choosing a location was temporarily delayed. The Empire's princess, Fan Liu, had arrived. I want these things this time. Fan Liu sat down and took out a list. Once raw, twice cooked. This was the working relationship between Lin Fei and Fan Liu. Your Highness, you sure have a big appetite. Are you planning to recruit soldiers to buy your mother? Lin Fei glanced at it and said in surprise. The price on the list was at least 3,000 to 4,000 black crystal cards. This was a big deal. 3,000 to 4,000 black crystal cards might seem like a lot, but Fan Liu had quite a number of forces behind her. Splitting it up, it was not a large number. Fan Liu glared at Lin Fei. What are you saying? Who would say something like that? But your item this time. Fan Liu was really infuriated by Lin Fei's words. You know about the ancient wilderness world, right? That place has been rather chaotic recently. These things were bought to increase one's strength. I almost forgot. Your Avengers Alliance has not expanded to that world yet. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he casually asked, hasn't the ancient desolation great world always been very peaceful? Could it be that something could have happened? I heard that the Empire has a territory over there. Could it be that they can't suppress those people? Fan Liu had recently arranged for people to investigate Lin Fei. The more she investigated, the more she could not see through Lin Fei. She could not guess his position in the Avengers. The matter over at the ancient wilderness world had become something that Fan Liu was very worried about. If not for the previous batch of items, they might have been greatly weakened. There's an energy wall stone mine over there. Although our empire has this kind of mine, it doesn't produce much. Normally, our energy wall stones come from the ancient desolation great world. This time, an extremely high-quality energy wall stone mine has appeared. Based on a rough statistical analysis, this mine can produce at least 5 million black crystal cards. Lin Fei was shocked. He had put in so much effort to get his hands on just over 10,000. Someone else's mine could produce 5 million black crystal cards. That was a little terrifying. Once this mine appeared, all the forces in the ancient wilderness world fell into a fight for it. Fan Liu had always felt that Lin Fei was not simple and did not mind talking about something that was not too secretive. Lin Fei did not ask Fan Liu about the ancient desolation great world. 5 million black crystal cards, that's a rather large number of mines. It's normal for everyone to be envious. No wonder you want to buy a batch of treasures. Lin Fei still agreed to this deal with Fan Liu. The deal would be in half a month's time. Fan Liu did not say anything. If these things were taken out too easily, she would probably doubt herself. In half a month's time, she was shocked. This efficiency was too fast. Ancient desolation great world. This place is rich in resources. A single mine can produce 5 million black crystal cards. This mine can turn a force into a top force. No matter how bad it is, it can still be a first-rate force. Lin Fei was eager to make a move. Even if the black crystal cards were fast, they could not keep up with the consumption. He had to go to the ancient wilderness world. It was a pity that the coordinates of this world were a secret. It was such a big place. One more force meant one more opponent. Only the upper echelons of the empire knew about it. I can only wait for the academy. Lin Fei could also forcefully obtain it. This way, it would be easy to expose some clues. Do not underestimate the empire. There would always be smart people. If he went from the Capital Institute, no one would know. Obtaining the coordinates openly would be the most beneficial to Lin Fei. Furthermore, no one would suspect him. Perhaps it was because of the turmoil in the ancient wilderness world. The academy's training that had not yet begun had actually begun ahead of time. Lin Fei was the newcomer king of the academy and also the lecturer of the array techniques department. He easily obtained the qualifications. Even if those people were not too happy, they could not resist the advantage of being a lecturer. Lin Fei, you must be careful when you go to the ancient desolation world this time. That place is not like our Star Domain Empire. It is more like a desolate place, filled with danger. Many geniuses of the academy have died in the ancient desolation world. Chen Yuanshan rarely warned Lin Fei. Big brother Chen, danger is only interesting. Those geniuses of our academy, if they don't go through the experience, aren't they just flowers in a greenhouse? They could be destroyed with just a little bit of effort. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Chen Yuanshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. With your attainments and formations, as long as you're careful, you should be fine. All right, you must pay attention to the Long family and the Nangong family. Those few geniuses of theirs have quite a bit of an opinion of you. Lin Fei was rather grateful for Chen Yuanshan's reminder. Although the two of them were mutually beneficial, the fact that Chen Yuanshan could remind him was out of good intentions. I will. Lin Fei nodded. Chapter 2495. The ancient wilderness world had always been the training ground for the geniuses of the Capital Institute. Dangers lurked everywhere. It was either man-made dangers or attacks from the desolate beasts living in the ancient wilderness world. The Capital Institute would always remind the geniuses to enter the ancient wilderness world. As the new king of the batch, Lin Fei was naturally the focus of attention. Only after experiencing the tempering of blood and fire can a prodigy grow. More than 80% of the elites of the Capital Institute were training in the ancient wilderness world. There was only life and death in this place. In a restricted area of the Capital Institute, Lin Fei and the rest arrived at the restricted area and saw one of the teleportation arrays. This teleportation array was the most special and could lead to the ancient wilderness world. Everyone stand up. The person leading the team this time was a vice principal. He was known as the fourth principal in the institute and was ranked last. This was because he spent most of his time in the ancient wilderness world and was in charge of overseeing it. If one was not particularly familiar with him, they would not know of his existence. The fourth principal's surname was Zhang, and his name was Lung. Just like his name, he was extremely cold. There was a scar on the left side of his face that made him look ferocious. Under the gaze of Vice Principal Zhang Lung, everyone, be it arrogant or self-righteous, kept their thoughts to themselves. Before they came, everyone had warned them not to offend this Vice Principal Zhang Lung. As there were many people going this time, they were split into 5 batches. Each batch had about 30 people, making a total of 150 people. Lin Fei belonged to the first batch. The first batch was also the most powerful batch. Those geniuses subconsciously distanced themselves from Lin Fei, as if they were isolated from this group. Lin Fei did not mind such petty actions. The teleportation took a little longer this time. Lin Fei was not idle. The system was constantly analyzing and collecting data. He could roughly determine that the ancient wilderness world was located at a node in the void. If one did not have a guide, they would never be able to find such a place in their lifetime. Only the upper echelons of the empire knew about this great world. It was clear that this great world was different. We're here. When everyone saw what was happening again, they could no longer remain calm. At this time, they were standing on a tall, round platform, looking into the distance. The towering mountains were taller than any of the mountains in the empire. The towering trees were like giants, standing between heaven and earth, exuding an ancient and dangerous aura. This place is indeed different from the rest. Lin Fei casually sized up his surroundings. The most eye-catching thing was that all the creatures in the world were so tall and majestic, emitting a majestic aura. At this time, they were in a rather desolate place. They were surrounded by huge stone buildings, which were completely different from the buildings in the imperial capital. Roar! A thunderous roar came from afar. The terrifying roar passed through the crowd. The geniuses present were all in a wretched state. Some of them fell to the ground, their faces abnormally pale. At this time, a young man walked over. This group of people is not bad. That sound just now came from the ancient desolate world's level 5 desolate beast, Galebird. It specializes in sound wave attacks. We have set up an array here that can reduce its power by 70%. The young man laughed. The power was reduced by 70%. The expressions of all the sky prides changed slightly. Look, that's it. Suddenly, someone looked in a certain direction. In the sky, a huge black shadow appeared. It was like a huge dark cloud. Within a few breaths, it flew across the sky not far away. Its ferocious eyes made everyone shudder with fear. That's the level 5 desolate beast, Galebird. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely a terrifying existence. They could even see the disdain the Galebird had for them. It was clearly an existence with spiritual intelligence. All right, everyone follow me. I'll arrange for your accommodations first. This young man was a sky pride from the previous batch. He had been training here for 3 years and was now a 6th transformation expert. This 6th transformation realm was achieved through life and death experiences. Even the 7th transformation experts of the imperial capital could only admit defeat if they encountered him. The young man introduced the situation here. The surrounding 3,000 miles were all the territory of the Imperial Capital Institute. It was also the so-called safe zone. The desolate beasts of the ancient desolate world, and those tribes would rarely attack the Imperial Capital Institute's territory. However, once you leave this safe zone, then congratulations, you will be in danger at all times. If you were unlucky, you might even be killed in front of your home. This was the first time everyone heard that the Imperial Capital Institute's branch had taken 500 years to establish a stable foothold in the ancient desolate world and establish a branch there. Senior, who are those people? When they passed by a certain place, they saw a huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there were names of people. The young man introduced, "This is the heaven and earth ranking specially created by the Imperial Capital Institute. The left side is the heaven ranking, while the right side is the earth ranking. Those who kill powerful desolate beasts or even ancient beasts in the ancient desolate world will have contribution points recorded here. These contribution points can be used to exchange for all sorts of special resources that can only be found in the ancient desolate world. So the first place on the Earth ranking is actually a disciple of our Long family. Long Batian laughed. This place is too interesting. It's a good place to train. Our Nangong family also has names on the Earth ranking. We have as many as 3 names. Nangong Yuming revealed a hint of pride. As a genius of the family, she already knew some things about the ancient desolate world. The elites of the empire are all in the ancient desolation world. This is the best place to gain experience. It is said that the ancient desolation world is the place where the real experts gather. Every expert here is extremely powerful. Another person revealed. The young man was not surprised by everyone's actions. When he first came, it was the same. You will know the details of the ancient desolate world sooner or later. Now, I will arrange for you to rest. The long-distance transmission array had some effect on everyone. Soon, everyone was arranged to a courtyard. Lin Fei was also given a courtyard. The courtyard was empty, and there were no servants. Later on, he found out that the Imperial Capital Institute's branch here had to be self-reliant. When the young man left, he left behind a one-time use jade talisman that recorded the basic information about the ancient desolate world. It was also information that every newcomer had to digest. Lin Fei immediately began to check the relevant information. Chapter 2496. Ancient Desolation Great World, Imperial Academy Branch. If you did not personally come to the Ancient Desolation Great World, you would never know how terrifying this world was. The Imperial Academy had many talents in the Empire, but in the Ancient Desolation Great World, it was still difficult to move an inch. Just the establishment of such a large branch took a lot of time and effort, resulting in the current situation. In the first 3 days, the newcomers did not have anything to do. Instead, they all found the family disciples of the Academy branch and quickly integrated into their circle. If there was anyone present who did not integrate, it would be Lin Fei. In the Ancient Desolation Great World, Lin Fei was also alone. He had no family, no power. Basically, he stayed in the small courtyard and rarely went out. The Ancient Desolation Great World is the most interesting world. Lin Fei sat in the courtyard, smiling. Not only did this place produce a large number of energy wall stones, there were also some special materials that could not be seen in the Empire. This was also a place that any expert dreamed of. Any great power would strive to establish a base in the Ancient Desolation Great World. As long as the base in the Ancient Desolation Great World was not destroyed, the inheritance of the family would last forever. This was because they would have an endless stream of resources to support them. For example, the energy wall stone mine this time had more than 5 million pieces, and a large number of powers had interfered to fight for it. Things like this were common in the Ancient Desolation Great World. The Ancient Desolation Great World was simply too big and rich in resources. Even the 2 great empires seemed extremely small here. How do we get out? Finding a secret place is a problem. In 3 days, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the Ancient Desolation Great World. Other than the Academy branch, this place was considered a safe place. Once he left and entered the Endless Mountains, danger lurked everywhere. Lin Fei was confident that he could solve those dangers. The management of the Imperial Academy branch was very strict. It was very difficult to leave, at least for this group of people. Lin Fei, come out. Just as Lin Fei was pondering, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside the courtyard and immediately surrounded the courtyard. Lin Fei, come out. Outside the courtyard, a group of people clustered around a burly man. This man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His upper body was draped in a beast-skin battle robe, revealing his bronze-colored skin. There were many scars on his skin, making him look exceptionally sinister and terrifying. A group of people were shouting outside. The burly man in the lead didn't try to stop them. Instead, he looked indifferent. You're just a newbie. You should behave yourself here. If he dares to bully you in Imperial College, then here, I dare to bully him too. The burly man sneered. Many people noticed the situation here. Isn't that someone from the Su family? It seems to be Su Yingxiong, ranked 70th on the heaven list, a six-cycle great earth swordsman. He had once killed a stage 7 darkness violent bear in the ancient desolation great world, and is extremely powerful. Hero Su is here to help his family. Who is Lin Fei? He's actually worth Hero Su taking action personally. This was a common occurrence at the Imperial College branch. The Academy branch's vice principal did not care. As long as there was no life and death, he would rarely appear, nor would he blame them. In the vice principal's words, the ancient desolation great world was a place that ate people. If you couldn't even beat your own people, then don't even mention fighting those desolate beasts and even stronger ancient beasts. From then on, the Capital Institute branch became a very violent place. Because of this, the prodigies of the Academy improved very quickly. All of them were hot-tempered and would attack at the slightest disagreement. Bullying the weak? That was because you were not as strong as the other party, so you bullied the weak. If you didn't want to be bullied, you had to cultivate nonstop and break through again and again. This time, it was indeed the Su family who had come to cause trouble. Su Zheng, the prodigy who had wanted to fight for first place, was also a direct descendant of the Su family. Hero Su was not very talented, but after finding out about Su Zheng, he immediately came to help. If this was outside the academy, perhaps it wouldn't work. But here, one's status was established through strength. Generally speaking, it was rare for a newly arrived prodigy to not be suppressed by others, unless one chose a backer. The Capital Institute branch was also filled with people. Regardless of whether one was strong or weak, newcomers would always have to find a backer. Even though Lin Fei and his group were only here for training and would not stay for long, since they were here, they had to accept the rules here. Sister, do you think that newcomer King Lin Fei will dare to come out? On a building not far away, a beautiful, short-haired young girl said to a girl in black beside her, "Regardless of whether he comes out or not, that lad will definitely suffer. The Su family is not easy to deal with." The girl in black had a frosty look on her face. Traces of coldness appeared around her and converged into white threads. "Sister, don't you need helpers? Why aren't you taking that Lin Fei? After all, he is the newcomer king and can suppress the Nangong family, Long family, and other forces." The girl in black was still as cold as ever. Lin Fei, this newcomer king, has stolen the limelight from too many people. Those few people are already unhappy with Lin Fei. It's a pity that he was born in a bad family and will be suppressed here for a short period of time. The short-haired girl suddenly pointed to the front. "Sister, look. Nangong Jinma from the Nangong family, Long Hung from the Long family, Mo Wu Wei from the Mo family, and Mu Shang Tao is from the Mu family. Why are they all here?" In the Capital Institute branch, if you didn't know these few people, you would be too behind the times. They were the few forces at the top of these mountains. Especially these people, almost all of them were in the top 15 of the Sky Roll and had strong rallying power. The appearance of these few people could be said to have caused a huge uproar. There had never been anyone worthy of them appearing together. This Lin Fei seemed to have a lot of influence. "This is getting interesting." The girl in black revealed a rare smile. The commotion outside the courtyard naturally couldn't be hidden, and it was immediately heard by the Vice Dean, Zhang Lung. He appeared to be extremely calm. These stinking brats only know how to mess around. What kind of status do they have to find trouble with Lin Fei? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? A confidant beside him said, "Do you want me to reprimand them in case they really make a move?" After all, Lin Fei is this year's newcomer king and is also an aristocrat. The Institute has requested us to take care of him. If anything happens to him, it will have a huge impact on us. Among the prodigies who came for the trial this time, the only one they had to pay attention to was Lin Fei. He was a prodigy who could become a top-notch expert in the future. Zhang Lung said, "Don't worry, he won't die. They don't have the guts. I also want to see what kind of person that brat is and whether he is worthy of the Institute's nurturing." Chapter 2497. Nangong Jinma, Long Hung, Mo Wu Wei, Wooden Taoist. Any one of these names was a well-known figure in the Capital Institute branch. Apart from a limited number of people who could suppress them, everyone else had to admit defeat. First, Nangong Jinma. He was a 7th-stage professional at a young age and cultivated the supreme sword Dao. He had once become a demon because of this. Later on, he changed his name to Nangong Jinma and became known as the Demon Emperor of Swords. After changing his name, Nangong Jinma's sword Dao rose to a godly level. When he fought with others, he would only need to use one sword to determine the victor. In the Capital College branch, Nangong Jinma's sword Dao was the strongest. Long Hung came from the Long clan and was also one of the influential figures. His talent was not very good, but due to his good fortune, his talent actually mutated during a life and death situation. He possessed the powerful physique of an ancient beast and always used his fists to fight with others. Even in the same realm, everyone was helpless against him. He was known as invincible in the same realm. Mo Wu Wei was slightly weaker, but he was also an influential figure. He grasped the powerful thunderbolt attack. His most tyrannical attack could even attract the thunderbolts of the world. From then on, he was undefeatable. The last one was Wooden Taoist. His name was very special, and his talent profession was also very strange. He could summon towering trees to fight for him. The older the towering tree, the stronger its battle strength. He even grasped special methods. Especially in the ancient desolation world, he could develop his talent to the extreme. Everyone would have a headache if they encountered any one of these individuals. Now, for influential figures appear at the same time. It was really a big commotion. Suing Xiong, long time no see. You're still the same as last time. You haven't improved at all. This is too disappointing. Long Hing's upper body was naked. His bulging muscles were a strong visual impact. As soon as he came up, he laughed out loud. Suing Xiong lowered his head when he saw these four. Even though he was also in the top 20 of the heaven list, there was still a gap between him and them. Unless the eldest brother of the Su clan was here. Long Hung, what is the meaning of this? Su Ingxiong snorted. Long Hung smacked his lips and said, Nothing, I just look down on you. Bullying people like you is the most boring. If that person from your Su clan was here, I might be afraid. But you are far inferior. As a big clan, the Su clan did have a heaven's favorite who was ranked in the top 15 of the sky list. He was as famous as Long Hung and the others. Suing Xiong was indeed lacking. Nangong Jinma was carrying a black sword box on his back. As he stood in front of everyone felt a great pressure. Even their skin felt a slight pain, and they retreated one after another. Jinma, don't you know how to restrain your sword intent? Fortunately, I never wear upper clothes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to withstand your torment. Long Hung shouted at Nangong Jinma again. Nangong Jinma was expressionless as a trace of sharp, killing intent flashed past his eyes. Long Hung, you talk too much. So. 2 rays of light shot towards Long Hung. When these 2 beams of light appeared, everyone felt their scalps tingle. This was a supreme sword intent that could easily slice open a desolate beast's body. Long Hung remained unmoved as he sneered. Your supreme sword intent is useless against me unless you make another breakthrough. Right now, you can only leave a white mark on my body. A bright light flashed and a loud clanging sound was heard. It was as if a thunderbolt had sounded in the clear sky. 2 white marks were left on Long Hang's naked upper body. Following a breath of Long Hung, the white marks instantly disappeared. I forgot to tell you, my physical body has broken through another level. You have to work harder. The surrounding people revealed a shocked expression. This is too terrifying. My physical body is only at the 3rd rank, but Senior Long Hang's physical body has actually reached the initial stage of the 8th rank. I really have to resign myself to my fate. No wonder Senior Nangong Jinma's sword intent couldn't tear apart Senior Long Hang's physical body. Initial stage of the 8th rank physical body. Too inconceivable. The expressions of Nangong Jinma, Mo Wu Wei, Daoist Mu, Suing Xiong, and the others changed. Long Heng's physical body had reached the initial stage of the 8th rank, and it was even harder to deal with him. In the ancient Desolation world, the cultivation here was slightly different. The cultivation stones here cultivated both the inside and the outside. For example, the physical body cultivation was highly emphasized here. In the ancient Desolation world, there were a large number of desolate beasts and ancient beasts. Every one of them was extremely powerful. The experts living in the ancient Desolation world paid the most attention to the cultivation of the physical body. The physical body cultivation realm was divided into 10 ranks. Each rank was divided into the initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfection stage. There were 4 minor realms, and the difficulty of each minor realm was very high. Long Heng could cultivate his physical body to the initial stage of the 8th rank at such a young age. He could be considered as an absolute monster. Even many of the older generation couldn't break through to the 8th rank. In the ancient Desolation world, an 8th rank physical body wasn't rare. The experts of the tribes basically cultivated their physical bodies. Some of them had even reached the terrifying 10th rank physical body and could fight against the strongest ancient desolate beasts. Long Heng was very pleased. In order to break through to this realm, he had expended a lot of resources. Now, he could finally suppress his opponent. No wonder you were so unbridled today. It turns out that your physical body has broken through to the initial stage of the 8th rank. Not bad. Next time, your physical body might not be able to withstand my supreme sword intent. Nangong Jianma showed a trace of displeasure, but he immediately regained his composure and said calmly, "Hee, it's not easy to win against you once." Long Heng laughed mischievously. Among the people present, the only one Long Heng was afraid of was Nangong Jianma. Don't underestimate the fact that his physical body had advanced to the initial stage of the 8th rank. If Nangong Jianma really made a move and used the divine weapon made from the special materials of the ancient Desolation world, Long Heng couldn't guarantee that he could withstand it. Some of the special materials of the ancient Desolation world possessed boundless might. If anyone underestimated them, they might fail miserably. Long Heng had heard of such things many times. Brother Long's physical body has advanced to the next level. Congratulations. Mo Wu-wei chuckled. However, everyone is here for official business. If Junior Lin Fei doesn't show up, it would be a little boring. I think he's scared. Everyone here is an influential figure. Compared to us, this influential figure is obviously lacking. Why don't I invite him out? Taoist Mu Shang said disdainfully. With a flick of his finger, a vine extended in. Everyone could only hear the whistling sound of the vine entering. It was produced by an extremely fast speed. This was the attack method that Taoist Mu Shang was proficient in. Seniors, you've brought light to my humble abode. With a snapping sound, the vine flew back. The tough special vine had been chopped off by someone. Taoist Mu Shang's expression turned gloomy. Chapter 2498. Taoist Mu Shang's attack did not succeed. Lin Fei walked out from the courtyard and appeared in front of everyone with a calm expression, as if the person standing outside was not an expert on the celestial list. At this moment, Long Heng, Nangong Jianma, Mo Wu-wei, Taoist Mu Shang, and the others all looked at Lin Fei, the new newcomer king of the Capital Institute. After seeing it with their own eyes, everyone's first reaction was that it was an exaggeration. This person did not look like the newcomer king at all. He was too ordinary. But it was precisely this commoner who had defeated the prodigies of their clans and won first place in this year's competition. Not only had he been made a noble, he had also been given a fief, and he had even been given the opportunity to enter the royal treasury and choose any 3 treasures. I thought the newcomer king had 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out that he is just SOSO. I don't know what wind blew you to be the newcomer king. Su Yingxiong was the first to be displeased. Su Zheng, who was standing behind Su Yingxiong, also had an unnatural expression. To think that he, a direct descendant of the Su clan, had lost to a commoner. It was no different from being slapped in the face. After knowing the power of the Su clan, Su Zheng's first thought was to take revenge on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei to be unable to rise up here and deal a heavy blow to the other party, shattering the pride of the newcomer king. Long Hung and the others all had smiles on their faces. It was a smile of disapproval. It was unacceptable for such a person to become the newcomer king. This also made the faces of the people from the other clans lose some light. In the circle of prodigies, it was fine to lose to everyone. But if they lost to an outsider, it would be a slap in the face. Lin Fei was equivalent to giving them a slap in the face. Even if they were of a higher generation, they would not be able to keep their faces. Such a newcomer king, and a commoner at that. If they did not teach him a lesson, he might stand above them in the future. If they could suppress him here, it would be for the best. If they could subdue him, it would be the best. It would be equivalent to pulling in a top-notch expert for the clan, allowing the clan's legacy to continue. These prodigies were actually very smart. Otherwise, they would not have come at the first instance. There were only a few people worthy of their attention in recent years. "What's up?" Lin Fei said lazily. "If there's nothing else, you can leave now. It's so boring to have a bunch of people surrounding the courtyard." Lin Fei's second sentence made everyone dumbfounded again. This was the new top student of Imperial College. Wasn't he too arrogant? Didn't he know what these prodigies represented? After a short moment of silence, Long Hung was the first to regain his senses. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was as loud as a bell. "Ah, this is so interesting. You are really a weirdo." Long Hung did not care where he was. If he wanted to laugh, he would laugh. He did not need to give face to anyone. His laughter broke the awkward silence. "Lin Fei, you actually dare to ignore us? Do you really think that you are the undefeatable rookie king?" Su Zheng took the opportunity to speak coldly, leading everyone forward. The complexion of Nangong Jianma, Mo Wuwei, and the others changed. They looked at Su Zheng with a trace of displeasure in their eyes. How intelligent were the geniuses here? How could they not understand the meaning behind those words? They disdained to do so. They had come. As for how to do it, it was a different matter. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. "So what if I'm ignoring you? If you have the guts, come and hit me. If you don't, then just stand there and shut your mouth. Your voice is really unpleasant." Su Zheng was distinguished and suave. He was the ideal Prince Charming of the ladies in the capital. After hearing what Lin Fei said, he was instantly flustered and exasperated. "Even if you don't say it, I am also prepared to experience your brilliant moves. I want to see how you can get the first place and sit on the position of the rookie king." Su Zheng was the first to be dissatisfied with Lin Fei taking the first place. "Actually, I am the same." Nangong Yuming also stood out. He was similarly dissatisfied. On that day, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have gotten the first place. All the glory should have belonged to him. "Me too." Long Batian also stood out. "Me too." One by one, the direct descendants of the clan stood out. They had long wanted to defeat Lin Fei personally. A disciple from a poor family didn't deserve to be with them. Only by defeating Lin Fei personally could they wash away the shame. It proved that they were the most powerful ones. Lin Fei was just lucky. At first, they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. As a result, he took the first place. Although they suspected that there was something wrong, they didn't dare to question him. What kind of place was the Capital Institute? It wasn't a place where they dared to be presumptuous for the time being. Now that they had the opportunity to trample on Lin Fei, they couldn't wait to trample on Lin Fei and wash away the shame. Lin Fei almost became the target of everyone's attack. Nangong Jianma and the others didn't stop them. They more or less knew something about Lin Fei. They seemed to have some doubts about that assessment. Lin Fei taking the position of newcomer king indeed made many people dissatisfied. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would definitely beat him down and never be able to rise again. After all, being able to beat a future Apex expert was something to be proud of. It was enough to prove their excellence. "Sister, do you think that Brat will be scared stiff?" The short-haired girl said with a beaming smile, as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. The black-clothed girl said coldly, "You have to ask Lin Fei if he dares or not." If he doesn't dare, then from now on, he will always be suppressed by others in the ancient desolation world. After all, this is not a safe place like the Empire. Here, you can live today, but you might be killed tomorrow. The short-haired girl giggled. Sister, you're too boring. It's been a long time since something so lively happened. You should at least smile. Everyone says that you're an iceberg princess. Facing the provocation of the clan's direct descendant, everyone was waiting for Lin Fei's reaction. Originally, there weren't many people outside the courtyard. Following the appearance of a few geniuses on the heaven list, a large group of people gathered outside to watch the show. At first, everyone didn't know who Lin Fei was. After a few words, everyone finally understood who this Lin Fei was. He actually had a great background and was a future Apex expert. However, no matter how they looked at it, this Lin Fei didn't seem to be in a good situation. A second transition job was more or less too weak. If he didn't handle it well, he might really be suppressed by others. In the ancient desolation world, martial strength was always the supreme principle. Once you lowered your head, you would be treated as an easy target for others to bully for a long time. Newcomer King? This kind of honor was not enough to make a living here. Chapter 2499. 10 Black Crystal Cards? There was another awkward silence. Ever since Lin Fei had come out, there had been a few awkward silences. Su Zheng and the rest nearly vomited blood. Sparring required black crystal cards, and 10 at once. What an exorbitant demand. Who do you think you are, Lin Fei? How dare you ask for black crystal cards? It would be fine if you were a top fighter, but do you count as one now? Su Zheng said angrily. Lin Fei laughed. Anyway, 10 black crystal cards. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. Has my title of Newcomer King become a cheap cabbage that everyone wants to step on? You can step on me, but you have to pay a price. Don't tell me you can't bear to part with 10 black crystal cards. No one had expected Lin Fei's words to be so vulgar. But on second thought, it did make sense. He was the Newcomer King, recognized by the Capital Institute. He was not someone anyone could step on. 10 black crystal cards did not seem like much at this moment. This was the ancient wilderness great world. Energy wall stones could be produced in large quantities. Just the Capital Institute alone had many energy wall stone mines. 10 black crystal cards were really nothing. This had a lot to do with why the Capital Institute's geniuses wanted to come here to train. In the Empire, it was not easy to earn energy wall stones. But in the ancient wilderness great world, everything was simple. There was nothing to worry about. As long as you had the ability, you could complete the missions issued by the Institute. The reward was at least a black crystal card. Little Sue, I'll help you pay for 10 black crystal cards. Go teach this junior brother Lin Fei a lesson. Su Xiong reacted quickly. The first person to defeat Lin Fei had a completely different meaning. In comparison, 10 black crystal cards was too worth it. Su Zheng was a smart man and immediately reacted. 10 black crystal cards were a windfall to him, but to Su Xiong, 10 black crystal cards were really nothing. Isn't it just 10 black crystal cards? I'll pay. Su Zheng said first, before everyone else. No one was slow to react. They immediately reacted and secretly cursed Su Zheng for being shameless. This was the rhythm of wanting to trample Lin Fei underfoot. Each person will get 10 black crystal cards. I, the Newcomer King, will have some fun with you. There won't be many opportunities, so you'd better make the most of them. Lin Fei said. At this moment, Lin Fei had become a greedy fellow in everyone's eyes. He seemed to be talking about black crystal cards at every turn. Take these 10 black crystal cards. Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Xiong took out 10 black crystal cards and gently threw them in front of Lin Fei. The Su clan is truly a nouveau riche. They didn't even blink when they handed over 10 black crystal cards. Lin Fei laughed and put away the 10 black crystal cards with a smile. Who else wants to spar with me? I only need 10 black crystal cards. More? Everyone had seen shameless people before. They had never seen someone like Lin Fei. After taking 10 black crystal cards, he actually asked for more. It seemed that whoever gave him 10 black crystal cards would fight with him. This was completely out of character. Nangong Yuming and the others frowned slightly. wondering what Lin Fei wanted to do. After taking the Su clan's black crystal cards, he still wanted to take the black crystal cards from other clans. Was he going to face a group of people alone? Whether it was the Su clan, the Nangong clan, or even the other clan's sovereigns, none of them was easy to deal with, and any one of them could defeat Lin Fei. Lin Fei, what do you mean by this? Su Zheng was unhappy. If someone beat him to it, he would suffer a great loss. In any case, he had to defeat the other party first. Lin Fei glanced at Su Zheng disdainfully. I am this year's newcomer king, so I have to live up to this title. Su Zheng, your strength is not bad, but you still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me. So, I have to find a few more people. Can't you see this? You. Su Zheng pointed at Lin Fei angrily. Shameless. Another awkward silence. At the beginning, everyone thought that the newcomer King Lin Fei should be very strong. But at first glance, they were disappointed. The other party seemed to be too arrogant. You, a second-stage professional, actually didn't take Su Zheng seriously and even wanted to challenge everyone. You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei, you're the most arrogant one among all the newcomer kings I've seen. Usually, arrogant people don't have a good ending. Nangong Yuming also stood up and sneered. After winning once, do you really think you are this year's newcomer king? Currently, Lin Fei was only at the early stage of his second stage professional advancement. Nangong Yuming, on the other hand, had already advanced to the third stage professional advancement, so defeating Lin Fei was naturally not a problem. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant. You're just a disciple from a poor family. You don't have any background. You're just a lucky bastard. How dare you act like a big shot here? Long Batian also said disdainfully. I can defeat you alone. One person is enough. Lin Fei didn't care about their words at all.